Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to this year's AWS Community Day virtual edition. We are super excited to come back again with a number of insightful sessions to help you get started, upskill, and restart your cloud journey on AWS.
We also have a few leadership talks lined up to help you bridge technology and business gaps, and also a few success stories from industry experts to learn from. This is Rushit, AWS Serverless Hero and leader of AWS User Group Tirupati.
And this is Dipali Kulshrestha. I am AWS Hero and leader for AWS UG Delhi NCR. We will be your host for the day, along with our very passionate and dedicated crew to ensure this ACD turns out to be a very smooth and fun filled learning experience for each one of you. But first things first, an important disclaimer. We are passionate cloud enthusiasts running AWS communities organically and are not Amazon or AWS employees. And we firmly believe in the value and importance of an environment where all AWS community members and event participants feel welcome and safe. This code of conduct explains what type of behavior we expect from AWS community members and not and from event participants. The term of this code of conduct are non-negotiable. We will not tolerate behavior that runs counter to this code of conduct.
You can be a part of the AWS community in many ways. The first is the AWS user groups. AWS user groups can be your starting point to be a part of this awesome developer community. AWS user groups are peer to peer communities run by volunteers who meet regularly to share ideas, learn about new AWS services and best practices, or just network in general. We are much closer than you can imagine. We are spread across 24 cities in India, including many tier 2 cities as well. You can also attend the sessions, workshops, boot camps, etc. by these UGs. You can learn about them from the link pasted in the chat section. The next is the AWS Community Builders Program. It is a program that offers technical resources, mentorship, and networking opportunities to AWS technical enthusiasts, emerging thought leaders from the community who are passionate about sharing knowledge and connecting with the technical community. Through this program, you learn from AWS subject matter experts more closely via weekly webinars. The application for this program is currently closed and will reopen in early 2023. The next is the AWS Heroes program. It is a program that recognizes a vibrant, worldwide group of AWS experts whose enthusiasm for knowledge sharing has a real impact on the community. Heroes go beyond and above to share knowledge in various ways, including online via social media, blog posts, open source projects, videos, and forums, or in person at conferences, workshops, and user group events.
The pandemic has enabled us to break geographical boundaries and come together as much stronger, vibrant community to share and learn about AWS. We are thankful to all these UGs for helping us organize this year's Community Day. The stars behind the scenes, the people ensuring that you have the best of experiences, and the ones striving to serve the community with passion, dedication, and love for AWS. Meet the warriors of ACT 2022. A very big thank to all these volunteers for their tireless work and for making it possible for us to get this awesome event to all of you. We are stronger together. We are grateful to all our partner communities for joining hands and making this event even more diverse and stronger. And we are super excited and thankful to our platinum sponsor, Coralogics. Coralogics is rebuilding the path to observability using real-time streaming analytics pipeline that provides monitoring, visualization, and alerting capabilities without the burden of indexing. By enabling users to define different data pipelines per use case, Coralogics provide deep insights for less than half the cost. In short, Coralogics is streaming the future of data.
Today will be full of learnings with a lot of fun, games, contests, and a lot of prizes to be won, of course. Make sure to participate in all of them to stand a better chance at winning them. The first is we have the referral contest. One of the biggest reasons for the success of this event has been the organic spread of word via the referral contest, and we will be announcing the winners post lunch. The winner of the contest will get rupees 8,000 Amazon voucher. The runner up will get 4,000 rupees Amazon voucher. The second runner up will get rupees 2,000 Amazon voucher, and the next seven on the leaderboard will get 1,000 rupees Amazon voucher each. The next, we have the social media contest. So the top five most active people on social media will stand a chance to win Amazon voucher of rupees of 2,000. And then there are more goodies to be won: 10 WizLab free subscription, 5 T-shirts, and make sure to use the hashtag #ACD2022 and tag us on social media to share your excitement. We also have the photo booth available, the virtual photo booth available, the link for which is being shared in the chat section. Capture your excitement and share it with the world. The last is we are going to have multiple quizzes planned throughout the day, the first of which will be starting in a few minutes. The winner, so we are going to have two kinds of quizzes. The first one is the tournament, where the winner is going to get rupees 2,000 Amazon voucher, the runner up 1,500, and the second runner up 1,000 rupees. So we have two main quizzes planned for the day that is going to happen at 9, just after the welcome note, and one more after lunch. We also have the session quizzes where we will have a lot of goodies to be won after every session. Now, without further ado, let's get started this exciting day with testing your AWS skills. You can scan this QR code to join the first quiz, and over to Tajinder for the first quiz of the day. The link for the quiz is being shared in the chat section. Please do make sure that you register on the platform, sign yourself up, and be ready. We're just going to give you a few more minutes for you to scan and get online with the quiz.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to AWS Community Day, a virtual edition main quiz. I'm Tajinder, and I will be your host for this quiz. If you have not already registered for this quiz, kindly do so. The link and the registration to play and register for the quiz has already been shared in the comment section. Before we start, let's walk through a few important details. The quiz will have 10 questions with 4 options each, out of which one would be correct. Participants will get 30 seconds for each questions. So the more questions you answer correctly in the least amount of time, higher will be your chances to lead the leading quiz leaderboard. At the end, winners will receive exciting prizes. The winner would get a rupees 2,000 voucher. The runner-up will get 1,500 rupees voucher, and the second runner-up will get 1,000 rupees voucher. So, few do's and don'ts to help you have a smooth experience. Kindly use Google Chrome browser while you're playing the quiz. And in case you get dropped out of the quiz, please join the quiz ASAP, as the question will remain open only for a certain amount of time. Also, avoid refreshing the quiz while playing. Okay, so let's start. I'm going to start the quiz and let you people, all people know.
Jinder, let's give audience a few more minutes.
Sure, sure. I'm just opening the quiz, and I'll only start the questions once we have good amount of people in the quiz. Yeah. Okay. So the quiz is now live.
Tejinder, we would still need to give audience a few more
Yeah, yeah,
minutes.
sure, sure. No, no. I'm not publishing the questions. I've just opened the quiz for people to join. We'll just wait for some more time for people to join.
I think we can start now, Tejinder.
Sure. Okay, be ready with your mouse and quickly answer as quickly as you can. So here comes the first question. Which of this is not a pillar of observability? Is it logs, traces, pay as you go, or metrics? It's an easy one. Quickly, we don't have enough time. That's great. I can see people answering now. Come on, last 5 seconds left. Okay, so the time is up, and the correct answer was pay as you go. Almost 50% of the participants answered it correctly. The reason for this choice is metrics, logs, and traces are three pillars of observability. Pay as you go only relates to the serverless and it has nothing to do with observability. Great, guys. I'm moving on to the next question. A financial services company wants to ensure that an AWS account activity meets the governance, compliance, and auditing norms. Which AWS service would you recommend for this use case? Is it CloudTrail, Config, CloudWatch, or Trusted Advisor? Again, it's I see people participating, and I've already answered. That's a great sign. Okay, so time's up, and the correct answer is CloudTrail. Surprisingly, only 33% of, oh no, it's changed. 28% of people answered this question correctly. So the reason for this is you can use CloudTrail to log, monitor, retain the account activity related to actions across your AWS infrastructure. CloudTrail provides an event history of your AWS account activity, including actions taken through AWS Management Console, AWS SDKs, CLIs, and other AWS services. So it's very handy in terms of when you want to have a proper logging mechanism. Great. So the leaderboard, as you can see, Manish Rajpal on top with 2 points, answering the questions in least amount of time. Then it's Aneri, and then on the third position we have Arvind. Congratulations, guys! Keep the spirit up and answer the question as quickly as possible. As I said. Moving on to the next one. Which of the following AWS support plan provides access to guidance, configuration, and troubleshooting of AWS interpolability with third party software? Is it corporate, developer, enterprise, or basic? I see people answering it very quickly. That's a great sign. Last 5 seconds left, and the time is up. So, and the correct answer is enterprise. So 44% of participants answered it correctly. The reason is AWS Enterprise Support provides customers with concierge-like services where the main focus is helping customers achieve their outcomes and find success in cloud. With the enterprise support, you get 24 cross 7 technical support for higher quality engineers, tools and technologies to automatically manage the health of your environment. Consultative architecture guidance delivered in the context of your application and use cases. Right. So we see a change in the leaderboard. Anjana on the top, Aneri second, Manish in the third place. Moving on to the next question. According to the AWS share responsibility model, which of the following are responsibilities of the customer of Amazon RDS? Is it applying patches in the underlying OS, managing the underlying server hardware on which the RDS runs, database encryption, applying the patches to RDS database? It should not be that difficult, people. Hurry up. We are last second. Yeah. Time's up. And the correct answer is database encryption. Under the shared service responsibility model, customers are responsible for managing their data, including data encryption. And I can see only 25% of people answered this question correctly. We don't see a change in the leaderboard. Anjana being on top, and Aniri on second, and Manish on third position. Good going, guys. So we will now be at the halfway, one third quiz. So please participate more enthusiastically and answer as much as you can. Moving on to the next question. Which serverless function orchestrator makes it easy to sequence AWS Lambda functions and multiple AWS services into a business critical applications? Is it Amazon Cloud Search, AWS Step Functions, Amazon App Sync, or Amazon Athena? It's a tricky one. Last 5 seconds left. And the time is up. So the correct answer is AWS Step Functions. So, okay. So approximately 41% of the participants answered it correctly. So AWS Step Functions is a serverless function orchestrator that makes it easy to sequence AWS Lambda functions and multiple AWS services into a business critical application. Through its visual interface, you can create and run a series of checkpointed and event-driven workflows that maintain the application state. Okay. So the leaderboard is we see a change in the last position, third position. Anjana maintaining the top position, Aneri on second, and we have Nitish on the third position. Moving on to the next question. So we have so you want to use a fully managed service that provides developers with the ability to build, train, and deploy machine learning models quickly. Which service you should choose for this? Amazon Bracket, Amazon Chime, Amazon SageMaker, or Amazon Sumerian? It should not be that tough. So the correct answer is Amazon SageMaker. Right. So Amazon SageMaker is a fully managed service that helps data scientists and developers to prepare, build, train, and deploy high-quality machine learning models quickly by bringing together a broad set of capabilities purpose-built for ML, machine learning. So we don't see a change in the leaderboard. Anjana being on top, Aneri on second, and Nitish on third position. Moving on. What best describes the principle of least privilege? Choose the correct answer from the given options. Right. All users should have the same baseline permissions granted to them to use basic AWS services. Users should be granted permissions to access only resources they need to do their assigned job. Users should submit all access requests in a written form so that there is a paper trail of who needs access to different AWS resources. Users should always have a little more permission than they need. It should not be that difficult. So the correct answer is users should always be granted access to the resources that they need to do their assigned job. So the principle of giving the least privilege to the user only refers to, they should only be given those permissions which are essential to they perform their intended function. For example, a user account for a sole purpose of creating backups does not need to install the software. Hence, it has rights only to run the backup and backup related details. Which of the following services can alert you about the changes that can affect resources in your account? Is it AWS Organization, AWS Personal Health Dashboard, AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS Services Health Dashboard? Last 5 seconds left. So it's end of the time. So the correct answer is AWS Personal Health Dashboards. And 27% participants answered this question correctly. So AWS Personal Health Dashboard provides alerts for AWS service availability and performance, which may impact resources deployed in your account. Customers get emails and mobile notifications for scheduled maintenance activity, which might impact the services on those AWS resources. So we see a change in the leaderboard. Aneri now on top position, Toshal on second, and Vemana on third position. So moving on to the next one. So we have at the halfway mark. Okay, so you're given a document written in YAML that represents an architecture of serverless applications. The first line of document contains transform AWS serverless 2016-1031. What does that represent? Does it represent a lambda function definition or intrinsic function or presence of transform section indicates that this is a server application model template, or this indicates that it's a cloud formation parameter. So we are almost at the end of time. And the time is up. So the correct answer is represents serverless application model template. So this tag specifically is used for that. This is a macro hosted by AWS CloudFormation, which takes an entire template written in AWS serverless application model syntax and transforms and expands into a compliant AWS CloudFormation template. So the presence of this section indicates that document is a SAM template. So we see a change in the leaderboard again. Sanjeev now on top position with 9 points. Vimana Babu on second position at 9 points, and Nitish Kumar on third position with 8 points. Keep it up, guys. We still have 6 more questions to go. Moving on to the next one. So when a Lambda function executes on demand, it decides when to launch a new execution environment for your function in response to incoming requests. Hence, it takes more time for the Lambda to serve the request. What is this delay time known as? Is it cycle reservation time, hypervisor initialization time, round trip breakthrough time, or cold start time? I see a lot of people have already answered. It's a great sign. And the time is up now. So the correct answer is cold start time. And surprisingly, only 28% of participants answered it correctly. So, I mean, there's not much of an explanation about it. It's just what it is known as. The leaderboard again sees a change. Sanjeev Kumar on top, Vemana Babu maintaining the second position. Nitish now moves onto third position with 9 points. So we are in the last leg of this quiz. So be quick to answer.
Tejinder, I think that was the
Oh, I
last
think
question.
yeah, it's end of this quiz. Yeah, apologies for that. So yeah, so congratulations to Sanjeev, Vemana, and Nitish for securing the top positions. So this brings us to the end of the first main quiz. Hope you have enjoyed it as much as I did hosting it, and thanks for all the participants for making it such a success. And big congratulations to the winners. Now I'll hand over to the host to take it forward. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Tajinder, for this gamified start of the day. So, folks, I hope now you are all set to multifold your AWS learnings with us, right? So, it's time to unfold the agenda, which has been created beautifully to ensure that this event proves to be a well invested time for each one of you. And you get ample opportunities to explore and enrich your expertise on AWS offerings. We will start we will start this ride with very inspiring keynote with none other than our own developer advocate Rohini Gaonkar. Post that 10:30 onwards, we will divide the conference into two parallel tracks where we will have 16 interesting and insightful sessions lined up for you. At any point in time, you can switch between the tracks as per your interest. And don't worry, if you want to attend both the tracks, recording will be available for you to follow other sessions later on. Lunch break would be at 1:15 for 45 minutes. We also have a few workshops lined up for tomorrow where you can get your hands dirty with us on AIML, which is exclusively being conducted by WizLabs. And we also have workshops on serverless and data engineering.
Now, without any further ado, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker, Miss Rohini Gaonkar. She's a senior developer advocate at AWS and brings over a decade of experience in the IT industry, primarily focusing on cloud computing technologies. She is passionate to share her experience on building architectures with best practices and helps strengthen the builders of tomorrow. Over to you, Rohini.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dipali. Thank you, Shushit. Let me get my slides on the stream. Awesome. They're on the stream. And Of course, I want to start my session by saying a big, big thank you for everyone who has joined us today and who is part of this awesome, awesome AWS Community Day India. And I also want to thank the entire community that has come together to bring us all this whole amazing day that is filled with lots of good learning. I've been working with our AWS community for years now, and I have recently moved to Canada, and I'm already missing everyone here. Thank you for all the love that you've given me for over the years. And speaking of which, let's get started with our keynote. So, in the next 30 minutes, I hope to take you all on a journey with the ever changing technological landscape, especially with cloud computing being a major catalyst in the evolution of our technological landscape. So, let's take Amazon as an example. When Amazon started in 1995, everyone thought it was just a bookstore that was for people in US. Internet was still not widely available, at least not in our part of the world. Dial up internet was just launched in India in August 1995 with access speeds of 9.6 kbps. Yeah, I'm telling you this. Sorry, my slides are just having their own mood today, but I'm telling you this now from my 1 Gbps line. Isn't that awesome? This could be the simplest architecture of the application. We have a web server, a relational database, and some other tools that are connected to the same database. Applications then were focused on web application database for most part. Over the next 10 years, you can see the evolution of an online bookstore. Remember, by this time we had CDs and DVDs that were our modes of transferring data. This was an era of service oriented architectures and building APIs. Amazon started building more and more APIs and features into the application using their own data center. And this gave birth to the idea that why not make some of these APIs public? And so it started. In 2006 was the launch of AWS as a cloud service provider. Amazon launched EC2 beta along with GA for SQS and S3. Remember, this was EC2 Classic that we know as of now. The concept of compute on demand, something you can buy with a credit card and pay for what you use, was very different then. And it all started with an instance. And so we call it instance. And customers wanted more bigger instances with more CPU and more memory and more storage. So there was M1 dot small. And then there was M1 dot large, and then there was M1 dot extra large. And this was just the beginning. As more customers came on board and we launched features like auto scaling and load balancing, I remember I started working on cloud technologies in 2009, 2010 when VPC was just launched. And cloud was the buzzword then. I was in an R&D team. We were doing research on multiple cloud providers, some of which don't really exist today. I remember doing proof of concepts or POCs on how to get remote access of that EC2 inside that VPC. I even built an idea and published an IEEE paper on building similar or scalable environments for other private clouds as well. And this is how cloud changed the way we build apps. Because now you have flexibility. You can scale up without buying more hardware. You can actually scale down easily as well with the click of a button. Today, you can build things that would have been impossible to build without or before the cloud. Everything is a programmable resource. Getting access to capacity is a click of a button. Networks became VPCs and elastic load balancers were replaced your physical load balancers. So over the years, you can see, like, let me see if I can do something. I don't know why my slides are moving before I go ahead, but yes. So over the years, you can see that progression from an online bookstore to an international e-commerce business to a content streaming provider to a consumer device maker and so much more. And that simple architecture would now maybe look like this. Talking to different APIs and tools and databases and more. And it's not just for an online e-commerce. We have leveraged technology to innovate on other commerces. Innovations like just walkout technology that can make shopping magical and seamless. You just scan your Amazon app, go into the store, pick what you need, and walk out. No need of standing in queue for billing. And based on the items you purchase, your Amazon account will automatically be charged. I have visited one of the 16 stores across US. And if you visit this store and if you look at the ceiling, you will see a number of cameras hanging in. These cameras run computer vision to see how you walk in the store. And then we merge this with sensor fusion technology. And there are sensors even in the shelves. All these technologies combine together, and you can generate machine learning algorithms to understand who is the customer, what items he or she has picked, what items he passed to someone else in the store, or what items you would have put back in the shelf so that you don't want to be charged for those. Trust me, the tester inside me has tried all these different combinations, and the system just works. You may want to know how does the backend system look like for this, and what are these cameras doing in the backend. So this is the view of one of the stores during the lunch hour. You can see how many people are there. And these cameras are identifying each individual, or in this case, each Amazon account against which items will be charged. Then at the bottom, you can see that there is a training example where two people are trying to pick the same item. Whom do we charge? So these exceptional cases need to be included in the machine learning model. We took a lot of video material to train this. If we have a lot of data, we will get good model with good accuracy. You need a very high accuracy in this case. You don't want to charge a customer if they have not picked up something and it's a bad customer experience. On the left side, what you see, we have created a 3D simulation model of the virtual store. You simulate a lot of this behavior, and that's how you start creating your first model before you actually build a store. So while we're talking about history of cloud, I also want to highlight that AWS is here in India and we are here to build. Today, we have multiple offices, edge locations, direct connect locations across the country. We also have an AWS region in Mumbai, and we have announced that our Hyderabad region is coming soon. So trust me when I say cloud is the new normal. Cloud continues to change development. And it was our goal because we want to work together with you to build your applications of the future and not really applications 5 years ago. Learning cloud is a very common requirement for a lot of companies because everyone is involved in some or other way. So when I speak to customers and ask them why they chose AWS, you get a lot of different answers because customers have a lot of different types of workloads. Still, beyond the primary benefit like agility, cost, elasticity, there is one benefit that customers often mention, and that is pace of innovation. We are constantly thinking of ways to invent on behalf of customers. In 2021 alone, we launched 3,084 meaningful services and features. That's 3,084 more capabilities that our customers are equipped with to address their needs. And the challenges for a customer today are often different from the ones of tomorrow. And that makes it all more important to choose the cloud provider that you will be the best technology partner now and for the future. Picking the right platform is incredibly important because decisions you make can be with you for a very long time. It reminds me of a story I heard about the space shuttle. So, if you look at a space shuttle, you will notice two big booster rockets attached to the sides. The rockets need to generate maximum thrust, and To make this happen, they need to be as wide as possible. But in trying to increase this width, they ran into surprising limitation. You see, to get to the launch site, the booster rocket has to travel by train through tunnels. And in the United States, these tunnels restrict the width of the railroad cargo to less than 13 feet. And tunnel width is limited by the width of the railroad tracks, which is 4 feet, 8.5 inches. The US inherited this standard from the first railroads built in England. And these first railways were built with the same width used for building wagons. And these wagons were built to roll on old roads that were first made by the wheels from Roman war chariots. The chariots were standardized to accommodate the width of two war horses, which just happened to be 4 feet, 8 inches, 8.5 inches. And so you can see a significant design feature of a space shuttle was initially influenced by the width of two horses 2000 years ago. So when you look at your processes and the technologies, there are often many constraints, and the reasons for them can date back to decisions that were made many, many years ago. It's why it's so important then when you make these decisions about cloud today, you make the right ones, as these decisions will have a long term impact on what you are able to achieve. You should pick the platform with the most capabilities, the most innovation, because you don't know what the future holds, but you want to be ready. AWS is innovative in part that because we have a different approach and there's different culture to many companies. So one of our 16 leadership principles is invent and simplify. We hire people who are builders. They are from different ways. They find ways to simplify, look for innovative ideas from everywhere, and avoid falling into the trap of doing things just because it's the way of things have always been done. A great example of this approach is to innovation and problem solving is the creation of the AWS Nitro system, the underlying platform for our EC2 instances. If you understand virtualizations and how clouds were built, you would know hypervisors helped you create and run virtual machines. They were designed with one machine in mind and not a fleet of machines. So they end up doing a lot, which contributed to inefficiencies and multiple attack vectors. In a sense, the hypervisor was the 4 feet, 8.5 inches of virtualization for us. Compute is so foundational that customers had an almost insatiable appetite for new and specialized instances. After years of optimizing traditional virtualization systems to the limit, we knew that we had to make dramatic changes in the architecture if we were going to continue to increase performance and security of our customers. And this realization forced us to rethink everything and became the spark of creating the Nitro system, which offloaded the virtualization functions to dedicated hardware and software. With Nitro, we were able to reduce our attack surface and lower the jitter for traffic to our instances. This Nitro system is a rich collection of building blocks that can be assembled in many different ways, giving us the flexibility to design and rapidly deliver newer EC2 instance types. We now have over 500 instance types, each one providing a choice of processors and storage and networking and operating system, so you can always find the right fit for your specific workload. Nitro has also enabled us to bring drastically new instance types. For example, bare metal, Mac M1, and Ultra clusters for HPC. Today, we have a broad array of the latest processors and accelerators. We have the latest Intel Xeon processors and the latest AMD EPYC processors. We also have been developing our own custom silicon. The Trainium has been designed for developing deep learning models. And AWS Inferentia is designed to accelerate deep learning workloads once they are deployed. That brings us to Graviton, which can be used for general purpose workloads. In 2021, we saw tens of thousands of AWS customers take advantage of this innovation by using the Graviton 2 based EC2 instances. Graviton 3 processors provide up to 25% better compute performance compared to the Graviton 2 processors. They also use a 60% less energy for the same performance as comparable with EC2 instances. But you don't have to use EC2 to benefit from Graviton. We also released Graviton powered versions of our most popular managed services like EMR, Open Source Service, and Amazon RDS. And for those of you building with serverless, we also have released Graviton support for Fargate and Lambda, extending the price, efficiency, and performance benefits of Graviton to serverless workloads. In fact, Lambda functions use Graviton can save up to 34% better price performance. So Nitro and Graviton are just two of the many ways we continue to improve the cloud, making AWS the best cloud for your applications. But AWS is not just for cloud native or serverless workloads. It's for every application. It's for your traditional workloads like your SAPs and Oracle and Windows, and even for the increasingly low sensitivity workloads that need to be physically close to the office or factory. This is because the cloud is changing. Its capabilities are developing, and this means that new types of applications are now possible. We now have offerings such as AWS Local Zone and AWS Wavelength and Private 5G and Outpost, IoT, Snow Family. I cannot name all of them. These give customers a spectrum of choices on where they want to run their applications. These innovations are pushing the boundaries of the cloud and bringing these services physically closer to the end customers. While I haven't mentioned it on the slide here, you can now easily control satellites and ingest data with fully managed ground station as a service with AWS Ground Station. And all these services are supported by the AWS Global Network, a fully redundant 100 Gbps network that circles around the globe, ensuring that we can carry all the network traffic between our 27 regions, 87 observability zones. And when you are a global company, having a global network is very critical, important. So AWS Local Zones is a very good example on how we are innovating on top of this global network to bring the cloud closer to you. AWS Local Zones are a type of infrastructure deployment that places compute, storage, databases, and other select AWS services close to your larger population and industrial center. It enables you to deliver applications that require single-digit millisecond latency to your end users. For India, the local zone is in Delhi is available, and we have 3 more announced in the country as well. So let's take an example of Netflix. To create stunning visual effects and animations, artists at Netflix need access to specialized applications with petabytes of images and raw video files, and enough compute power to render completed files. Historically, the tools that artists needed required them to work from a studio offices. Netflix wanted to empower these artists to work from anywhere. Netflix uses local zones to achieve low millisecond latency for their workstations and run graphics intensive, latency sensitive workloads closer to the artists. Netflix is now able to empower these artists with creative freedom beyond technological and geographical barrier. So now that we have talked about the compute and the network, let's talk quickly about another important element, and that is storage and data. So before cloud, data storage was very expensive. Remember I mentioned CDs and DVDs? Yes. The cloud has changed the way many of us interact with technology. The cost of compute and storage has come way down, and as a result, Individuals and businesses are storing data more than ever before. Most of you are storing terabytes, if not petabytes of data. And when I say lots of data, I mean it. IDC forecasts that there will be 97 zettabytes of data created and replicated in 2022 alone. It's hard to imagine how much data is in one zettabyte, never mind the 97 of them. And as more and more data sources are added, we have to find innovative ways for ingesting, storing, and processing this data to gain certain insights. Now, this same data has to move through this pipeline so all different teams can use it effectively. So, to solve these challenges, a modern data strategy needs to be able to scale, be flexible enough to address various use cases, and also support projects of tomorrow. Of course, security is a job zero. But it also has to consider things like governance, ensuring right people have access to the right data. It must be available where and when you need it. And of course, it must be cost effective. Your infrastructure should serve the needs of your business data at every stage of its journey, from data lakes and databases to putting it work through the analytics and machine learning with the right governance across embedded throughout. So, how do you build this modern data strategy? A modern data strategy is comprised of three strategic pillars: modernize, unify, and innovate. Customers start migrating to the cloud, moving towards infrastructure that enables them to achieve the scale they need at the right cost while reducing their operational burdens. Then they unify their data storage and access control mechanisms. Finally, they are empowered to innovate through analytics and machine learning. Let's quickly take a closer look. So, a great place to start with is your database infrastructure. Today, you don't have to just stick to relational databases like we used to stick to. Today, we have broad set of purpose-built databases that you can choose from, like Amazon DynamoDB for non-relational data and Neptune for graph database and so on and so forth. And in addition to databases, you can also rely on the object and block and file services to fit your data storage need. So, for example, you can use Amazon S3, which can store any amount of data from anywhere and provide you an industry leading 11 nines of durability. For some, getting their data into the cloud can be a challenge. That's why we offer hybrid, edge, and data movement services that meets customers where they are in the physical world to help ease their data transfer. So your data can now reside in bunch of different places: data lakes, applications, databases, on-premise stores, big data engines, log files, just to name a few. And you need to be able to catalog your data to help guide navigation and querying. You need to be able to govern your data so you can detect and protect sensitive information like PII. And then you need to be able to run queries across all your data because there is real value in being able to aggregate data across all these different sources. So let's start with data lakes. To make this decision quickly, organizations want to store any amount of data in open formats, break down these disconnected data silos, and empower people to run analytics or machine learning using their preferred tool or technique and manage the access to specific parts of this data. So, to do that, they're building data lakes on AWS. By storing your data in open formats, you are able to decouple your storage from compute. So, when it's time to actually analyze your data, you can choose the best tool for the job from a variety of on demand, pay as you go analytics and machine learning engines. And it could not be easier to get up and running with data lakes in just few days. You can take your data, store it in S3. We provide lake formation to allow you to wrap that data into a governance framework. You can then use AWS Glue, our fully serverless data integration service that lets you discover, prepare, and integrate all of this data. And finally, you can use Amazon Athena, which allows you to query that data using standard SQL. So in just a few days, you can start taking your raw data, catalog it, and enrich it, and start getting value from that data as well. Take, for example, Salesforce, who built their customer data platform, data lake on top of AWS. They're able to spin up a new region in weeks instead of years. They use different storage classes, including S3 Glacier, to store hot and cold data cost effectively, even at the exabyte scale. With AWS Analytics Service, customers are able to ask and answer arbitrarily complex business questions using arbitrarily large and complex data sets. Earlier, I talked about the importance of using purpose built data stores that are suited to your use case. That's just as important when it comes to using the right analytical tool for the job. So for streaming data, you may use managed service for Kafka. For data warehousing, there's Amazon Redshift. And for processing big data with open source tools, there's EMR. And to make it easier, we now even have serverless and on-demand options for analytics. These services scale up automatically with their workload and back down once they're done. We are excited to help focus on what is important to you and let us take care of everything else. We are also making machine learning more accessible for businesses of every type across industries. It's humbling and inspiring to see that how you are building on top of these services to create innovation of their own. But we know that enabling access to these transformative capabilities goes beyond building services. Education is a crucial component. So, to help with this, we have a variety of different educational programs, courses, learning resources, everything from a specialty certification to $10 million worth of scholarship. And for many, getting hands on is the preferred way to learn. That's where AWS Deep Racer comes in, our 1/18th scale autonomous race car powered by deep learning that helps you learn by getting hands on with machine learning. As I come towards the end of this presentation, I also want to help you look at some of the best implementations of machine learning. Formula One is a battle between the world's best drivers. Tell me in the chats if you have seen the recent Formula One races. Tell me in the chats quickly if you're watching this and you've seen Formula One races. If you're wearing a headphone, just turn your volume down because I'm getting a race in middle of the community day for you to watch. So Formula One is the battle between the world's best drivers, but it is also a battle of some of the world's most innovative engineers. No other sport has been as dynamic in its evolution and has embraced new technologies like this. While some of the tech goes to helping drivers who are hitting the speeds as high as 230 miles per hour, taking pit stops in under 2 seconds and flying around the corners with the force of 5G, much of it actually goes to enhance the experience of its growing fan base of over 500 million. So during a Formula One Grand Prix, every car contains 120 sensors, which generate 1.1 million telemetry data points per second, transmitting from the cars to the pits. So this real-time data is actually combined with over 69 years of historical race data stored on Amazon S3 to inform the fans and the teams about the unparalleled trackside decision making. Want to see how this looks for an ultimate fan? Let me quickly pull up a video and make sure you look at the predicted gap as the cars race.
But what can Lewis Hamilton do on those medium compound tyres that he says he feels good on and are looking good in terms of the battle with Max Verstappen. At the moment, he's got about a 1 in 5 chance of getting past Max Verstappen, but the hard compound tyre takes a little longer to get up to temperature. Hamilton's nicely in the window, and that's chance of an overtake now about 13%.
And fascinating, isn't it? Like, it can actually predict in micro milliseconds of what's the gap going to be. And with that, I hope this gives you an insight into how AWS provides you with the broadest and deepest sets of services, and we are constantly innovating on your behalf, unlocking new capabilities and possibilities. AWS can be used for any type of application, be it mission critical, low latency, whatever. So, what are you waiting for? Go build a new world of applications that our future needs. At AWS, we say that leaders are never done learning and always seek to improve themselves. They are curious about new possibilities and act to explore them. I urge you to be an active member of the community. Ask questions, however stupid you may think these questions are. Trust me, raise your hands, speak at events, take part in the workshops and the hackathons, build hands on projects, and most importantly, build your network. I hope you will be part and be an active member of the AWS user group to help build your own career and help you along the way. And that's it. There is lots to learn at this community day. A lot of topics I touched upon. We have individual sessions diving deep into these, and I would really love you to go ahead and watch these. So thank you so much, everyone. And I should give it back to Dipali and Shrishit.
Thanks, Rohini. It was so fascinating. Thanks for sharing deep insights about these variety of services for various use cases. It's awesome to hear that.
Thank you
Yes,
for having me. Have a great day. I'll
yes,
still be in the chats if anyone has any questions.
Great, thanks.
yeah. Thank you so much, Rohini, for the amazing keynote. It was wonderful and insightful as always. A few of those numbers were mind-boggling, and the last F1 video I think was the best touch and a great ways to start the event. You have set the stage on fire for the rest of the day. Now, we would like to invite our co-hosts for both the tracks to take it forward and have a smooth and seamless learning journey for all of us. Hope you learn, upskill, and enjoy the day. Please welcome Rajat Arora and Neetu Malan as moderators for track 1, Haripriya and Abu Tahir as moderators for track 2. Hi Rajat, hi Neetu.
Hi Srishit, hi Dipali, hi Rajat.
Hi
Hello.
Sushit, hi Nitu, hi Dipali.
Hey, Rajat.
So, yeah, post this, we're going to split into two tracks as we have already mentioned in the agenda. So, for folks who are interested in attending the sessions of track 1, please do stay in the same stream. And for people who are interested for the sessions on track 2, please do join the track 2 stream. The link for the same will be pasted in the chat below. Over to you, Rajat and Neetu.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants who have joined us from different time zones. I'm Neetu Malan, Senior DevOps Engineer working with EaseOps Technologies and lead for AWS UG Madurai. And with me, I have my co-host Rajat Arora.
What an amazing start of a day. So we have seen Dipali and Sushit starting up a stage for the day one and all the agenda, and then we have heard from the our own Rohini about the history and the services that AWS provide. What a great insight about the information. So let me introduce myself. Hi everyone, I am Rajat Arora. I'm working as a Vice President Cloud Technologies at NetWest Group. I have started my AWS journey in 2009, and since then I have learned a lot of things in AWS world, and especially in the cloud world. I'm an active member in AWS Community and also AWS User Group Leader for Delhi NCR.
So as we said, the stage has already been set on fire by Rohini. So is everyone excited for the sessions, quizzes, and giveaways that we have in track 1? So let me first walk you through the agenda for track 1. The track 1 will have 4 technical sessions, 4 leadership sessions. We will have one tournament running across track one, which will comprise of one quiz post each session. The quiz will have 4 questions. Each question will have a duration of 30 seconds for you to answer, but you need to be quick. To move up the leaderboard, you need to click on the right answer in the least time. The winners will be announced at the end of the day once all sessions are complete. For the tournament, I know all in the chat are actually excited to understand what are the prizes or the giveaways, right? So for the tournament, we have exciting giveaways planned. We'll be selecting top 20 winners. First 5 will receive Amazon vouchers worth rupees 2,000. Next 10 will receive free subscription to WizLab standard plans, and next 5 will receive T-shirts. But one thing that the the winners who get WizLab subscription have to note is that the WizLab subscription codes are valid only till 15 November. So once you get your subscriptions, please register soon. Next, what I want to remind everyone is to be very active on social media. Please post, tweet, like, and share the details of the event, and use hashtag ACD2022. And because we also have amazing prizes given out for the social media promotions as well. So here we have top 10. That is, the top 10 winners we'll be selecting. Top 5 will receive a cash prize of 2,000 and along with WizLab subscription. And next 5 will receive T-shirts with subscription to WizLab standard plans.
Okay, great.
So let's start
That's
with the
nice
first
to
session.
hear.
Yeah, let's
That's
start with
nice to
the
hear, Neetu.
announcement to the first session. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So I could see more than 350 participants active. So that's a good opportunity. So please spread the word on social media. Keep connected. Keep sharing so that you'll be closer to the prizes. So with this, let's move to our sessions for the day. So Neetu, have you ever faced downtime in your production sites? Do you know how it feels having a downtime on a big flash sale event when your customers are waiting to join and place the orders for their favorite products?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough deal to manage. Think about you kind of opening your any shopping website on your phone and then seeing that the server is down or is not working. How difficult what a difficult customer experience would that be?
Yeah, I wonder how can we prevent such failures? It's very difficult task to plan for the capacity at the final event day, and it needs a lot of planning and lot of efforts as well.
So that's what our first session is all about. As Dr. Werner Vogel says, everything fails and your application should be ready for that. While regional failures are rare, they can happen. Having your application across multiple regions is one way of mitigating this. But how do you route traffic to the right regions? How do you handle failovers and failback? That's what our next speaker is going to talk about, and he will have an answer for the questions that we have.
So let us hear about how to manage failures from none other than Satyajit Bhatt. He's a donor of many hats, a AWS community hero by passion, and SRE by profession. He's an author of Practical Docker by Python and many more. Recently, the CDK book, which he has co-authored with other AWS heroes, is an amazing book. In his spare time, he blogs about tech, community, and his personal blogs where he writes about his travel. So, streaming in straight from the southern hemisphere, Satyajit Bhatt.
Let's give him a virtual clap.
Hey, thanks Neetu, thanks Rajat, thanks for the very warm welcome. And it's a tough task to follow in Rohini's fantastic session, but I always love listening to Rohini. It's always something new or the other. Thank you. So as Rajat and Neetu mentioned, I'm Satyajit. I work as a trade desk as a staff SRE on cloud architecture. Before we go ahead, can I just share my screen? I think it should be possible. And it should be good to go. Hey, yeah. Thanks for coming in. So we're slightly over time, so I'm gonna try to, I won't say rush through, but I'm trying to catch up with the time as well as what topics I have for today. I'll be here in chat all day, or you can always reach out to me on Twitter, LinkedIn. My name is Satyajit Bhatt. So what's in store for today? So we'll be talking about a bit of DNS. But before that, does anyone know what is the full form of DNS? If you do, just drop it in chat. Let's see, to what extent I have to do a deep dive on. So after that, we'll be talking about Route 53 hosted zones and health checks. What makes a good candidate for multi-region failovers? How do you apply multiple automated failovers? And a little bit of hints, tips. These hints and tips are essentially what I have learned when I used to work previously. I used to handle the net SRE team at Adobe. So I've learned a lot, not just from AWS solution architects, as well as from my teammates. So let's get in. So before that, some notes. If you have any questions, just drop them in chat. I have a typo here, which I obviously did not catch. If you want the slides for this, you can just follow them at slides.satyasis.com. They are live right now. This is a refined version of the slides, but I'll be posting them. So all the source code for a sample app that I have running, which I'll show you at a later time, you can find them. It's all deployed using CDK, so you can find them at the link there. Okay, so let's start. What is DNS? I see that many people have got the name right, what the acronym right. So here's another follow-up question for you. Have you ever wondered what happens when you type in a website, say for example, youtube.com? How do you get connected to youtube.com? This is a very popular interview question. Now I won't get into the whole aspects of this. Yeah, so I won't get into the whole details about down to the kernel level, but if you know a little bit, just drop in a message in chat as to what happens when you type in www.youtube.com. All right, so because we are running a little bit short of time, I'm going to skip over that. And so essentially what happens is there's a lot of steps in the middle, but the gist of it is that when you type in youtube.com, you need to connect to a server. But how do you know what server to connect to? How does the browser know what server it connects to? So that is determined by the IP. So that's what DNS does. It actually translates www.youtube.com into an IP address that you can connect to. I see some interesting answers, which is they're quite right. So good job, everyone. I'm glad to see people know the fundamentals right. Fundamentals are very important in cloud architecture, right? So there's a very nice GitHub page. I think I've linked it to it from my slide stock. It goes into the in-depth details about how it happens. Okay, so DNS is called as the phone book of the internet. Now I don't know how many people remember what a phone book is, but back in the older days, there used to be this whole thick book where you would have a name and a phone number. So if you wanted to reach out to someone, you didn't have them on your mobile. You'd pick up the phone book, you'd find out, you'd say S, you'd see the name Satyajit, and then it would you would see the phone number, and then you dial it. So that's essentially what DNS does. In essence, you're typing a domain name. You go and find out. Rather, the DNS does the lookup for the IP and it connects you to it. Okay, so DNS resolution involves a little bit of. There are multiple servers associated with it. I'll talk about the different servers involved, but essentially there's clients, which is in this case would be the browser. There's a resolvers, which handles the resolution of the domain to the IP, and there's a service which actually provides the IP address. Right. So there are 4 types of servers which is mainly associated. So first is a recursive resolver. A recursive resolver is not really. A recursive resolver is not really a server, but it kind of is a middleman between the client and the name server. So what a recursive resolver does is it actually tries to find out what is how can I get the IP, how can I get the IP by forwarding it to the next intermediate servers, and from there it will forward it. Right. So here's another fun fact. There are 13 root name servers. Do you know which ones they are? If you do, drop them in the chat. And one of these is also a quiz question for later, so keep that in mind. So the root name server is essentially the first step of a hostname resolution, right? A root name server actually points to, so a recursive resolver knows the addresses of the root name servers, and then from there, when it receives the first request, it forwards it to the TLD name server. So the TLD name server is the next step of host resolution. TLD here refers to top-level domains. That is, if you've seen the .coms, .nets, those are the TLDs, or top-level details, the top-level domain. So what happens is the root name server then forwards the request to the top-level domain name server. From there, right, it goes to the actual authoritative server, which knows what is the IP address of the domain that gets, which knows the IP address for the actual domain. This seems a bit confusing, but I have a diagram soon in the next few slides. But before that, let's understand a little bit of DNS terminology. You would have seen this whenever, especially if you're talking to your ISPs, they'll talk about TTLs, they'll talk about records. So what do these means? First thing that you hear about when you talk about DNS is a zone file. Zone file is essentially a file containing a mapping of the different domain names to IP addresses. So this is equivalent to a phone book. So you'll have, say, youtube.com pointing to some IP called 69.1.5. whatever it is. Same thing for AWS Community Day.in. It'll have a IP mapping of its own. So that all of those are stored in a file, what is known as a zone file. So the next thing you have is records, which is a single line or multiple lines, which is a mapping of a domain to an IP address. So I just told zone file will have various records. The first record where a domain is mapped to an IP address, that is a record. The next one is TTL, which is how long a result is cached. You would have done ipconfig/flush DNS a lot of times, or you would have changed your DNS servers. So this is in fact what you're doing. When you do a flush DNS, what you're doing is when you make a call, when you make a DNS request, that IP address to which the server corresponds to, the result of that is the IP address is saved in a cache. Now what happens is sometimes the backend server might be faulty, but this record is cached for up to the time that is mentioned in the TTL, right? So when, but you don't want to wait for long. You don't want to wait for the TTL to be over, right? So for that case, when you do a flush DNS, for example, it empties the DNS cache. Okay, so the next question is how do you find out about what records are there? So for that, there's a tool called DIG or dig. It's called Domain Information Grouper. So when you do a dig, it actually talks to the required name servers. So in this case, you can see here what we're saying is we are doing a dig for AWS Community.in. And this goes to the recursive resolver, which then forwards it to the TLD here. And then from the TLD, it goes to the authority name server, which is here. So now you can see here, we get the response in terms of, so this is the answer that we get, right? So these are the IPs that this domain connects to. This is the type of the record. I won't be talking about different DNS records, right? But there are like 5-6 different types of DNS records. And you see this number here. So that is the TTL. So this essentially tells you that the IP address for AWS Community Day.in here is marked as 15.197.142.173, and that is stored for 279 seconds. And when you keep doing this, the number of seconds reduces. So after it reaches 0, it will get refreshed again. Now, if you don't want the whole thing, you can specifically ask for a short record, which will only tell you about the answer. And you can also query by the type of record. So you can do a plus, you can do a text. And if you do this, you will get this response. These are actually, you can actually do this right now. If you have a Linux system, if you do a dig plus short text AWS or Satyavat, you'll find this answer. So these are not mocked up slides. So this is in general the hierarchy of how DNS resolution works. So the the browser makes a request. The request goes to the recursive resolver. The recursive resolver knows what the root name server is. So these are the different these are the different root name servers. So in this case, we are searching for the AWS community.in. Sorry about that. So we are searching AWS community.in. So it forwards it to the in TLD. From there, it looks at AWS community today. And since we don't care about FTD and we don't care about www, so it just sends this IP result back and it just goes back. Okay. I hope this is okay, and no questions so far. But if you do, just drop them in chat. We'll catch up at a later time. So what's Route 53 now? So Route 53 is AWS's managed DNS service. So fun fact is Route 53 name comes from port 53 that is used for DNS traffic. Does anyone in chat know what protocol is used for DNS? If you do, drop an answer. And why route? Because the Route 53 provides some advanced routing capabilities. We'll be talking about them in the upcoming slides. So because it provides these advanced routing capabilities and port 53 that you use for DNS, combine them together, you get Route 53. So simple, straightforward answer. Couple of questions. A couple of people in chat have got the right answer. So yes, it is UDP protocol that is used for DNS. So Route 53 is not just it's not just simple, straightforward, boring stuff. You can register and manage DNS records. So yes, if you want to buy a domain, you can go to Route 53, buy a domain. If you want to add the IP addresses, if you want to add the domain mappings, you can go to Route 53 and do that. Route 53 also lets you create private and public hosted zones. I talked about zones in my previous slides, which is essentially a record of all the is a collection of all the records that are there. Public means it is accessible on the internet. Private means these are the domains that are accessible only within a VPC. So you don't have to necessarily use IP addresses, even private IP addresses within the VPC. You can use full domains as well. Route 53 also lets you do advanced routing based on latency, geo IP-based routing. We'll talk about this at a later in the next few slides. Okay, so the first step is the first part of Route 53 is a Route 53 standard record. So essentially, it's a straightforward mapping of there are different types of records in Route 53. These are not the same as your DNS records. So just be aware of that. So Route 53 has different types of records. So first is your standard record, which is there's no advanced features. It's just a domain name to an IP mapping. Next you have is a failover record. So the third one is a weighted record. Next you have a geolocation record. Then you have a latency-based records. And finally you have IP-based and multi-value records. We'll be talking about this in the next few slides. For those asking about where you can find the link to these slides for my talk, it's available on slides.satyasis.com, but we'll link to that in after the session as well. Okay, so a standard record type is basically, it's as I said, it's a standard DNS record. There's no additional Route 53 features or routing capabilities. You add a domain name and you say that it's a, say for example, a CNAME type, and it points to an IP address. So for example, if you have example.com pointing to 2 different IPs, this is how it would look like. So when a client makes a request for example.com, the DNS server, in this case, if we are using Route 53 as authoritative server, it will return either this or this. Now we're getting to the interesting bits. So we have what is known as a failover record. So Route 53 supports failover routing in an active-passive as well as an active-active way. So what does this mean? A DNS record will have 2 or more records associated, right? So each DNS will have a first record, which is a primary record. this record, the primary record will have a health check. Then you have a secondary record, which can have an optional health check. Why do I say optional? I'll come to that. Okay, so when the health check of the primary record fails, Route 53 will automatically shift traffic to the secondary record. So this is in essence a simple way of achieving failover, right? If the IP behind the first server associated with the first primary record is not available, Route 53 will return the secondary record. Okay. So in terms of DNS configuration, this is how it will look like. You have a client, you have an example.com. You will have two records. One, you'll have each record will have, the first record will have a health check associated with it, and it will point to failover1.example.com. And you have a secondary which will have which will be, say for example, failover2.example.com. So now what happens is if the health check for this passes, Route 53 will continue passing records, continue to route to this domain. If the health check starts to fail here, Route 53 will start returning the second record. I'm only saying first or second. You can have n number of records. It doesn't have to be just limited to 2. Okay. So next step you have is failover records, but you have active. So this is more or less the same as the first one. You have DNS records which have primary and health secondary records, but both the cases you will have health checks. So when the health check of primary fails, Route 53 will shift the traffic to secondary, and when the secondary fails, or it will route it back. So it's as simple as that. Sure. Next, you have weighted records. So weighted records are typically used on most of the production use cases. So each record will have a domain will have multiple records associated with it. Each record will have a weight associated, and the traffic distribution will be based on the weight and the relative weight. Weighted records is typically used for example, blue-green deployments, A/B deployments. So what will happen is you'll have two records, say for example, lb1.example.com, and you have lb2.example.com, right? So now in this case, what I have demonstrated here is that the weight for each of these records is 50-50, which means the traffic will be sent, 50% of traffic will be sent to the first load balancer, 50% of the traffic will be sent to the second load balancer. Now, if you're doing an A/B deploy, what you can do is you can, when you start to deploy, this weight will be 100%. Just give me a sec. So this record will be at 100%. So there you go. LB2 will be at 0. And then as you gradually start deploying, you decrease the weights here to whatever is your, like this, and so on and so forth. So that way, what happens is when you're doing a blue-green or an A/B deployment, you're slowly moving traffic from LB1 to LB2, and then you can flip it back. You can also add health checks to these records, so Route 53 will not pass the traffic to the unhealthy records associated with it. So this is the next one is an interesting one. It's called as geolocation records. So essentially, you end up creating the same thing, which is you have multiple records associated with each domain. But what you do is each record is associated with a geographic location. Okay. You need to provide a default location. For example, in the case where Route 53 cannot determine from which location it is available, and then the traffic distribution is based on the user of the geography. So what does it mean? For example, if you create 3 records, which is US, EU, and AP. So the US one, you define Route 53 record saying that any traffic coming from the US geo will go to us.example.com. Any traffic coming from EU will go to eu.example.com. And any traffic coming from Asia Pacific will go to asiapacific.ap.example.com. With geolocation, you can keep it to not just at a continent level, but you can also keep it at a country level. So, the reason why I said you need to have a default location, because if there is no default location, and if Route 53 cannot figure out which of these to send to, because you've not marked any of these as default, then you'll get an error because Route 53 does not know where it goes to. So I see in the questions there are people asking about, is this similar to load balancer? So this is one layer on top of the load balancer. This is happening at the network level. Load balancer comes at a layer below this. So you use Route 53 to point traffic to the specific load balancers, and then you, from the load balancer, you send traffic to the other instances types. Much like with others, geolocation records also support health checks, so you can add health checks to skip to this ones. Why is there? Can you share my screen back, please? Yes, thank you. Okay, so the next one we have latency-based records. So this is very similar to geolocation-based records, except that in case of LBR or latency-based records, Route 53 will keep calculating. It's the same principle. You add multiple records with each domain. The only difference is in this case, Route 53 will automatically calculate the latency for each record associated, and whichever has the shortest latency from where the traffic is, from where the request is coming from, then in that case, Route 53 will send traffic to the record with the lowest latency. So similar as before, you can add health checks to skip unhealthy hosts, right? So one disadvantage about latency-based check routing is that the latency is calculated by AWS based on their data, and it's not necessary to be accurate. I've seen cases where the latency numbers that AWS had was not right, so we had to open case with them and tell them that you have to fix this. And also latency-based records, geo-based is primarily dependent on the IP address. So it uses the IP address of the requester, and from there it determines the location, rather it determines where to send the traffic to. Whereas latency, it will keep calculating automatically the latency. If you're curious about how AWS calculates the latencies and the users determines, so there is a DNS extension called eDNS0, which AWS uses to estimate the location. It's a good paper. You should probably read up on it. So similar case as before. So these are all LBR records. Sorry, this is causing a problem. These are all LBR records, but in this case, so for example, if a request is coming from US, now Route 53 will calculate what is the latency to this record, and this record. And in this case, when it sees that the US to US is the shortest latency, it sends the traffic here. Okay. Couple of advanced Route 53 record types. Won't talk a lot about it, but IP-based and multi-value records. I have a lot of typos here, so there should be multi-value, not VBA. I'll fix that. So IP-based records lets you upload IP address to an endpoint mapping. So you can say that if a request is coming from a specific CIDR, then force route it to the specific IP. This is really good if you want to keep routing fixed to a specific location in a very deterministic manner. For example, if you know that your office has this CIDR and you always want to route it to this specific instance, which is there in close by, and you don't want AWS to do all the calculations and whatnot, then just add the IP-based record, and Route 53 will automatically do that. Multi-value records are similar, but in this case, what happens is each record will have multiple IP addresses to a record. I showed an example of this in my first few slides. So where AWS Community.in has got 2 IP addresses. Route 53 will send the multiple IP addresses back, and it's up to the web server, and it's up to the client to determine which IP to connect to. Okay. Now tying them all together is Route 53 health checks. So you can let Route 53 configure. You can configure Route 53 to monitor the health of a resource. All right. So Route 53 can do different types of health checks. It can monitor an endpoint. It can monitor CloudWatch alarms. It can also do calculated health checks. Calculated health check is a health check consisting of multiple health checks. So for example, if you have an application where you need to check whether the web server is up and running, whether the database is up and running, you can have different health checks for each of these, and then you can have an overarching health check which checks these two. If you have a system which does not expose itself on the internet, but it's like a worker-based system, you can monitor CloudWatch alarms. So if your worker system is down and it sends an alarm, then Route 53 knows that host is no longer available and won't be able to send traffic to. Okay. So we'll talk about monitoring endpoints. You can monitor Route 53. You can monitor the endpoints by different ways. You can monitor them by protocol. You can rather configure the endpoint by terms of protocol, domain name, IP path. So what this means is that when you create a health check, you can say that I want to monitor this endpoint on HTTPS HTTPS www.community.in, and you can also provide a specific path. So if you know that your application's health check is accessible on a specific path, you can tell Route 53 to check that specific path. And if that path is not accessible, then it's not going to be, it won't send traffic to it. Okay. It can also do advanced config options, like you can define how much time is there between these health checks. That is, you can check how much time it has to wait between these health checks. So if you can also configure to do string matching. So for example, if you configure your application to send healthy back, you can configure Route 53 to check for that specific string. It doesn't have to be any. It's like if it says that I'm not okay, then you know that Route 53 can accept that, and based on that, it can mark this record as invalid or failed. There are different thresholds that you can set. How much, which is essentially how many times it should fail. You can also do inverted health checks, like consider it as failed by default, and then when it goes to positive, raise an alarm. And you can also customize which regions it should be checking the endpoint from. So if you have a globally distributed application, then you know in which specific region the health check is failing, and that specific region is where you're having issues with. I've seen these are quite useful in pointing out, for example, ISP issues. Like a website will be accessible from 4 different parts of the world, but in a fifth part it is not accessible, and this is maybe because of a network failure or routing issue. But you know that your application is okay. It's just that the path to your application is where the problem is. So the next thing is, how do you determine what candidates what application is a good candidate for multi-region? The main obvious thing is, it depends on how you architect them and how you do multi-region. Multi-region for different people means different things. For some people, it means an active application available from different parts of the region. For some people, it means a standby application that is there in case you want to fail over to. Right. So if you have an active setup, which means you have an application and it is accepting traffic from different parts of the world, and it means that you should have a stateless service, just so that if an application goes down in that specific region, then it can route traffic to some other region of the world. For services that have data stores, for example, databases, then you need to think about how the data will be accessible. If you have a service on US East 1 and that US East 1 region is not available, then what will happen to the data? Whether it gets replicated, whether it's okay for your application to have replicated data. One of the comments mentions that data placement is major reason for multi-region, which is what I said. Different people have different definition of multi-region. For some people, they don't want, say, data in EU to not get out of data in EU. So in that case, your multi-region architecture will be different, right? Active passive architecture is very good for services which have data, but you can't have you can't have all the regions active at the same time. It's also good for, say, if you want to fail over data, or if you want to fail over your application for data recovery, for example. So in this case, what happens is you have an application in one region that is the active region. If that region is not, or if that application in that region is not available, you can mark it as failed and you can fail over to the passive region. So in this case, the passive region will have data which is ready to be cut over at any point, or it will be like a few minutes to a few hours behind. How fast that second region must be accessible, must be ready for accept traffic, that depends on your business case and how much RPO, what's your RPO, which is how in what's the time that your system should be ready to accept traffic. So this is like when you put this all together, the different types of DNS records, different health checks, weight-based records, etc. This is kind of how a DNS system will look. A record system for an application will look. So, for example, at the front, you'll have example.com. So you'll have a geo or LBR record, which will divert traffic to US, to EU, or to Asia Pacific. On each of these regions, there will be a weight-based record, which will have a 0 to 100. So by default, anyone coming on example.com, Route 3 will take it over to geo.example.com, and based on the fact that it is coming from US, will route it to US. Now this us.example.com will have a health check associated with it. So if this is not available, then it will automatically route traffic here, assuming that your application is okay to accept traffic from all over the world, right? Now what happens when you're doing a deploy is you have A and B set up. So by default, B will be standby. So you'll make a deploy to region B. You'll move traffic over from A to B, and now whenever there's a traffic coming, it will go by default to B, and then you can do a flip over. So some hints and tips: understand your application architecture before you jump into multi-region. Also understand the cost implications. You don't really need to do multi-region if you have traffic coming only from, say, a specific country. It's just going to be a big waste of time, engineering effort, money, and a lot more things, right? The most ironical part is Route 53 console is only available from US East 1, and there have been a couple of cases where US East 1 had some issues, and we wanted to fail over, but we were not able to because we couldn't go and update the DNS records from Route 53. So in this case, what you should do is you should have your health checks ready so that you don't have to do all this manual effort of doing. If you're having issues in specific availability zones, but it's not enough to trigger a failover, then you can abuse health checks by going and marking a health check as failed by artificially putting a wrong one. Okay, so just as a brief example, let's see. So I have this specific endpoint, which is a service running in App Runner. So what it does is it's a Node.js based application. So it's deployed in in Europe West and in Asia Pacific Northeast. So what I'm going to do is so this is the DNS system that has been set up for that. So I'm going to go to health checks. And what I will do is I'm going to, since it says it's coming from AP Northeast one, because it makes sense. I'm in Australia, so AP Northeast is the closest one. So what I'll do is I will deliberately go and mark this as failed. So this is what I was talking about health checks. You can configure the URLs, the domains, the protocol, what path it should do. So now what will happen is Route 53 will constantly be monitoring this. Now what I've done is I have set request interval for 30 seconds and failure threshold of 3, which means every 30 seconds, Route 53 will be checking my endpoint here, health 2, and it will check for a response called healthy. Now, if it doesn't come back, it will try it 3 times, and after 3 times, it's going to mark it as failed. Okay, so you can see here, it's at the moment it's all passing. So let's just wait for that to happen. In the meantime, yeah, I'm almost done. This is like my last couple of slides. So keep your commands all ready. Obviously, this thing is CDK is all good. AWS CLIs are also pretty good. So keep all these commands ready just in case you are having an issue. Because when you issue a command using the AWS CLI, it will automatically retry it, and if it fails, you can just hit up arrow and do and enter again. But if you do it on the Route 53 console, you get 1 chance. AWS Route 53 is a global service offering, but the Route 53 console is only available in US East 1. So if US East 1 is having issues, then there's a very high chance that you won't be able to access Route 53 console. Route 53 service itself will be working fine. Okay, so now you can see here, my health checks have started to fail. No? What did I do wrong? So you can see here, I'm not changing anything, but because AP Northeast 1 is no longer accessible, it's automatically routed to US West 1. Now, because my service is stateless and I didn't have any database and whatnot, I could set up this for automatically failing over. But if you have databases, you should think about whether this is something that you can do it or not. Okay, so thanks. The slides again are accessible from slides.satyaseth.com. You can catch me, Satyabhat, on Twitter, GitHub, LinkedIn. And if you're just joining in, this is about me. So I work as a staff site reliability engineer at the Trade Desk. I'm a community hero and also the author of Practical Docker with Python and CDK book. And there's another fun fact. I've been organizing community days for close to 5 years now, I think. But this time I decided to just step back and let the new generation come in, and they're doing a fantastic job. So yeah.
Satya, you aren't that old either.
my graying beard says otherwise, as well as
Thank you, Satyajit, for such a wonderful session.
Yeah, but if you
I
have
really
questions,
enjoyed. Even learned many things today about the DNS.
Yeah, I'm quite passionate about networking. Unfortunately, it's one of the boring old things. So
No, it was not at all boring this time. It was a really exciting session and got to learn a lot about DNS and Route 53.
I'm glad to hear that. I think we are out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Just drop me a message if you have any questions further.
Sure. Okay, so all the participants can get in touch with Satya if they have any questions. Now let's move on to a short quiz, shall we? I think everyone is very, very kind of determined to make it a good, quiz play. So here is the QR code. Please scan it. and you will be directed directly to the session quiz.
Yeah, it seems so. Neetu, we already have approximately 300 participants online, and
Wow.
they are
Okay.
eagerly waiting for the quiz to happen. I can see a lot of comments in the YouTube channel for starting the quiz as early as possible.
Yeah. So come on, everyone who's chatting and who's putting in comments in the YouTube channel, please scan and quickly go over to the quiz room. And I think Tajinder is also ready here. So we'll wait for 1 or 2 minutes. And once done, we'll just move on to the quiz. I can see everyone is very, very excited about the quiz, basically. More than even the sessions. I can see people talking all the time about goodies and swags.
Yeah, right. It's must be a good takeaway from the sessions, along with the
Right, right.
learning if they can get some goodies also. So that's a big
Yeah.
add-on. Even I love to get a one T-shirt, but unfortunately, I cannot play the quiz today.
Quiz, yes. Okay, so shall we move in? We need to give 1 or 2 minutes.
We should start.
All right. Okay. So let's start. Tajinder, over to you.
Thanks, Neetu. Yeah, I'm just making the quiz live. Just...
All right. Yeah, sure. Okay, so give it a few minutes. Tajinder is making it live, so we can all play it. So be quick. There are 4 questions for this quiz, and you all need to be quick while answering. And we have for the tournament, once all the sessions are done, we will be selecting 20 top winners. And first 5 will get Amazon vouchers worth rupees 2,000. Next 10 would get free subscription to BizLab standard plans, and next 5 would get a T-shirt. So you all need to be very fast, very quick here.
Yeah, I can see 200 plus participants already. So let's hope they do it quickly. So shall we start?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Here comes the first question. How many root server name servers are there? Is it 10, 9, 13, or 5? Oh, we have a really quick people. I mean, within 8 seconds, a lot of people have answered. So that's a good sign. So last 10 seconds. Remember, this is a short quiz, and we please answer as quickly as possible for your chances. Okay, so the time is up. The answer is 13. Right, nothing to explain about it. So the leaderboard, as you can see, Bibek is in first position, answering the question in 8 seconds. Subha again with with a millisecond difference on second position, and the third is Sandeep. Great points. Moving on to the next question. In what region is Route 53 console available? Is it only in US East 2 or US East 1, all regions, or in both US East 2 and US East 1? It's easy one. The quickly you answer, the more chances of you is for you to lead the leaderboard for this quiz. Last 5 seconds. And the time is up. So the correct answer is only in US East 1. It's 30% of people have answered this correctly. Right. The leaderboard is as follows. There is a lot of change again. Mayur in first position now, Lalit on second, and Subha on third position. So we are at halfway mark. Okay. What is the advertised SLA for Route 53 hosted zones? Is it 50%, 75%, 90%, or 100%? Last 10 seconds. This is amazing. I'm seeing the leaderboard changing very frequently. It's a good sign. So the time is up. So the correct answer is 100%. Route 53 hosted zones has an advertised SLA of 100%. So the leaderboard is as follows: Darshit getting the top position with answering all three questions within 31 seconds. Sagnik on the second position, and Sakhil on third position. Moving on to the last question of this small quiz. Which routing policy type can be used to implement simple high availability? Is it simple, failover, multi-value, or weighted? Again, I can see change in the leaderboard, which is a good sign. Totally different people jumping to the top. Last 5 seconds, guys. Please note this is part of an overall tournament, so you will be weighted on all the quizzes that you participate in. So there's still a chance. Don't be disheartened by not having first position in this quiz. So the answer is failover. So 31% answered correctly, and failover routing policy type can be used to implement simple high availability. That's it. So the leaderboard is as follows: Sakhil on top, Abhilash on second position, and Ashish Kumar on the third position. So congratulations to the winners of this, and thank you for all the people who participated in this amazing quiz. And now it's back to you, Rajat and Neetu.
Congratulations to all the winners of this quiz, and thank you, Tajinder. Also, folks, I just want to remind quickly that please like, share, tweet, and repost. You have a photo booth as well. Go, you click your photographs and post it on social media, and don't forget to tag us #ACD2022. Now let's move on to the second session. So, Rajat, do you remember the times before cloud when we had to manage so many servers, and getting the servers in itself was a big deal? And time consumed to procure a server would easily be like 1 to 3 months of time. But now, with the advent of cloud and especially serverless services, we just have to focus on our application, that is a product logic, and everything is managed by servers.
Yeah, Nitu, I wonder it was tough deal to manage servers, especially to engage with the IT team who manages server for us. It consume a lot of time than focusing on the actual development task.
Very true. So that's what the topic is for our next session. It's about the AWS Lambda journey. It's about serverless journey, past, present, and future by our next speaker.
So let's welcome Jeremy Daly. He is a AWS serverless hero, a passionate serverless advocate, and a senior technology leader with more than 20 years of experience in building web and mobile applications. He is an active member of the serverless community, creating and contributing to open source serverless projects such as Lambda API, Serverless MySQL, Data API clients, etc., and frequently consulting with other companies looking to adopt serverless.
He also writes extensively about serverless on his blog, publishes Off by None, a weekly email newsletter that focuses on all things serverless, and hosts the Serverless Chats podcast. He's currently the GM of Serverless Cloud at Serverless Inc. I know the serverless enthusiasts amongst us are already rejoicing. By the way, did you know he loves working on his guitar effects pedal habit? Let's move on to the next session by Jeremy Daly.
Present and future of serverless. I am super grateful to be here at AWS Community Day India and excited to talk about serverless. So let's get into it. So here's what we're going to talk about today. First, we're going to talk about how serverless has evolved over the last 7+ years or so, since around the time Lambda came live. We're going to talk about how developer workflows and responsibilities have changed. We're going to look at the tools, the services, and some of the patterns that we've adopted to build serverless applications. And then we're going to look at the future of modern application development. So maybe that's what's beyond serverless. So I'm Jeremy Daly. I'm currently the GM of Serverless Cloud at Serverless Inc. I have been consulting with companies for a number of years in the cloud, all the way back since 2009. I'm a veteran of technology startups, actually 25 years in tech now. I started working with AWS back in 2009 and started using Lambda in 2015. I also blog, I have some OSS projects, and I do quite a bit of speaking. And I publish the Off by None serverless newsletter every week, which you can check out at offbynone.io. And I'm also the founder and co-host of the Serverless Chats podcast. I also am a serverless hero, an AWS serverless hero, which is a great program that AWS has. That really brings in sort of people in the space and community members to kind of help with, sort of shaping the future of products at AWS. So it is an honor to be part of that as well. So usually I start my presentations with Werner Vogel's quote that everything fails all the time. I like to sort of get us in the headspace of distributed systems and think about it. But I was actually lucky enough to have him on my podcast earlier this year. And what he said is he still gets annoyed by every piece of AWS that is not serverless. And the interesting thing about it is it depends on what you mean by serverless. So I want to set the stage here and just talk about what it means to be serverless, and just so we can sort of set that stage. So first of all, there should be no server management. You shouldn't have to be going in there and running updates and installing plugins or certain things that you have to do, updating the OS or whatever. The server should just run for you. It should be taken care of for you. The flexible scaling side of things is also important. It needs to scale up and down on demand without you having to worry about setting up clusters and doing all kinds of complex things. You should pay for value. Now, this used to be scale to zero, but you'll see that the definition of serverless has changed quite a bit over the years. And so now it's more about paying for value. So you aren't always scaling to zero. Sometimes there is a base rate that you have to pay. High availability is an absolute must. This thing has to be available across multiple availability zones. And then something that not everyone sort of thinks about, I think, when they talk about serverless is this idea of being event-driven. And being event-driven is a really important part of serverless applications because most of the applications that run serverlessly are reacting to events. So let's see where we can go without servers. So let's start before serverless. So way back in 2006 when AWS launched, we had a whole explosion of services that came online. Things like S3 way back in March 2006, SQS in July of 2006. Then we got CloudWatch a few years later. We got SNS. We got CloudFront. There was Route 53. CloudFormation was finally released in 2011, and don't ask what you had to do before CloudFormation existed. DynamoDB was 2012, and then in 2013 we got Kinesis. And the interesting thing about all of these services are, if you look at them, these are sort of core, what we call serverless services now. So this happened well before we even had the term serverless or we were even thinking about serverless. So then in 2014, this is when they introduced Lambda, and this sort of changed the game because all of these other services were great, but you still needed some type of compute in order to stitch them together. We got Lambda, and that really changed it. So for the next couple of years, I call these the wonder years because we were sort of wondering, like, this is a really interesting paradigm, but what can we do with it? So if you think about when Lambda actually went into GA, which I believe was sometime maybe in April of 2015, we didn't get API Gateway until July of 2015. So the sort of the most standard serverless service of all times is this idea of going API Gateway to a Lambda function. So that didn't exist when Lambda actually first launched. It was more trigger based off of S3, Kinesis, and a couple of other things. But this really opened things up because this is when the birth of the serverless framework happened. And in October, and right before reInvent, Now you had this way that you could actually run web applications, HTTP traffic, APIs, and so forth on a Lambda function, and that was a very, very powerful thing. Shortly thereafter, Matt Billman coined the term Jamstack, which was this idea of, again, hosting things, not necessarily at the edge, but this idea of using static and a mixture of static and dynamic to serve up web pages. We got VPC support back in 2016. This was a year after Lambda launched. And so you couldn't connect to databases. You couldn't connect to Elasticache. There's a lot of things you couldn't do before VPC support was introduced. Azure tried to play catch up, and they introduced Azure Functions in 2016. We got Athena, which is a great service for AWS that lets you search through all of your S3 buckets using like a standard SQL syntax. AWS SAM was introduced in 2016, sort of as an alternative or more of an AWS-focused serverless framework. And then we got step functions in 2016. This was another game changer because this really allowed you to stitch things together in many cases without using Lambda functions, but at least gave you a little bit of state control over the way that your serverless applications ran. And then we got the serverless application lens, right? So this was sort of at the end of 2016. I think it was reInvent 2016 when this was announced. But the idea behind the serverless lens was we were trying to, or what AWS was trying to do, and this is for the well-architected framework. What AWS was trying to do is they were trying to take how people were building serverless applications and sort of codify that into a prescription, sort of a recipe into sort of what was the best way to build these applications. And it's not the first time they did that, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. So then over the course of the next year or so in 2017, this is really when we were looking at expanding use cases for serverless. So we had a lot of things sort of taken care of for us. A lot of, sort of the back-end services were there, but there were more things that we wanted to be able to do with it. Google Cloud Functions came on the scene in 2017 in March. Fauna was introduced in March, which was the first sort of external serverless DB, maybe if you want to think about it that way. We got the Architect framework, which was trying to make it sort of an abstraction on top of, at the time, I believe was APIs, but eventually went to CloudFormation, but a way to build serverless applications without really thinking too much about the primitives. And then Cloud Firestore came on board, or Google Firestore came online around July of 2017 in beta. I think it's finally out of beta, who knows, with Google products. And then we got AWS Fargate in 2017. And one of the big complaints of Lambda was the 5-minute execution time. That's since been expanded to 15 minutes of execution time. But if you had like an ETL task or something like that you wanted to run, sort of these one-off things, Fargate containers really came in and solved this problem by able to spin these up on a schedule, run a bunch of processing for as long as you needed to, and then shut them down when they were done. But then we got AppSync, right? So this was now a way to codify the way that you do GraphQL, a service designed just for GraphQL. We got the AWS Amplify and the framework that came out around that, which allowed you to really interface with AppSync and write applications a little bit easier. Then we got Aurora Serverless in December of 2017 at reInvent. This was really exciting when this launched because the idea behind this was now you could just use SQL data, or you could write, relational SQL queries against a relational database that was serverless. Didn't quite live up to the hype, but it was a really good first attempt. And then we got the serverless application repository. Now, this is another way that AWS was trying to codify how we build serverless applications. Really, really interesting. Didn't do very well. I think it was not the design of it didn't quite land right, but it was another attempt to try to codify how those things worked. So then the next year, we got all these new services, people trying new things. We've got this idea of maybe serverless SQL now. We've got this idea, of serverless GraphQL and some of these other things that were built in. Now people started to build stuff, and we really wanted to see, how can we expand this? How can we give people a little bit more control? And how can we do some integrations potentially with some existing software or existing services that are out there? So Cloudflare Workers was introduced in March 2018, which was just a really interesting thing. And those, look at where those are now. It's quite amazing where Cloudflare is going with this. But we got SQS as an event trigger. And here's something really interesting. Before this existed, in order for a Lambda function to basically access an SQS trigger, you had to write a function or write a schedule that would poll it every minute or every 5 minutes, whatever you wanted to do, and it was really, really inefficient. And they came out with the SQS trigger, and a lot of people were using SQS sort of as an event bus back then. And so this was a really good feature that allowed you to just kind of watch that SQS. Now, there was a poller in the background, but you didn't have to manage it, and it was a little bit more efficient. Google Cloud Run came out, which is sort of a competitor in a sense to Fargate, a little bit more advanced, very cool product that is there. Nimbella came out, which was a service that was like a stateful serverless. It was sort of Roger Garaba built that. He was responsible for the original version of OpenWhisk and was built on top of that or similar to that. Then we finally got these 15-minute timeouts for Lambda, which was very good because then we didn't need to use Fargate containers for some of these longer running tasks, but not too long. We got WebSockets, which really expanded a bunch of different capabilities for building serverless applications with WebSockets. We got Lambda layers and the runtime API. This was a really good sort of innovation that allowed people to start attaching sort of standard features onto a Lambda function, as well as the runtime API, which allowed you to do things like PHP and actually create your own runtimes. So it was actually a really interesting sort of approach to expand the capabilities and open up Lambda to give people more more flexibility with it. And then we got application load balancer support in 2018, and this was really, really interesting because I had a lot of consulting clients that were trying to move parts of their workload over to serverless, but it was really hard for them because you can't just split off a route if it's running on application load balancer, or you couldn't just split a route and say, hey, I want to send this to a Lambda function. They introduced the ability to do that. There was still challenges there, but it was interesting and did help a lot of people out, letting them sort of apply that strangler fig pattern to start splitting traffic between their existing workflows or their existing systems and some of the serverless systems that they were building as well. So then we get into 2019. These are sort of the missing links. What were we missing when we get into 2019? So one thing that was introduced was the AWS Data API. This was great. This allowed you to connect to your Aurora serverless database without needing to use a VPC. So you could just access it through an API. This was really, really great. This did not carry over to V2. I really hope it does at some point. We got Amazon Event Bridge, which was another sort of piece of that puzzle that we were missing, that sort of event bus, right? Everybody was using SNS or SQS or Kinesis or some form of this in order to do this eventing. And event routing and Event Bridge came along and really solved a whole bunch of problems. The CDK was announced at the same time. This was down at the AWS Summit in New York in 2019. And then we got Lambda Destinations, which is interesting about Lambda Destinations because this sort of changed the way that asynchronous processing failures or success could be handled. Really, really good feature. Essentially, at the end, when a Lambda function was successful, you would have to write something that said, okay, now go do something with this data. If it failed, you had to basically have a dead letter queue that captured information. And when Lambda Destinations came along, it sort of solved that problem. So you process something in the background. When there's a success, you could go ahead and route the results of that success somewhere for you. If it failed, you actually had more control over capturing things like the stack trace and some other information that you didn't get if you just had a standard DLQ attached to it. HTTP APIs were introduced. This was another sort of like API gateways are a little bit heavy, or at least the REST API versions. Can we make that faster? Of course, there's a bunch of features that weren't there, but the cost was from $3.50 per million requests to $1 per million requests. So there was a big price difference there, and for many use cases, HTTP APIs are absolutely fine. Then we also got RDS proxy. Now this solved or tried to solve one of the biggest issues with Lambda functions connecting to an RDS cluster, which essentially is this idea that every single Lambda function has to open another connection. So because of the way that the concurrency works in Lambda functions, every function has to have its own unique connection. Every connection to your application has to have its own Lambda function, at least from a concurrency standpoint. And so essentially that makes it really, really hard to scale up those databases. It just requires a lot of overhead in order to create those connections, break them down, and so forth. So RDS proxy came in and tried to sort of solve that. by clustering those or allowing you to do connection pooling from the proxy and then not overwhelming the database. So there was a whole bunch of amazing things that were built. I mean, obviously, you could see from the history here that there's just so many features and capabilities that were added. But when we got into 2020, it was a really interesting year. It's the start of the pandemic, but you started to see a lot of people trying to say, look, can we open this up? Can we make it easier for people to use it? Can we remove some of the constraints? What can we do, to make sure that people can build whatever they want with serverless? And so we got Lambda EFS integration, which gave some state to Lambda functions if you wanted to use those. We got Lambda extensions, which was a really great way for observability companies to plug into some of the lifecycle or some of the lifecycle hooks and be able to do things like ship logs and detect some other information, which was really great. We got container image support at reInvent that year, which basically allowed you to use a packaging format or a workflow that maybe you're more used to and still be able to deploy that to Lambda and then use a 10 gigabyte container size. So that was a massive improvement just because it is really hard to deploy a good sized application to Lambda. Now, you shouldn't be deploying things that big, but when you do container image support, sometimes you need quite a bit of dependencies in order to load in there. We also get 10 gigs of memory, which was really nice because then that just gave you the ability to run things a lot faster, especially for very memory intensive applications. And then Aurora Serverless V2 came out into preview. It was not, I would say, it was not as serverless as we had hoped it would be. So I'm not quite as excited about Aurora Serverless V2, but it is a very good product. I just wouldn't necessarily classify it as serverless. But anyways, you get all of these different things that are now been built. And unfortunately, even though you have all these capabilities, essentially, this is what you result, or this is sort of the result of your typical serverless architecture. You're stitching together a lot of these different primitives and trying to figure out, okay, how does this connect to that, and how does that connect to that? Now, this diagram may look a little bit complicated or complex. It's really not. I mean, if you kind of follow it, it's logical. It's just a bunch of building blocks and so forth. But there is a lot to think about, and there is quite a bit of work that has to happen under the hood here for you to wire this stuff together and make sure that everything is working correctly. And this is really where it comes down to this idea of primitives, right? So if you take the serverless framework, for example, functions are mapped directly to Lambda, right? So you write a function that mapped to Lambda. Any events that you build, if you're listening for SQS or Event Bridge or something like that, those map directly to those primitives. And then if you want to do something like DynamoDB, well, then you have to actually define those resources and with CloudFormation at the bottom of your serverless YAML file. So you're still very tightly coupled to say, I want this, and here's the primitive I need to use. Now, Architect came along. They did a better job of this, kind of abstracting it away, sort of with more common sort of ways to think about it, but still very much so mapping the queue as a primitive that maps to a queue, and tables are a primitive that maps to DynamoDB tables and so forth. So still quite a bit of primitives there. Now, when the CDK came along, you could essentially use something called constructs, and you could hide some of those primitives, and you could hide that complexity, but that complexity is still behind the scenes. So you can either define them explicitly where you configure those primitives, or you can hide those within a construct, but ultimately you're still responsible for that. And then the same thing with Pulumi. They have something called component resources that let you sort of group these different resources to like a higher level abstraction, which is great, similar to the constructs, but you're still very much so mapped to those primitives. And again, you have to understand and are responsible for that infrastructure configuration. And that really brings us to this idea of what is the serverless developer's responsibility? Like, what responsibilities do we now have? So everyone was always, responsible for business logic. That, as a developer, that should be what you're responsible for. But infrastructure and cloud architecture, sometimes infrastructure maybe, but cloud architecture is really new. For a lot of developers, this is a new thing that they kind of have to work on. Build and deploy pipelines. Either these didn't exist, or these were already set up, and it was sort of ship the code to your ops team. So these are other things that now, because your code is so tightly coupled to your primitives and your sort of control plane logic that you're writing, whether it's CDK or whether it's serverless serverless framework or whether it's cloud formation directly. You're writing, sort of very specific instructions for that control plane, and those are part of the deployment and part of the build of your application. And so you need to be more responsible and have be tuned in more to that now. Also monitoring and observability, you really have to make sure that you are instrumenting your functions, right? Because it's not just like you put a logger somewhere out there and that allows you to go ahead and monitor everything that's happening. You have to make sure that you're integrated with a good observability tool so that you know how to debug your application, especially because it's so distributed. And then something that almost nobody seems to think about anymore is security and compliance. These are really, really important, and you got to make sure that as a serverless developer, you're keeping your eye on these two things. And this also brings us to something that is, another reason why you have to, as a serverless developer, be so close to the infrastructure. And this is the sort of a trend called configuration over code. Now, I really like the idea of this because it removes a lot of the business logic that you have to write, or the failure logic. A lot of that boilerplate moves from your application code into your infrastructure code, but it's still code. But it's really, really important because things like error handling and retrying failures, you can't write defensive code in your Lambda functions. You can't write defensive code that says, okay, if this times out, do this. You can't write something that if the Lambda function never even triggers, you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't be able to write code against that. So the cloud has a way to configure these things that allow you to actually specify what happens when there's a certain type of error, to do something if it fails, to requeue items in a dead letter queue and things like that. That has to be done in configuration. You can't do that in your code. Also, things like managing failover and redundancy, these are things that the cloud is just going to be better at than you are. If you're transporting data instead of transforming data, that a lot of that can be done in your configuration. That you don't necessarily have to do that in your code. That can be configured with different services. And also orchestrating workflows. If you are connecting things with EventBridge and some of those other things, a lot of that stuff now is configured. Or also think about step functions. Step functions now, you can go pretty much Lambda-less and write entire workflows that never have any custom code, or if they have custom code, it's VTL, and that VTL is embedded into your configuration. So regardless of how you do this, this is still code, and it's still a liability, even if it is infrastructure as code. So just something to think about. But again, it really tightly couples you to both sides, both the application side and the infrastructure side, that you have to be responsible for. Now, the interesting thing about all of this is most of these things that we are doing, most of these things I talk about, like these failover patterns and some of those other things, these are patterns that we've been discovering and working on and perfecting for quite some time. Way back in 2018, I originally wrote this article called Serverless Microservice Patterns for AWS. I had, I think, 19 different patterns in there, 18 different patterns that I sort of spelled out. And these are things like the simple web service, so the strangler pattern, or the fan-out pattern, fan-out, fan-in pattern. So these were things that actually got quite a bit of, I got quite a good response to this because people were like, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing too, and so forth. And I wasn't 100% sure these were right, but it was like, this is what I'm doing, this is what seems to be working for me, these are the patterns that I've seen other people do. So this got quite a bit of attention. And then it sort of got followed up by Matt Coulter, who built the CDK Patterns site that started taking similar constructs or similar patterns and putting them into the CDK and making sure they were well architected and so forth. And there was a whole bunch of things there that was used for Liberty Mutual, and that's sort of how they built out their serverless enablement teams. And then I think it was 2021 that the AWS serverless team came out with this serverless patterns collection on the serverlessland.com site, which is great. Now there's just, I don't know, there's 300 plus some odd templates at this point, but just gives you the pattern, gives you the code, gives you the explanation. So there's quite a bit of information out there to already have these patterns. Now, again, you still have to understand the patterns. You still need to understand what you're actually deploying. And then if you are in a larger company, or even if you're in a smaller company, these are things that you potentially want to make sure you create standards around. And then you have to find a way to sort of enforce those standards. So there are a couple of serverless first companies that are sort of, I guess, at the top of the pile when it comes to, or maybe at the forefront of thinking on this. But Liberty Mutual, for example, has something called their serverless enablement team. The idea here is to sort of codify those serverless patterns and enable those day one pattern usage from new team members, meaning that you could just take something off the shelf and go ahead and deploy an API or something like that. And it follows all their compliance and some of those other things. And then Lego has something similar called their platform squad that really was there to introduce those standards, everything around compliance, shared code, observability, make sure that those are all sort of integrated into all the applications they're building. Unfortunately, not everybody has access to teams that can do this and can do the research and can learn and can sort of codify all this stuff for them. And that's where it was sort of interesting when we got into 2021, because when we got to 2021, this is really where you started to see a bunch of these serverless patterns, a bunch of these serverless services combining and working together to really give people more control and more power and I think more ease in terms of building serverless applications. So AWS App Runner came around. Now, I'm 50-50 on serverless containers, but I will say that containers can be very, very effective at high scale and sometimes cheaper than Lambda functions, depending on what you're doing. AWS App Runner is very cool because it actually has the load balancer built in and the auto scaling and so forth. So not a bad service at all. Step Functions also got those integrations with the AWS SDK, which just allowed you to build pretty much any workflow you wanted to, mostly without Lambda functions, sometimes entirely without Lambda functions. Amplify Studio came along. We've got some other features like partial batch responses, event filtering, the event filtering for SQS and DynamoDB and Kinesis. All those things were great. S3 events with EventBridge. You also got SageMaker serverless. We got serverless Redshift, on-demand Kinesis, EMR serverless, MSK serverless, whole bunch of different things. We also got Lambda function URLs and 10 gigs of ephemeral storage, which actually made Lambda a much more efficient tool or a better tool for being able to process larger amounts of data and do some interesting things. But then we got a bunch of third-party stuff as well. So Serverless Stack came out with sort of a new sort of serverless framework that's integrated with the CDK. IBM Cloud Code Engine came out, which was sort of similar to App Runner. We got PlanetScale, Akka Serverless, Serverless Cloud is the project that I've been working on, Zeta, which actually just went into GA, I think, the other day, and then Nimbella was bought by DigitalOcean, and DigitalOcean has since launched their own sort of serverless platform as well. So all of these services really were meant to just keep making it easier, to just give you the capabilities to start building, really, really interesting serverless applications that were pretty much 100% serverless, without a lot of limits, and hopefully by making some of it easier. So we're now, so this is sort of serverless now in 2022, and I look at this very much so with this idea of modern applications, and really I think of it even more so now as this idea of native cloud applications, not cloud native, not Kubernetes and some of the other things there that can be ported back to the local data center, but really this idea of native cloud applications. So applications that can only be built on the public cloud. So I want to go through a couple of different sort of, classifications of serverless or different types of serverless services that are kind of available today or are available today that you can start using. That is a bit interesting. So serverless containers, again, like I said, I was sort of 50-50 on it, but I will say Cloud Run and AWS App Runner are very, very cool services. And if you are running a container or you are running a high velocity webhook or API or something like that, these services are very, very good for that and can be much more efficient and more cost effective than running them with API Gateway and Lambda functions. IBM Cloud Code Engine, Azure Container Instances, ECS, also container services that are sort of serverless, or I should say really Fargate there. If you want to run that, you need to use like ECS or EKS in order to do those as a more complete unit. But there's a few caveats that I have here in terms of what I consider serverless containers to actually be serverless. So it has to use standard container images. You can't have it run something custom, or it can't run some thing that's not Docker or whatever. And then each container instance has to handle multiple connections. So it can't just be, or multiple concurrent connections. It can't just be like a Lambda function, because obviously you need to be able to handle concurrent connections. The load balancing and auto scaling has to be built in and configurable. And then it has to sort of scale to zero. Now, pre-provisioning obviously is required in order to make sure that you don't have certain cold starts, but you should be able to scale to zero, especially in a development environment. Now, with these caveats in place, Azure and Fargate don't really fit the bill, because like I said, with Fargate, you would have to instrument that, or you'd have to orchestrate that with ECS or EKS on top of that. There's a bunch of serverless app platforms that are out there. So Coeb, Calyx, even Fly.io, Deno. I'm not sure where that fits in exactly at this point, but Railway, Catalyst, and so forth. These are interesting. They combine, they're sort of a combination of packaging, these packaging format, whether it's from source code or containers. They have proprietary-ish hosting environments, so these can't necessarily run other places. Railway, Fly.io, Coeb, Calyx are all, and Catalyst, these are all very closed systems. Load balancing, auto scaling, resource provisioning, discovery is built in, which is a really, really great feature of these platforms. Serverless databases, this is super hot right now. NoSQL, you have sort of DynamoDB as one of the sort of granddaddies of that. You have Firestore, Firebase, Fauna, MongoDB, Azure, Cosmos DB has a serverless flavor now. And then the more interesting side, I think, is the SQL side of it, or the RDBMS side of it. And you sort of have the original one that came out sort of for this. It's Aurora Serverless. Not V2, because again, I don't think that one is as serverless as it should be. But then Cockroach and PlanetScale and Zeta. PlanetScale is MySQL based, Zeta is Postgres, Neon is Postgres, Azure SQL is another flavor of that, so something interesting there. Then we also have a bunch of edge computing platforms, which are also super interesting. So for example, Cloudflare Workers, Fastly, Amazon CloudFront Functions. Cloudflare Workers clearly are doing some really interesting things. But it's, this is more about low latency compute. They're globally distributed. Some of them have KV capabilities and more. Most of them have a limited execution time depending on which mode you run them in. And then they're really better for lightweight workloads like redirects, header manipulation, authentication, etc. The caveat there is Cloudflare Workers are actually getting much, much more powerful. Really interesting what they're potentially doing with Cloudflare Workers. So pay attention to that. Then you have Jamstack that is really embracing serverless as part of its sort of makeup and where that intersects with the edge. So Vercel and Netlify, Cloudflare Pages, AWS Amplify, for example. So these can do all kinds of really cool things, whether it's static site or server-side rendering or static site generation or even incremental site regeneration, things like that. Interesting there. They do things like framework detection. They handle all the deployment stuff for you. There's a lot of serverless and edge function capabilities depending on what type of application you're running. There's integrated backends. Netlify has Netlify Graph. AWS Amplify obviously has full access to everything that AWS has to offer. Cloudflare Pages has access to workers and a bunch of other things as well. They just did a really, really cool thing with, like, if anybody remembers server-side includes, you can kind of do that. You can do that in Cloudflare Pages now, which is really cool. Vercel is doing amazing things, whether it's with Next.js or with TurboPack or or Turbo Repo. I mean, so many interesting things that are happening there. And that just makes them really, really extensible as well. And you can just kind of do all kinds of interesting things. Now, they all have certain limits and whatever, but they're very, very cool in terms of what they're building. But then you end up with this, and essentially this is the cloud native computing foundation's cloud native landscape, and there's well over 1,000 services and frameworks and tools and whatnot here. And so it's just a very, very confusing sort of ecosystem that we're in right now, with a mix of things that are sort of serverless, not serverless, cloud native, whatever you want to call them. So the question really is what's next? So, not just now, but where are we going with this stuff? Well, if you're familiar with Sean Wang, or Swix as he goes by, he published an article where he talked about the advancement in two fields, programming languages and cloud infrastructure, and that those will converge into a single paradigm where all resources that a program requires will be automatically provisioned and optimized by the environment that runs it. Now, he called this the self-provisioning runtime, and it's really, really interesting concept. And the idea is that essentially you write code, you put it into some runtime, and that runtime can figure out what it needs for infrastructure. And when he wrote this, I don't think he quite understood how many companies were starting to explore this idea. So this idea of self-provisioning runtimes or languages and so forth, there's a whole bunch of them in here. So you're probably familiar with Dark, that's been around for a while, but Lambdragon and Clotho and Encore and Wasp, Shuttle and Nitric, and then Serverless Cloud is the product that we've been working on, or that my team has been working on for the last couple of years. And we don't call it necessarily self-provisioning runtime. We think self-provisioning is a feature of this. We look at it and we call it infrastructure from code. And the idea here is that you only write application code. No YAML, no configurations. You just focus on your use cases and your outcomes versus, sort of specifying the primitives you want to use. You use familiar patterns to define business logic. It's very, like, if you've ever written Express, it's basically very easy to use. It automatically deploys, manages the infrastructure to support the app. It provides all those simple workflows, including not just for development, but also for testing and also for the deployments. And the cool thing is that the infrastructure is actually optimized over time based on usage. So that is something where by just writing code and not writing control plane specific instructions, it really helps because it doesn't limit you, and it allows the code to be more flexible and deployed to different types of technologies, and as well as to be optimized when it actually runs. So the last thing I want to mention before I sort of close out here is this idea that came along a long time ago, this idea of own the base, rent the spike. Now, this was more about hybrid clouds. It was like, run local or run your own data center, and then when you really had to, expand or grow and you had a spike, you could use the cloud to handle that extra traffic. But really, I think of this now, I sort of reframe it because that whole hybrid thing didn't work out very well. I reframe this now as to think about sort of own the base and rent the spike, meaning that if you have a certain set of traffic that's running, there should be a way that you can, you have the ability to sort of pre-provision that, and then use the capabilities of serverless to really handle any spikes in that workload. But you shouldn't be overpaying for serverless services if it's a relatively steady workload. And this is just a sort of a graph of this is what happens with serverless costs. Costs go up as usage increases. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. The issue with this, though, is that again, if you start with high usage, your cost is really, really high. You should be able to find ways to sort of optimize that, or as that grows, you should be able to sort of bring the cost down a little bit, or at least even it out. And this is something interesting that MongoDB is doing with MongoDB Serverless Atlas, or Atlas Serverless, where as you start using a certain amount of workload every day, it adjusts the price down. You get to these different tiers, and it really does bend that curve. I don't think this is going to happen with serverless anytime soon in terms of on a broader level, but really it's not just about increasing or decreasing the price after a month if you've used so many services. It really should be about what's your base level, and then pay maybe a little bit extra to handle that spike when those spikes come in. But if you have a certain level of traffic, there should be a better way to sort of pre-provision that. So some key takeaways from this: look, serverless has evolved tremendously over the last 7+ years. Most of the objections have been addressed. People still complain about cold starts and some of these other things, but for the most part, you can design your applications around those. Anything you want to do, whether it's authentication or data or whatever, there's likely a primitive or a managed service that does that for you, and you should definitely use that. Configuration over code is just the sort of what you have to do now. So you have to let the cloud do the heavy lifting, which is a good thing, but again, it is still code that you have to write. Event-driven applications are back. So definitely learn about EDAs and how those work. Learn about eventual consistency. Learn about idempotency. These are important things that are knowledge you need to have when you're building these types of applications. And then complexity is still a major concern, at least for me. And I think that there is another abstraction in the future that will allow you to build applications without having to worry about all of that complexity. So thank you very much for listening. Again, you can check out my blog at jeremydaily.com, the podcast, the newsletter. I have a course that I'm working on my GitHub and my Twitter, and then serverlesscloud.com. So we just shut down access to Serverless Cloud. So we shut down signups because we've got a big announcement coming soon that I think will be pretty exciting. And I know I'm excited about it. So you can go to serverless.com/cloud and you can sign up and we will notify you when we make that big announcement. Thank you very much.
It was a great session. Thanks a lot for new learnings for me, and what an explanation on the landscape of AWS serverless vision. Thanks a lot, Germany, for sharing your thoughts with us. So now with this, we want to introduce uh, sp- our sponsors for the event.
Sponsor Corologics. Yeah, Corologics.
Yeah.
So Corologics is basically a SaaS platform that analyzes log, metric, and security data in real time and uses machine learning to streamline delivery and maintenance processes for software providers. Its solution is basically leveraging stateful streaming technology to analyze pre-index data so teams no longer have to choose between cost and coverage. Today, over 10,000 DevOps and security engineers around the world use Corologics daily to monitor their stacks and fix production problems faster. So let's hear from our sponsor, Corologics.
Of the many challenges facing businesses today, translating ever-growing data volumes into useful information and meaningful insights tops the list. For years, companies had a choice. Either spend huge sums to index their data and suffer poor performance and low scalability, or limit data coverage to improve costs and performance and risk losing critical visibility in the process. Today, with data quickly outpacing revenue growth, leaders need a better alternative. It's why businesses of every shape and size partner with Corologics, the next generation full-stack observability platform that provides infinite insights for logs, metrics, tracing, and security data when and where you need them. Data. Our next-level customer success group, made up of world-class SRE and DevOps talent, serves as an extension of your team, ready to respond in under a minute, 24/7 to keep your systems and business on track. Corologics platform is there as a partner to unlock more value and endless possibilities from your ever-growing data.
So thanks to our sponsors, Corologics, and we are ready to move on to the next session.
Yeah, I'm very excited to hear the talks which are happened till now in the day. I'm really enjoying it. So let's look for another session, which is another thrilling one coming your way. So everyone wants to be a leader, but do you know, becoming a leader is not easy and it comes with one's attitude. A good leader is always who is looked up by others, who inspire people, who is ready to accept the mistakes and learn from them.
That's all true. It's all about, but it also requires getting respect from people around you and to earn that respect, you should be constantly improving yourself. That's the topic of our next session by none other than our very own Bhuvana. She's well known all around the domestic and the international AWS community. She's passionate about technology, training, and technical writing, and also farming, which makes her even more versatile. Currently working as Director Engineering Operations at Infor, with more than 2 decades of IT experience, she's an active speaker at AWS community events and industry conferences and delivers expert tech talks for staff and students at engineering colleges across India. She is also the first woman from India to receive AWS Community Hero in 2019 and the only woman across the world to be AWS DevTools Hero in 2020 from AWS. Recently, her extraordinary story was also featured under her story in the Your Story Chronicle, which spotlights trailblazing women entrepreneurs, leaders, and change makers.
Please join me in welcoming Bhuvneshwari Subramani to our virtual stage. Today, she is going to share her experiences and 5 brilliant traits how a person could become a true transformation leader. Over to hear from you, Bhuvna.
Thank you so much, Neetu and Rajat, for this such a warm welcome and an introduction. So, I do not have a slide deck share, so it's going to me and you for the next probably 20-30 minutes. So this is Bhuvneshwari Subramani here, working for Infor as a Director Software Development a proud representative of AWS User Group Bengaluru in India, as well as AWS Hero and AWS Ambassador. So I'm certainly super excited to meet you all this time with a leadership talk, 5 brilliant traits of leading by example. And I would like to underline to lead by example. It's not about designation, the post, the power that you held. You as an individual can lead so that people follow you in many different possible ways. So, all that I'm going to talk to you today is about at a workplace or at a community, how you can lead by example. So, to address that, I'm going to talk about 5 different things. How would you embrace failure? How can we build trust, earn respect, and how we as an individual can self actualize or help our teams or the people around self actualize to become or create a transformational leader. So that's the crux of today's conversation. To get started, first, let me talk about embrace failure. So, when we say this, there is no elevator to success. For your future lies in your own ability, not your failure, says Dr. Werner Vogels. So it's a simple fact that no great success was achieved without a failure. It may be an one epic failure or a series of failures, such as Edison's 10,000 attempts to create a light bulb. Regardless of whether you like it or not, failure is inevitable in our path to success. Let's embrace that. Every work that we do has definitely two outcomes: success or failure. Success definitely takes us further to the next challenge, but the failure helps us to redo the task that we were unable to do or unable to accomplish in the previous attempt. So, how do we embrace this failure? To do that, so what is your goal basically? You will have something in your mind which you wanted to achieve. Either you have an idea which is deep rooted in your heart that you wanted to spin up as a startup, or you would like to sign up for the highest AWS certification, Certified Solution Architect Professional, to power up your career. What is that you want to do? Or you wanted to bring in a discipline to have a physical and mental exercises to sparkle your neurons. So, what is that you wanted to achieve? So, anything that you want to do, fix it in your mind. Follow your routine for 3 months by putting your heart and soul into it. There is a high chance that you would succeed. I repeat, there is a high chance because it's a probable event. I'm not saying you will fail. You may, but what if such a thing occurs, right? So, with all this, how do we embrace failure? The most important thing is take lessons from these failures, replan and retake, and work without any second thoughts. So, no matter how many times you fail, embrace the failure and try again with a renewed spirit. Success usually comes as a result of the past failures. So, never step back. So there are outliers like Jack Ma, Edison, Elon Musk, Steve Jobs. They all have a different mental model, which has been the key for them to survive despite a lot of setbacks. I'm not going to talk about them because we have enough stories around. I would like to quote one of our AWS hero, Prashant Hechan. I admire him for his grit and determination. Definitely, I would like to quote a few things from his life. I would say the success and failure. I've taken his consent before I'm talking today, so you can go and check back with him. So, he was certainly instrumental in scaling up an e commerce startup called Style Tag from zero to raising up to 12 million USD. He did create several heroes as well. Jeevan Dogre and Satyajit were creams from Style Tag. But Style Tag miserably failed for some reason after 6 successful years and had to close it down. They had to go back to zero by mid 2017 after successfully running for 6 years. It's not easy. This was also has been a place of turning point for several people who would have outgrown individually but style tag was shut down. Okay, that's a fact. That's a hard fact for Prashant, right? So in 2018, he did bootstrap another startup named Wheelsbox, the next gen solution for automobile industry, along with his friend. So he has built a full stack serverless solution so that DevOps is close to zero and his team can focus more of working on the business logic. So that did take off due to the climatic conditions in the automobile industry during that time. So he had spent more than a year with that. So that is when he was also very closely associated in developing the website for AWS Community Day in 2018 and 2019. The same Wheelsbox team was supporting us. And that piece of code was used by several AWS user groups across India and across the world to set up. It's a kind of copy paste a ready to use solution for running AWS Community Days. So that's a different story. So now what happens to his startup? First one, Style Tag, it went 6 years successfully running and then it got closed in 2017. After that, he did bootstrap Wheelsbox, that didn't take off. So with all the experience in running two startups and full stack serverless solutions using DynamoDB, Lambda, API Gateway, AppSync, and so on, he went on to co-found Antstack along with Jeevan Dongre to build serverless solutions for customers. So now Antstack is one of the leading full stack serverless company by providing holistic solutions to get anybody up and running with serverless solutions. So they were born in the cloud with serverless at core. They are also AWS advanced consulting partner. So this is certainly a great success, right? I quite often hear from people, I have been in the IT industry for so many years. I would like to learn cloud. But how do I get started? It's totally a new field. I can't change. I'm a fresh engineering graduate. Can I learn cloud? Or can I learn automation? Can I learn new technologies? So these kind of questions I keep hearing. So in simple line, if you would like to answer, Prashant has proved it wrong with a diploma in electronics and communication. From there to reaching a CTO of a successful company, he would have definitely faced several rejections and failures to reach the point where he is, isn't it? So when Prashant can do it to this level, I think anybody new to the field, cloud or freshers, anybody can do it. So I've also seen a couple of school kids doing and exploring a lot of cloud. It's not about who can do it. Whoever wants to do it, whoever has that idea deep rooted in it, and who has that determination to come back, even there is a rejections and failure, they would definitely succeed. So now, more than a failure, what society would think? How am I going to face the people around me? With this thought, people generally become the football of external factors. We get kicked around all the time, like the case of a father and a son in a story, a small story. So we all know that in olden days, in countries from North America to Southeast Asia, donkeys were used to pull carts to market. They were used to carry people across the terrain and to help their owners to till the soil, right? So there lived a father and a son who had a grumpy donkey. They wanted to take the donkey to the market and sell. They decided to lead the donkey rather than riding on it so that it might arrive very fresh. It does not look tired and it would fetch a higher price. So people really laugh at them for not riding the donkey. So they were confused. Okay, after all, the donkey is meant for carrying the load. So the son started riding the donkey while the father started walking along. After some time, some merchants saw that and they criticized for not allowing his father, a little elderly person, to ride. Okay, then son felt, okay, let me get out. So they swapped their roles. Father chose to ride and the son was walking along. They entered the town now. A group of girls criticized the father for not letting his son ride. So they both can ride, right? After all, the donkey is meant for carrying the load. Okay, so then son also got on. Both son and father were riding on the donkey. They saw a wise old woman. She felt that, oh my God, 2 people is too heavy for this donkey. Merciless. What are you thinking? Okay. So now these people are really puzzled. Okay, they got an idea. Tied the legs of the donkey, and then with a pole they started carrying, both of them, father and the son, have started carrying the donkey. When you tie the legs and start carrying through a pole, it's obviously upside down. When they were passing by a stream, there were a couple of people around who literally burst into laughter. The donkey is actually meant for carrying load. What is this two people are doing? They're carrying the donkey. The way they burst into the laughter, the donkey got really scared and it was so restless they couldn't control. It just fell into the river. So now it was completely swept away. So the father and the son have nothing to sell and there's no need to go to the market. They have to return home empty hand. So everyone has their own opinion. There's no way that you can satisfy all around you. Your failure, your success lies in your hand. Let's learn from the past failures and move on. Right? So, next, let's see how to build trust in the workplace, earn the much needed respect, and how to help yourself and your team members on their self actualization journey realize their true potential and create the greatest value. So, how could you do all of this? First and foremost, the second one. First, we saw how do we embrace failure. Next, we are going to see build trust. Trust is something that connects everyone in the world. Trust refers to the belief that we have in someone. It is essential that this trust is kept and maintained all the time. So, personally, I strongly believe the saying, growing together is a success. Like everyone else, this pandemic helped me to spend a lot of time with my boys, where I could mentor them in creative writing. Eventually, formally, we could publish some of their writings. I'm not getting deeper into that, but while I was working on this, when I'm doing that for my kids, I had a question: what am I doing to my team? They also have that equally attachment. I'm also equally responsible for them and their growth as an individual, right? In some way or the other. So, on the other hand, usually I come across this interesting question from my friends and the community: how can I present like you? We would like to do it someday. So, I had an interesting idea to tie both that together to run a tech drive initiative at an organization for my team members, through which we can create a platform to highlight the talents of the best of the tech minds in my team. My supervisor, Vanessa Alexander, really liked the idea and encouraged me. So when I have opened up the idea, 3 of my team members from performance testing team signed up for this challenge. The team put in efforts for months. 2 hours we spent during weekdays, that is during the working hours. The rest all were off business hours and many times over the weekends. So a lot of collaboration have gone into it. The team learned the art of presentation and prepared content based on selected topics. So, what was the net result? After 5 months of such a hard effort, we had 3 ready courses because we couldn't spend full time. We had tight schedules, deliverables, all that. So, we literally took 5 months slowly and steadily. So, we had 3 ready courses under application performance management that covered fundamentals of performance testing, load runner workshop, and JMeter workshop. After a series of rehearsals, discussions, the team was ready for 3-hour continuous workshop and gave a flawless presentation at 2 engineering colleges. All of them literally were first-time speakers. All 3 of them became rockstar speakers, and one person went further to learn AWS completed certification, and she also presented an AWS user group meetup. I had the proud and privilege of hosting her in that meetup. So that has been the journey. All through these few months, they had the trust in me that when I am pushing them beyond their boundaries, it's for their own good. That trust helped us to work together to achieve this, right? In addition to that, in another engineering college where they had to present. I was there. I had to travel. So they were thinking, I told, no, I have a complete trust in you. All of you are rockstar speakers. You can do wonders. So they went ahead, even during the presentation. When I was there, we had some technical glitch during a demo. Demos are meant to fail, right? But it was so flawlessly successful in their presentation when they all three did together. So it's the trust I had in them, made them excel in their career, right? So that was one of the best thing when I say building the trust, mutual trust was very important, and it is always very important for all of us, right? We spoke about embrace failure, build trust, and next I'm going to talk a bit about earn respect. So let's earn respect by giving respect. Who do not want to be respected? Tell me, even from the small child to the elderly people. You have to give respect, isn't it? Treat the people with the concern and the kindness how you would like them to show towards you. That is the basic mantra. There are few things what we can say. First, you give the respect. If you want the direct reports or the community people around you to respect you, it's important that you first show them the respect they deserve. So you show your work ethic, and consistency is the key. You be consistent in what you wanted to achieve, be a firm leader, and most importantly, you should have the courage to admit your wrongdoings. That's nothing going to cost if you say, oh my God, I'm sorry, it's my bad, let's do it. Something, it'll work well. And seek out for new opinions. We have diverse set of people. Seek out for new opinions. So recognize their success. I'll definitely quote one example. I have one of our HRs now whom I work very closely. At least I have 4 open positions now where we have been working very closely. She's very diligently meeting our expectation and going beyond, swiftly sourcing resumes, scheduling discussions, and following up all that. The positions are still open, but if you go and say that it's an amazing thing you're helping so swiftly for me, Swapna, definitely she's happy. So what is stopping you from giving that quick note of appreciation to the individual, the much needed and the deserved one? So especially in the community, when I say we also have to seek feedback, give respect, when we say all that, when I started associating myself with AWS User Group Bengaluru, there were hardly any women there. So in 2019, when we were talking about AWS Community Day, Jeevan in fact asked me, Bhuna, could you join us as a volunteer to organize this? So I was pretty happy and excited. But I was hesitant because 15, 20 people all are men. What if I go and suggest something? They shouldn't take me wrong, right? So I had this hesitation. No, they gave the comfort, they gave the respect. We're all together for common cause, Bhuvana. Come, let's do it. So that respect and that empowerment, what I got, I would continue to spread, right? So that's what is the key thing which continues. So we spoke about embrace failure, build trust, earn respect, and next one I'm going to touch upon is self-actualization. How can you attain that self-actualization for yourself, or how can you help your team to do that? It's all about that. I always have a strong passion for creative writing and technical presentations. I associated myself with AWS User Group Bengaluru in 2017 to expand my cloud skill and was very regular to all the meetups. I was asked by one of the UG leads then, Bhuvina, you've been very regular to the meetups. I know you're an SME for cloud and DevOps. Why don't you present? Okay. I enjoy doing many presentations within my organization. I also visit schools. Actually, basically, I'm associated with a CSR where we visit schools, do English training, those kind of orientation. So I enjoy doing all of that. I go to colleges for guest lectures. It's not about fear of presenting, but I was hesitant to do a tech talk outside. Will my employer be okay? Will my supervisor be okay? So these are the self-doubt I had, the questions I had. So I approached my VP. She was very supportive and she got the required approval for me to make my debut as an industry speaker In 2017, I became the only women speaker at the first AWS Community Day in India. And since then, the journey has been upward and onward. We at Infor, we diligently follow the principle-based management philosophy, which exhibits the self-actualization as one of the guiding principle, where we empower each of us to realize our potential by maximizing our contributions. So I was empowered in that way, right? So I also had the privilege to present at AWS reInvent Las Vegas for 3 consecutive years. And of course, I have 2 talks coming up for reInvent 2020 as well. A lightning talk about how the AWS community in India reflects unity in diversity, addressing all the AWS user group leads across the globe. So I will have the privilege to go and talk how the different AWS communities across India collaborated seamlessly and run meetups, community days, and whatnot. Even today's virtual conference that you see, it's the best efforts from UG leads, community builders, AWS heroes, spanned across India. All of them joined together and putting this amazing conference for all of us, isn't it? And also, I'll be talking about journeys to a career in the cloud for all builders welcome grant recipients. Basically, this all builders welcome grant recipients are the ones who are invited from the people or individuals across the globe with a fully sponsored scholarship to be part of AWS reInvent. Why not? You can be one among that in the next reInvent. So, my passion for technical presentations and creative writing, along with the cloud knowledge and community spirit, have paved the way for several honors from AWS and Infor. Right? It's all started with AWS reInvent Diversity Scholarship recipient in 2018, followed by Women of Infor, AWS Community Hero, Spotlight on Infor Women, AWS DevTools Hero, AWS Ambassador, and so on. The crown of all was AWS Hero of the Year 2022 in APAC and Japan Community Awards in Thailand. In addition to that, I was super proud to receive AWS Rockstar of Infor from our CEO, Kevin Samuel, and President and CTO, Soma Somatsundaram. These were happiest moments. How did all these things happen? That clearly showed that how an employer like Infor or a community like AWS has stood by me to help me into my self actualization journey where my passion was completely uncovered and helped to uncover my potential as a global speaker, both tech and non tech, and a blogger as an organizer of meetups and whatnot. Right? So, with all the support and encouragement I got, I would definitely give back to the colleagues or community to help them self actualize their full potential. Right? So, that's a ripple effect. I'm sure I'm doing my bit to the people around me, and I would like to you also to follow and do the same thing so that we all can grow together. And with all this, when we come back to the last one, transformational leadership, for me, leading by example is not about being a good leader with all the trademark leadership qualities. If you practice the above qualities, embrace failure, build trust with your coworkers, earn the much needed respect, and help yourself and your team self actualize, then you can spread that positive vibe, which will be as a ripple effect to create more transformational leaders. That's the need of the hour. Moreover, the transformational leader is one who do not look to hold the hands of the people at the top to climb further up, but they are the one who would look down to place the ladder for the people around to climb and reach to your level. Okay, so that we can all grow together, isn't it? See, the world is such a vast and beautiful place. Everyone have a space to live, thrive, and grow. We don't have to compete with anybody else. We can try to do better than our previous best. That's good enough. Let's be one such leader, isn't it? And to sum it up, when we say embrace failure, recently I met a very young and skilled professional, and he asked me, Ma'am, how would you face failure? Have you ever? Well, he's just out of the college. I've never had such a question from such a young boy. So he's less than a year into IT job. I was very curious to know why such a question, boy. He said about his ambition to pursue higher studies, clear the competitive exams, got admission into a premier institute or premier university abroad. But finally, the visa got rejected. So he was so upset with that. That's a failure for him. It sounded so trivial to me because, as a mother of two boys, I looked at him from the eyes of his parents and said, it's not the end of the life, dear. Move on. But to him, it's a first failure which changed the course of his career. Though it's temporary, but it does change his course of career, isn't it? And I did answer his question. Did I face any failure? Yes. There were petty insults, dejections, losses. Many times died with guilt for not able to do certain things which I should have done or I could have done, right? But each one made me stronger and definitely molded me for a better tomorrow, isn't it? Similarly, every failure will mold each one of us for a better tomorrow. It's okay. Everyone has bad days. Let's take a pause, rest for a while, reset, and then restart, right? And when you're trying to build the trust, remember no leader can build a great team without trust. Let's build that much needed trust first. And when we talk about respect, remember the golden rule, do unto others what ought to be done to you. Because if you treat everyone around you with honesty, dignity, respect, and sensitivity, you will get that back. When you say self actualize, work on your passion so that you can best contribute in ways that you can you can actually most meaningfully give back to the society, isn't it? And as a transformational leader, with all this, you can obviously become a transformational leader and create such visionary leaders all around you as well. Wishing you all a great success ahead. Thank you so much for having me here today for this session.
Thank you, Bhuvana. I think the session was really very inspiring. I can see from the chats, everyone is really inspired by your insights on how to become a transformational leader. So thank you for that. Also, I just want to remind our participants, please share, tweet, and post about the Community Day event on social media. Use the hashtag ACD 2022. And before we move on to the next session, let's just go through the workshops that we have scheduled for tomorrow. So if you see right now, on 12th November, that is tomorrow, we have 3 workshops. One is about building a serverless food delivery app in 3 hours. The second one is on data analytics and engineering. Data and analytics engineering, that is generating insight by breaking data silos on AWS. And the third one is on AWS workshop for AI/ML using Amazon SageMaker to train and deploy scikit-learn ML model and integrate to API gateway using AWS Lambda function. So everyone do register so that you can get an hands-on and be able to build your own applications. And the ticket amount for this is rupees 500, but it will be refunded back to you after the event is complete, post you participate in it.
So do rush for the registrations. We already have few workshops sold out. So rush now and book your ticket so that you can enjoy the learnings tomorrow as well.
Yes.
Great. So with this, let's move to the next session for the day. And you also know, like we have so many things going on in parallel. So this is the last session before the lunch, so we don't take too much time. So let's hear about the next session. So advancement in the AWS cloud world not just helped IT industry, but it's making a big mark on medical industry too. We always hear about how AWS help enterprises, startups build and maintain complex architectures. Equipped with the similar AWS experience, we have two lead engineers talking how Vyaire Medical leverage AWS modern data architectures to integrate and exchange data between five complex ERP systems and provide analytics regarding this distributed data. So let's introduce our next speakers for the session. Prahalathan Muralidharan, lead full stack engineer, Ware Medical. He is a well experienced technical lead and demonstrated history of working in the information technology and service industry for about 8 years. He is skilled in full stack development, architecting using AWS, and data integration and engineering. Let's also welcome Gomati P, lead data engineer, Ware Medical. Gomati is an IT professional having around 8 years of experience in databases, ETL tools, AWS applications, etc. So, with this, I would like to hand over to our speakers now for the next session.
Hello, everyone. It's a great honor for me to be a part of this wonderful community event. I'd really like to start off by conveying my hearty thanks and wishes to each and everyone who worked day and night to make sure this event is a grand success. I'm so excited to engage you for the next 45 minutes with our class leading application architecture. So thank you so much for getting us introduced. Now I'd request Gomati to kick us off by sharing few words about our organization and our modern data platform.
Thank you, Rajat, for introducing us and I am very happy to be part of this AWS community event. I'm Gomati Ponusami, lead data engineer from Vyaire Medical, who's involved in designing and building data pipelines from various multiple Vyaire systems and using modern data architectures. With me is Prahalathan Muralidharan. I'll let him introduce himself.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gomati. I would also add some more points about mine. I'm working as recently data integrations and architect. I'm responsible for designing and architecting end-to-end business solutions, complex platforms, modernizing our integration pipelines and data platforms using AWS's cutting-edge cloud-native services. Thank you so much for the mic, Gomati. I'll let you just take up the mic for setting us the stage.
Thank you, Praha. So in this session, we are going to see about the modern data architecture and how we Vyaire implemented this through our AWS services. Today, we will see about why modern data architecture on AWS, Vyaire Medical's AWS journey, Project CRM initiative on ServiceMax, its overview and its architecture, conclusion. Why do we go for modern data architecture? Can you go to the previous slide, Praka? Why do we go for modern data architecture? We all know that data is very vital nowadays and it is growing exponentially. But customers want more value from their data. The traditional on-prem data analytics approaches do not scale with this huge volume of data and they are expensive. Data silos used in these approaches are repository of data. They are stored in the standalone systems controlled by any business unit, but it will not be part of the rest of the organization. So other organizations cannot use it. In order to achieve the modern data architecture, the organizations aggregated various data silos into one location called data lake, a centralized repository of data which can be stored at any scale. Modern data architecture provides seamless data movement and unified data governance. What is modern data architecture? With the help of data lake, we can move information from in out and sharing across. We do have in modern data architecture 6 key elements: big data processing, relational databases, machine learning, data warehousing, log analytics, and finally non-relational databases. We will see how we can leverage these 6 key elements using AWS services. We can perform big data processing using EMR offered by Amazon, relational databases through Aurora, machine learning through SageMaker, data warehousing can be built using Redshift. We can do log analytics through open source services offered by Amazon, and non-relational databases can be achieved through Amazon DynamoDB. We do have other AWS services like Amazon Athena for interactive query, Amazon QuickSight for BI analytics, and Amazon Glue services for seamless data movement. Of all these, Amazon S3 simple storage service is the most popularly used data lake in the worldwide. We have seen in general about the modern data architecture till now. Let me introduce now how Vyaire built an integrated hub using modern data architecture, integrating and exchanging data between multiple ERP systems and provide data analytics to our business users for their better decision making. Who is Vyaire? We all know that Vyaire Medical is one of the largest company in the global healthcare ecosystem, fully concentrated on respiratory diagnosis, respiratory products. We do have 27,000 unique products shipped and installed at around 127 countries. Vyaire Medical has around 4,000 plus employees across the world, and we do have 65-year history of hospital data. We have several kinds of products merged into 3 franchises, namely consumables, which consists of airway management and operative care, ventilators, and then the third one is respiratory diagnostics. Of these 3, ventilators play an vital role during COVID pandemic. How our Vyaire journey with AWS? Vyaire is formed from mergers and acquisitions of larger companies with complexity of data between 13 ERP systems and lot more reporting applications. In the year of 2019, we built an integrated platform called Insight, an enterprise data analytics platform which uses data lake and Redshift for providing analytics to our executives. And then the project MDM, which is the master data management, holds data of customers, vendors, and products. Since we merged so many ERP systems, there is no single source of truth available for this. So we built this platform to cleanse and deduplicate the existing data and provide a single source of truth to the end users. During early 2020, when the COVID was there, we need to align our software systems from producing 6 ventilators to 600 ventilators. This demand is huge, right? So we migrated our on-prem systems into the AWS AWS Cloud during this pandemic time. In the year of 2021, we launched 2 major platforms, CDP and DPP. What do you mean by CDP? CDP is a clinical data platform which we built internally to avoid pending clinical trials from external firms. This is built using AWS modern architecture and using blockchain technology to provide patient care and security to other doctors. DPP, which is an AI/ML platform, uses Glue for data engineering and SageMaker to predict the demand of our products and to keep right inventory for our products. Then we launched a new CRM initiative on Service Max. This project we will see in detail in the coming slides. So we integrated 5 major platforms and productionized using AWS modern architectures, and it supports all like streaming, batch, real-time, and AI/ML applications. This is the new use case we are going to discuss in detail about in this session. This CRM initiative on Service Cloud is a solution which we deployed into Service Max for providing our Vyaire field service engineers a platform to leverage their service requests and repair, all those things. Here in this session, in this platform, we built a modern architecture using AWS Glue, Lambda, and API gateways, etc. What is the business problem for this project? Why we deployed the solution through Vyaire? So in this project, before we deploy it, we have the information scattered or dispersed. That means the information, service information, are stored in different systems like databases, ERPs, access databases, etc. There is like administrative burden because 20% of the time for service engineers spent on calling the service engineers and the support team to get the service information. There is another challenge, which is business process misalignment, which means we are delivering our ships products in many countries like UK, US, Italy, Germany, etc. And all these countries are following different business processes, which results in inefficiencies and delays in taking the calls. The last one is the service analytics and performance metrics were not there before to provide or make better service revenue. So we built some tactical analytics and strategic analytics. The tactical analytics, which means we have certain analytics like the number of work orders, how Vyaire fulfill the work orders, then how effectively we can manage the service engineers. And the performance metrics which we built are like cost, contract attach rates, service revenue, service contracts, and then the cost to serve the customers. From here, I let Prahad to explain in detail about this use case and how we implemented it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much for setting the stage, Gomati. Flashed on my screen is actually the conceptual design of our project SMAX's landscape. So as you see on the left side, we have multiple ERP systems such as SAP, JD Edwards, and other legacy ERPs. So these ERP maintains various data, for example, like install base, meaning what products are exactly installed at which customer's location. And it also has the price book entry data, meaning the price for each and every product sold from each and every ERPs. So such information are scattered across multiple ERPs, and we have each ERPs to serve a different country and its specific products. On the top, you see ServiceMax, which is actually offering features and services that helps Vyaire's fleet field service technician team to improve asset uptime and optimize in-person and remote servicing, various options like boosting technician productivity with its latest mobile tools, and deliver metrics for confidence decision making. On the bottom, you see we have our MDM platform, which is the Master Data Management Platform, which is a custom-built master data management platform in Vyaire that provides a single source of truth for all the customer and product data accumulated from all the various ERPs that we have. So major technical challenge that we had while implementing this ServiceMax project is building the data pipeline between multiple ERPs. For example, MDM and Salesforce application precisely needs integrating of pricing and install base information from all the ERP, from ERP to ServiceMax. The master data management information like customer and product information from MDM to ServiceMax, and order information from ServiceMax to ERP. Pretty much the entire whole life cycle is actually dependent on a proper integration that we would require. So here we built an integration data hub. We call that as iData Hub, which is powered by AWS Glue and its serverless capabilities that help us to easily integrate bulk and batch processing. And also for real-time customer movement and product movement, we are also having a layer that is completely built upon AWS Lambda and SQS, which is actually helping us to integrate the real-time information that comes from the MDM portal that we have customly built for onboarding products as well as new customers. So as we facilitate the data movement across all these ERPs, we also formed a data lake with raw data and transformed data, which we are actually copying to Redshift using our our enterprise data warehouse. And we are also having an open search services purposely built for Google behind our entire brain. So taking all this platform and data together, we have also implemented a new platform called Insights, which is actually an in-house Vyaire built enterprise application that provides service analytics, metrics, and other KPIs using the data that we have got from Redshift and OpenSearch service, which is enabling business to search for customers and product data at scale. Now on my screen, you see the detailed architecture diagram. And as you see, we have a multiple scattered system like SAP, JD Edwards, MDM, which we want to seamlessly integrate using the AWS services that we exactly have. So we use AWS Glue to mainly crawl databases and populate the data catalog, which is actually going to be our metadata for the assets, the data assets. Whenever we have an addition of new data and changes, the existing master data in Redshift crawls periodically and detects the schema changes and updates the Glue catalog and keeps it uptime every time. And when we refer the information that we have on the data catalog, we make sure we get the proper information that the database is actually reflecting. And this Glue data catalog is actually the central repository to store metadata for all our data assets. Glue serverless service actually extracts master data from our customer and master data material data management portal from Redshift, which hosts the deduped golden record for all the customers and product that we have combined from all the different ERPs. AWS Glue provides out-of-the-box connectors to connect different systems using JDBC and bring our own drivers too, which is fascinating. And also, as you see, Glue adds customer and product data to our data catalog, S3 data lake, which is actually a structured data. Glue now is also used for extracting data from SAP, basically the install base and price book information that I spoke about, using the PIPO layer, which is a PIPO layer provided by SAP, which is going to be a helpful ABAP program that is being exposed as a RESTful API. And to bring the data from JDE, we have JDE Orchestrator, which is eventually doing an orchestration to make sure it pulls the install base and price book data from a JDE, exposes it as an API so that AWS Glue can feed upon those APIs and pull the data from the different ERPs that we have for the implementation. So now we choose S3 as the data lake as it offers scalability, unmatched durability actually, and it's all-time available. So we had a lot of documents, training videos for our service engineers to troubleshoot the devices. So we need to we had a need to store structured and unstructured data, and S3 was the obvious choice for us, which is actually even providing us many tools for running third-party tools. For example, like A and ML workloads, high performance computing, everything is actually available on S3's service. So we chose S3 as the proper data store for us. And Glue also orchestrates with all the different ERPs using APIs. So as you see here, we use completely the AWS Glue to do the end-to-end data movement from and to out of all the different systems. Now, Glue also facilitates the data extraction from ServiceMax using bulk API that ServiceMax also provides. So here we are trying to approach, design a triangular architecture, for example, one being on the ERP side, one being on the ServiceMax side, one being on the MDM side. So all the information with respect to install base, price book, everything from ERP goes to the ServiceMax. The order information goes from ServiceMax to ERP. The customer data and product data moves across the different ERPs and the ServiceMax portal seamlessly with the help of AWS Glue and the APIs that we have customly built upon. So this is how we have totally architected our AWS Glue platform. And on the center, you see, we have the S3 processed layer. What is this S3 processed layer? So having these all data in place, we also want to expansively implement other solutions, such as, for example, we wanted a decoupled architecture to push data in S3 to OpenSearch service, from S3 to OpenSearch service. One of the best orchestration tools provided by AWS is actually SQS. So we use SQS to pull the data from the S3, put it to OpenSearch so that it refers to a Lambda and feeds on the information to the portal that we have designed for easily, the insight portal that we have designed for easily viewing and operating all the data and analytics that we have. And we also have this S3 data into Redshift so that we use that as the enterprise data warehouse. We also have aggregated data from multiple ERP systems and everything. So we chose like Redshift would be the best fit for us to handle maximum parallelism and also efficient data compression. And the Redshift also deals multiple data and batch data easily with a simple amount of time and seamlessly integrate with QuickSight. And it goes hand in hand with other BI tools. So this entire fraternity of S3, OpenSearch, Lambda, AWS Redshift, everything actually gives us birth to a new insight portal, which is actually a single page application that we built on all this microservices architecture. And this insight portal is an interesting thing that it provides access only to Vyaire's employee, and we have established that using Cognito and Vyaire's Azure AD. So given all this information, now we want to have actually the visualizations also to happen. Like, for example, we want to explore interactive dashboards, look for patterns and outliers in the data. So QuickSight was the perfect solution for us to have a business intelligence implemented. And also QuickSight offers something called QuickSight Q, which actually lets users to ask questions in their natural language. Like, for example, what is the data that we have seen from selling all these ventilators for the past 2 months? And we can also see who is actually working at which part of the layer. So we can get all these kind of natural questions posted to Insights platform, which is actually powered by QuickSight Q, and we can get the answers properly from that. So to conclude, we have built our modern data architecture using serverless AWS services, where we don't have to manage any infrastructure, or we don't have to worry about provisioning, we don't have to worry about applying patches, run routine maintenance, and we also don't have to worry about scaling. Like a good example that Gomati gave us, like during the COVID time, we had a spike, what do you call, a specific rise in our requirements to sell more ventilators. A number of 6 ventilators to number of 600 ventilators is really a big spike. And we couldn't have achieved this much better if we wouldn't have implemented AWS cutting edge services, which helps us to scale up and down the infrastructure based on the workload. So on the whole, with no time spent on the infrastructure, Vyaire is actually able to fully focus on building solutions that address customer and problem and satisfy the needs at the best possible fit. On the next steps, we would like to further optimize our landscape using AWS Lake Formation, which helps us to simplify the data ingestion that is happening into the data lake. And we also want to look for opportunities where we are working with Amazon Kinesis exactly to ingest data from streaming services, which involves like the monitoring a patient's health, a setting of particular ventilator, streaming data from ventilator from one particular area, and other health device components such as sensors, etc. And we are also looking for opportunities to implement SageMaker in predictive device failure using the ML capabilities that SageMaker has to offer. This will really help us to proactively identify device failures and schedule service engineers to perform maintenance and checkup routines of devices ahead of the device failure actually. So pretty much everything that ML has to offer, we are planning to take the leverage out of everything using AWS cutting edge services called AWS SageMaker. So as an outcome of this entire project, our service analytics capability have been improved seamlessly, and where we can now identify our customer who are actually renewing the contracts on time, how long Vyaire customers are placing orders, and how long the orders are getting time to take it actually into a fulfillment level, precisely identify the overall cost of the customers to Vyaire. And we are also able to price our service contracts in a way that it will be profitable for Vyaire. With the data actually moving from different systems and integrated into Salesforce and Insight Portal, everything that we have built using the modern data architecture and the serverless microservices capability that AWS has to offer, our service engineers have seen productivity that has gone up to 20% with whatever we had. And the service engineers can now look at the information in one consolidated system versus having to call each and every tech support team from each and every ERP and wait for them to provide the information and put the information to specifically correct ERP so that the misinformation is not carried around. So the wall that is built using AWS's cutting edge services is actually giving an interface to the sales service technician as a one time portal and one window portal where he or she can just peep into the information that is coming from the brain behind that we have built, which is actually the modern data architecture that we have actually built. So with better information on hand, this response that the service technician also gives for our customers has drastically improved, and we can proudly say that we have improved the customer experience and satisfaction to a newer level that we have ever been had. So I would also like to point a quote that our VP Gopal has said. Yeah, surely we are now indeed a data-driven company. The presentation just justifies how we integrated and exchanged data between multiple systems and provided analytics on top of the data that we had on the multiple systems. We would like to extend our sincere thanks to the entire AWS community. Hope the past few minutes of the session really engaged you well. We strongly hope that the content we presented today will help your company and your data and integration analytics journey at your enterprise to grow forward and further. Let us all build wonders. Let us all using the helpful services that AWS has provided. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot to both the presenters. It was a wonderful session. It's amazing to learn how AWS cloud offerings are making a big impact in the field of medical science and help in changing the lives for many people. Thank you so much to all the speakers. Thank you so much. Okay, so now let's move to another quiz for the day, another chance for the participants to join and participate in the quiz. So let's have this quiz on the topics that we have done till now. So over to you, Tajinder, for another quiz.
Everyone, please see there's a QR code on your screen. Scan it so that you are directed directly to the quiz room. Make it quick so that we can start the quiz as soon as possible.
So another exciting option to join the quiz and make yourself coming up in the leaderboard.
And also do not forget to post and tweet and repost on social media, share your experiences about the AWS Community Day 2022 that's going on right now. And definitely use a hashtag of ACD 2022. There are really good giveaways for all the participants for the top 10 winners. So do not lose out on this chance.
So the more you to spread the word, you'll get more chances to win the social media prizes. So keep on sharing the thing,
Right.
keep on sharing your learnings, keep on sharing your experiences for the day. And I must say
Nitin,
it's going a very good day. There are so many self learnings I have.
Nitu, can you please
Yeah.
paste the link, the quiz link in
Sure.
the
Yeah.
in the comments?
So I hope we are good to start the quiz now. We already have many
No,
participants
no.
joining in.
Yes, we need to wait.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll open the quiz and wait for a couple of minutes before I move on to start the quiz. Yeah, we'll just open it as of now.
Here's the link for the quiz. Do join. Join in as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we could see 10 participants already joined for the quiz. So, guys, do hurry up and join quickly.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
are
we have
213
213
participants.
participants. Oh, great, great to see.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can wait for 1 more minute and then we can get
Right.
started with the quiz.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, again to iterate, there are workshops planned for tomorrow as well, which is 12th of November, where you can learn about the serverless computing. Another workshop is for AI/ML. So do register for them and do it quickly because the seats are running. There are limited seats. So few workshops are already sold out. So please check and register now.
And there is a data engineering workshop as well. So there are 3 workshops lined up for tomorrow. Do register soon because seats are filling up.
Okay, let's start.
All right. So
Okay.
let's start with the quiz. Tajinder, over to you.
Thanks, Neetu. Okay, so here we go. As you know, this is a short quiz of 4 questions. So please, quickly answer as quickly as you can. Think this seems to be just give me a second. Okay, yeah. Okay, probably I was on the wrong screen. Uh, so the time is up, and the correct answer is hosting the database on Amazon RDS. So since Amazon RDS is a managed database service, that's why hosting your database on Amazon RDS will let all the administrative tasks be done automatically, and you will just have to focus on the application optimization and the data, nothing else. So the leaderboard, as you can see, is Suradeep on the first position, Shubha on second, and Avneet Shukla on third position. Moving on to the next question. So guys, quickly answer as quickly as possible because this is a short quiz. You are having a global application for which you want to your customers to access the data with low latencies, which can be achieved by keeping your database in locations near to your customers. Which feature of DynamoDB can be used to accomplish this requirement? It is DynamoDB read replicas, DynamoDB global tables, DynamoDB regional tables, or DynamoDB multi-AZ tables. So again, only 5 seconds left. And the time is up. So the correct answer is DynamoDB global tables. 38% of participants answered it correctly. Uh, Again, we see a change in the leaderboard. Navneet Shukla being on top, Dinesh on second position, and Nashwarya Sood coming in the third position. Guys, as you already know, this is part of overall tournament that would be running across sessions. So try to participate in as many quizzes as you can, uh, so that you can be an overall winner as well. Moving on to the next question. You need a managed solution for providing the analytic capabilities to your SaaS application. Which of the following options can meet the requirement? Is it Amazon Recognition, Amazon Neptune, Amazon S3, or Amazon Redshift? I see participants already answering this question in very short duration. It's a good sign. Last 5 seconds left, and the time is up. So the correct answer was Amazon Redshift. Right? Don't, again, as I said, don't hesitate, don't lose heart if you're not coming on the leaderboard for this quiz, as you will already be uh, evaluated on the overall tournament. So don't worry about that. Moving on to the last question for this track. True or false? When you create a read replicas for your relational database with Amazon RDS, you can have it placed in different region than the primary region database. Is it true or false? Very easy answer. And I can see people already answering it in really short time. Last 5 seconds. I can see a lot of shuffling happening in the top leaderboard, as you may also be able to see that. So the time is up. So this was the last question for this quiz, and the correct answer was true. Right? And we can see the leaderboard now for this quiz. Aishwarya Sood being on the top position, Anjana Gopalan on second position, and Arvind Vadamalai on the fourth position. Congratulations to the winner and thanks for everybody for joining this quiz. Please participate in these session quizzes enthusiastically, as we have lots more coming on this and as well as the next track. Over to you, Neetu and Rajat.
Thank you, Tajinder, and thanks to all the participants for the quiz. Don't go anywhere. We have a lunch break now, but after the break, we have another quiz, that is the main event quiz at 2 p.m. So do be back and do enthusiastically play, because for that we have separate gifts. They are different from the tournament. For that, the winner will get around 2,000 rupees. The first runner-up will get rupees 1,500, and the second runner-up will get rupees 1,000. So do play enthusiastically and do be ready for the break.
So we are breaking out
The
for
lunch
the
break.
lunch now, and we'll be back by 2 p.m. sharp. So please join on time, or maybe before on time, so that you don't miss on the coming stuff on your way.
Hello.
Tajinder, can you please share your screen and start?
So is everyone ready for the quiz now? Excited? Okay. So this is going to be the noon quiz, which is of 10 questions each. So Tajinder will be hosting the quiz. Is everyone registered in advance to the quiz? Is everyone in the quiz room? Can we issue the barcode again?
Yep, I can see 308 participants in the quiz,
Great.
which is a good sign. Please do register quickly as
Yeah,
we're going to
Mayur,
start the
you
quiz
can see.
shortly.
Yeah, Mayur, you can see the barcode. So yes, I can see a lot of enthusiastic folks. Great. So are we good to begin? What do all the participants say?
So the link has been published in the
Yeah.
chat. So if you're not able to scan the barcode, you can use that. Just to reiterate, the more question you answer correctly in the least amount of time, higher would be your chances of leading the quiz leaderboard. So get your brains rolling and be fastest click first, probably, yeah, so that we can see the leaderboard changing. And this is just a standalone quiz. This is not part of other session quizzes that have been running after the sessions, that where we'll have an overall winner later once we complete. Okay, so I think let's start. We have a good amount of 360 plus participants. My screen share, okay, yeah, it's back. So okay, so let's move on to the first question. A medical research startup wants to understand the compliance of AWS services concerning HIPAA guidelines. Which AWS service can be used to review the HIPAA compliance and governance related documents on AWS? Is it AWS Secrets Manager, AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS System Manager, and AWS Artifact? Oh, people are quick. See a lot of people answering the questions very quickly. That's a great sign. 10 seconds left, guys. Time's up. And the correct answer is AWS Artifact. Surprisingly, only 28% of the participants answered it correctly. So AWS Artifact is your go-to central resource for compliance-related information that matters to your organization. It provides on-demand access to AWS security and compliance reports and select online agreements. Reports available in AWS Artifact includes service organization controls, SOC reports, which are very much useful in all the industry-wide reports. Payment card industry PCI reports and certification from accreditation bodies across geographies and compliance verticals that validate the implementation and operating effectiveness of AWS security controls. So let's scroll through the leaderboard. So on top we have Yuvraj. On second position we have Aishwarya, and on third position we have Induri Dipti. Moving on to the next question. Okay, a multinational corporate wants to get expert professional advice on migrating to AWS and managing their application on AWS cloud. Which of the following entities would you recommend for this engagement? APN Consulting Partners, APN Technology Partner, AWS Trusted Advisor, or Concierge Support Services? It's quite an interesting question, though. Yeah, but I see a lot of people already answered this, which is a good sign. We have a good audience, I guess. Probably last 5 seconds left for this question to be answered. Time's up. So the correct answer is APN Consulting Partners. Right? APN AWS Partner Network is a global partner program for technology and consulting businesses that leverage AWS to build solutions and services for customers. APN consulting partners are professional service firms that help customers of all types of size, designs, architect, build, migrate, and manage their workloads and application in AWS, accelerating their migration to AWS cloud. So we see a change in the leaderboard. Induri Deepthi moving on to the first position, Yuvraj in second position, and we have Harsh on the third position. Next question. You want to use a continuous delivery service for your fast and reliable application updates, in which you can model and visualize your software release process. What's more, the service must be able to integrate with third party tools. Which one of these following services will you use? Is it AWS Code Build, AWS Pipeline, Code Pipeline, AWS Code Change, or AWS Commit? It's an easy one, and I can see people have already answered this question, but we still have 15 more seconds to go. Last 5 seconds. And the time is up. So the correct answer is AWS Code Pipeline. And it's good amount, 68% of the people answer it correctly. Moving on, so the leaderboard, we again see a change. Harsh moving on to the top position, Toshal moving on to second, and Krishna on third. So we see a totally change in the leaderboard. Moving on to the next question. Instead of building your own video processing infrastructure, which one of the following AWS services will you use for your video on demand content for broadcast and multi screen delivery at scale? Is it AWS Transcribe, AWS SageMaker, Amazon Comprehend, or AWS Elemental Media Convert? It's again an easy one. Last 10 seconds we have. Again, we see a change in the leaderboard as it's visible. And the time is up. So the answer is AWS Elemental Media Convert. So AWS Elemental Media Convert is a file-based video transcoding service with broadcast-grade features. With AWS Elemental Media Convert, you can focus on delivering compelling media experiences without having to worry about the complexity of building and operating your own video processing infrastructure. So as we see the leaderboard, there is a shuffle again. Toshal taking the first place, Anjana taking the second, and Krishna being on third. Moving on to the next question. So we are at the halfway mark for this quiz. A social media site is under flake for showing content which are inappropriate, which includes explicit content and other objects which are inappropriate. What can you do to hide inappropriate and explicit content? A. Use an Amazon Deep Lens to detect the images which are inappropriate and blur them out. B. Use Amazon Recognition Content Moderation API to detect explicit content. C. Use Amazon Recognition custom labels to detect the explicit content. So, what are the choices? Is it B and C, A and C, A and B, or all of the above? A, B, and C. Last 5 seconds. Time's up. And the correct answer is B and C. That is, use Amazon Recognition to content moderation API to detect explicit content, and use Amazon Recognition again, custom labels to detect these content. Again, we see a change in the leaderboard. Pramod taking the first position, Sanjeev moving on to second, and Abhishek moving on to the third position. So we have totally new leaderboard for this after this question. So we now move on to the second half, the last part of this question quiz. Moving on. How well the internal states of a system can be inferred from the knowledge of an external outputs is known as. So is it observability? Is it serverless application, state management, or system performance? It's an easy one, and I can see that people have already answered it very quickly. So don't worry if you're not in the top. Your situation can change, as we have seen in the top leaderboard. Situation can change anytime, and anybody can be on the top of this leaderboard. So don't lose heart and answer as many as you can correctly, as quickly as possible. Okay, so the correct answer is observability, and it's 47% of the people answered it. So observability can be defined as how well the internal states of a system can be inferred from the knowledge of its external outputs. Okay, so the leaderboard says Pramod on top, Sanjeev on second, and Abhishek Krishna on the third position. Moving on to the next question. Which AWS support plan provides architectural guidance contextual to your specific use case? Is it enterprise, basic, business, or developer? This is a good one. This is basically describing, knowing about how the plans are scheduled and formed for us to be able to get help from AWS. Last 5 seconds. Okay, moving on. The time is up, and moving on to the correct answer. It's business. See, AWS support recommends business support if you have production workloads on AWS and want 24 across 7 phone, email, and chat access to technical support and architectural guidance in the context of your specific use cases. You will get full access to AWS Trusted Advisor best practices checks. You will also get access to infrastructure event management of your for an additional fee. So yeah, so the top, there is no change in the leaderboard it seems, and very few have got this answer correct. Only 21%. Pramod still maintaining the first position, Sanjeev on second, and Abhishek on the third position. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following is the responsibility of the customer to ensure the availability and backup of EBS volumes? Is it delete the data and create a new EBS volume, create EBS snapshots, attach new volume to EC2 instances, create copies of EBS volumes? I can see people are answering it very quickly in a short interval of time. That's a good sign. Again, we see a change in the leaderboard, and we still have 15 seconds left. Apologies. Last 5 seconds. There's a lot of shuffling going on the leaderboard. Okay, so that's the end of this question. And the correct answer is create EBS snapshots. So snapshots are incremental backups, which mean that only the block on the device that have changed after your most recent snapshot are saved. When you create an EBS volume based on a snapshot, the new volume begins as an exact replica of the original volume that was used to create the snapshot. The replicated volume loads the data in the background so that you can begin using it immediately. Option A is incorrect because there is no need to back up volumes if the data is already deleted. Option C is incorrect because the attaching more EBS volume doesn't ensure availability. So again, we see a change in the leaderboard. Sanjeev moving on to the first position, Pramod now on second position, and Kuna Rajesh gaining the last position, that is the third position. Moving on to the next question. So these are the last two questions of this quiz session. Which one of the following is CloudWatch which one of the following is CloudWatch enables you to ingest complex high cardinality application data in the form of logs and easily generate actionable metrics from them? Is it embedded metric format, Eclipse modeling framework, embedded maximum format, or embedded minimum format? It's a difficult one, but I still see people answering it really in a short interval of time. So the audiences are have good knowledge of AWS, that much I can say. Last 5 seconds. And time's up. So the correct answer was embedded metric format, and 63% of the participants answered it correctly. So CloudWatch EMF stands for embedded metric format, which enables us to ingest complex high cardinality application data in the form of logs and easily generate actionable metrics from them. So the leaderboard as it stands as of now is Sanjeev Kumar on top position, Pramod on second, and Kuna Rajesh on third. So this is the last question of the quiz. So yeah, best of luck for everyone. The development team of an IT company would like to provision their own Docker images that can be used as an input sources for cloud build. These images will contain cache dependencies as well as special tooling for builds that are proprietary to the company. Which of the following services can be used to store and deploy these Docker image? Is it ECS, EBS, ECR, or S3? It's an easy one, as I can see people already answering it in a short interval of time. And this again, changes the top three positions. So last 10 seconds. So time's up. This brings us to the end. So the correct answer was ECR. Amazon Elastic Container Registry is a fully managed Docker container registry that makes it easy for developers to store, manage, and deploy Docker container images. Amazon ECR is integrated with Amazon ECS, simplifying your development to production workflow. So this brings us to the end of this quiz, and the current and leaderboard that we can see is Sanjeev Kumar being on top, Kuna Rajesh second position, and Kaveshri on third position. Congratulations to all the winners, and thanks to all the participants that made this quiz so interesting. Over to you, Vivek.
Yes, that was an amazing quiz, and I love to see the excitement and the curiosity of the people hopping onto the quiz. So it was a tight call. So keep appearing for the next upcoming quizzes. And right now, we are heading over to is my screen visible? Just to confirm.
No.
I need to
Can you please stop sharing and share again?
Yes. Okay. Let me check again. Just give me a hold on for 1 second, please.
Hi everyone. So please keep on posting the stuff on social media, tweets, the YouTube comments, and over LinkedIn, so that you'll get more chances to win the goodies and participate in the social media event as well. So keep doing that during the day. So there are good chances to win other than the quiz as well.
Yes. Yes. I'll just. Let me know if you can see my screen right now. Is it visible?
No, it's trying to load, but when it finally loads, it's blank.
Oh, that's a little bit tricky. So meanwhile, while we fix this thing, I guess should we go for the next track?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. We have ample time in between. So by the time Vivek fixes his issue, so maybe we can introduce some important talks from the community itself. So we have this event run by purely our community leaders and the community members who are contributing to AWS. So you can see one of the developers' story, how they started their journey with AWS, what achievements they have. So let me present a quick video on one of the journey of our developers.
Technology is my passion since the very beginning. I grew up with the technology. Running AWS user group prepped me to start my own company. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಜೀವನ್ ಡೋಂಗ್ರೆ. I am the co-founder and CEO of Antstack. Since my childhood, I knew computers were my only thing. I worked on PaaS platform in my college days. I also worked with few startups which ran completely on AWS, and that's where I learned about AWS deeply. In 2011, I joined few like-minded people to start AWS user group. In 2015, I started to lead the complete user group activity, and we have been growing consistently from year on year, from few tens of people to 8,700 members in our user group today. I strongly believe in peer-to-peer learning and community building, and hence I became the first Indian to become AWS Community Hero in 2016. In 2020, we hosted our first AWS Community Day online. Despite the pandemic, we got an overwhelming response with over and about 25,000 registrations with a single motto, one country, one community. Leading the AWS group has contributed a lot to what I am today. I am more agile and resilient. That's when in 2019, along with my friend Prashant, I co-founded Antstack, Serverless, Limitless. We started with 4 people, and today we are a 50 people company. We certainly have grown a lot. To my fellow developers, I would like to say, Dhairyam Sarvatra Sadhanam. Be persistent and consistent in your actions to overcome the challenges. Rest will follow.
That was an amazing story. So let's move to our next session for the day for the Observability Masterclass.
Yeah, just a second. Come on. All right. Okay, so let's introduce our next speaker and the topic as well. Everyone wants to adopt cloud services nowadays and want to save money and time, but most of the companies struggle with setting up the right controls and even end up spending more money in adopting the cloud. In this session, we learn about how companies can build their observability strategy, manage performance in real time, control costs, and implement best practices. The unique approach is to remove barriers in data visibility and to produce insights and open the doors to exciting innovation. With this, I would like to introduce the speaker, Chris Cooney, developer advocate Corologics. Chris has worked as a software engineer, an SRE, and a principal engineer across many different industries. Now he's a developer advocate for Corologics, and he's looking to find out how companies from across the technology world are utilizing DevOps and observability to delight their customers. So welcome, Chris, and the stage is now up to you. You can take the stage and deliver the session.
Thank you very much, Neeti. That's a very, very good introduction. It's the best summary of my life I've ever heard. So thank you very much for that. Today I'm going to be talking about the observability. So the title of the talk is Observability Masterclass. When we say masterclass, we're going to go from the basics all the way up. So first, a little bit about myself and then Corologics. So as Neetu said, I've been a software engineer across the entire stack from Java, JavaScript, Python, Node, and then I did front-end engineering for a long time with React.js back when Redux was cool. It's event hooks now. And then I moved into the SRE and Kubernetes space. And since then, I've been operating in that space for the past several years. Was one of the early adopters of EKS, and I've been working across the Kubernetes stack for a long time now and really, really enjoyed it. And now I am the developer advocate for Corologics. So who are Corologics? Corologics are a full stack observability platform. We have some really, really interesting and amazing features that set us apart from the rest of the market. We were launched in 2017. Since then, we've onboarded over 500,000 different applications, 2,000 plus customers. And we've raised $240 million in seed funding, more than that actually. And the essence of Corologics is all about giving you the tools that you need to make the most flexible and interesting and precise decisions about your data, so that you're not trapped into any sort of vendor lock-in scenario, and you're not trapped with all this data you don't know what to do with. Everything is about getting the maximum possible insights for the smallest possible data. And we have a range of features that we can demonstrate to that. So I'll show you a little bit of that later. So today we're going to cover a few different topics. We're going to start with the fundamentals, because observability is something of a mercurial definition. It can be very, very difficult to understand where observability sits in the industry. And moreover, how it differs from monitoring as well. This is something that we see a lot. And also why observability has become so important. Why weren't we talking about observability, say, 15 years ago? Why is it only now, recently, that observability has become so crucial in the conversation? Then we'll get into some of the practical examples. And this is tips from how to structure your code, all the way to where to store your metrics, where to store your logs, and so on. So it's a sort of survival guide through scaling and growing an observability solution. And then finally, some of the big sort of challenges that you're going to face, some of the big debates that you're going to face, the problems that you're going to run into, and some of the big decisions you're going to have to make as you move on your observability journey. So hopefully by the end of this talk, you have a kind of a clear image, a clear path of how to go from nothing, no metrics, no nothing, through to that sort of end state of having everything observable, everything visible. So I've used the word observability several times. I think it's important that we give a definition. So this is the definition that we actually see a lot. Observability is a measure of how well the internal state of a system can be inferred from knowledge of its external outputs. And while that's not very jargon heavy, I've always had pretty much the same reaction to it when I brought out this definition. It doesn't really help. You can just see inside, you know. This is a definition that comes from control theory. It's a very academic definition. And I think that what we need to do before we move forward is we start to understand what is the role that observability specifically plays in the software engineering industry. So first of all, I think it's always helpful to begin by defining monitoring. So what is monitoring? Monitoring is where you have a simple static view of your data. So you can see an example here of a car dashboard. So on your car, you have some predefined metrics. You have your miles per hour, your RPM, you can see oil levels and fuel levels there. and a few warning lights that you might want to consider, like alerts. You can't change this. There's nothing you can do about this. This is the data you have. This is akin often to the kind of embedded monitoring that you see. So for example, if you sign up to a CDN and you open the CDN dashboard, it's very rare that you can really cut and slice the data in any meaningful way. Actually, you just get the metrics that you get and nothing more. So what we need to do is work out, well, what can we do? What is the capability where you can cut and slice and discover this data? So that is observability. Observability is all about being able to create and define new insights into the data that you've got. And that it requires more than just predefined dashboards. You can query the data, slice it in different ways, visualize it in different ways, and ultimately render it in new and interesting ways that allow you to garner new insights, okay? And that's the challenge of observability providers. It's to help you minimize the time it takes to get the most possible insights. So the observability capability is all about being able to, as the definition says, understand the internal state based on the external outputs. But as observability has grown, we've realized you need to be able to cut and slice that data and query it and interrogate it in many different ways, because that's the way you get the best possible picture of the internal state, as well as you can answer some more questions that you perhaps didn't know that you needed to ask. For example, business questions. So that's a basic definition of observability, and it's a more practical, modern definition that you might see in other more academic contexts. Observability data is typically broken into three different kinds: logs, metrics, and traces. So logs are really straightforward. They are timestamped events that happen in your system. So you'll typically see logs, they can come in many different formats. You can see blobs of JSON. You can see just open free text, I am calling this API. We see that a lot. You can see logs are generated typically in four different kinds of places. Infrastructure logs that describe the behavior and health of your underlying infrastructure, your virtual machines, very relevant for an AWS conference day. Application logs that are generated further up the stack. So for example, a Java application, printing out some logs. API logs that represent communications between APIs. And audit and security logs, which are a sort of tracking, sort of event logs of everything that everybody's done in the system, so that you can ensure that nothing untoward has happened or there's no security breaches. Then you've got metrics. Metrics are the easiest. They're typically numerical, almost always numerical, and they are a measured value derived from system performance. So the idea is that your metrics are your gauges. They are your slightly more concrete known things that you'd like to measure. Common metrics, everyone's seen them: CPU, memory, and so on. They typically come in three different flavors. Application metrics, again, for example, the size of an in-memory queue of a Kafka, of a node in Kafka. Infrastructure metrics, again, CPU, memory, disk I/O, network I/O, that kind of thing. And then custom metrics. So custom metrics are typically calculated on the fly. They're things like error rates. And also, for example, you could have the amount of money that has been transacted, for example, for a payment layer. You could track the amount of money that you've got. Metrics are super powerful because they're numeric. You can cut, slice, and adjust them in statistical ways, which means you can render them in lots of different ways. They're very uniform as well because they're all numerical, which means that you can perform analysis over large volumes of them in very consistent ways. Something that's quite tricky to do with logs because logs are naturally unstructured and anything can come through. Finally, you have traces. So logs and metrics are great for telling you specific things that have happened at points in time. They are like snapshots of your system, and that's why you typically call them time series data, because you take regular snapshots of your data and you can maybe correlate them at some point. Traces are all about a very, very specific view of a given transaction and how it's moved through your system. So a request has arrived at your ingress gateway, for example, and it's migrated its way through your entire system, a series of microservices. Maybe it's talked to a database or two. And a trace is all about tracking the life cycle of that request all the way through. You're going to hear the word span a lot. A span is a single transaction within a trace. So a trace is just a collection of spans that all join together to make one single flow through your system. Typical data that's associated with spans and traces, any errors that happened, the duration of each span and how long it took for every single transaction. Super important when you want to track, for example, where are the bottlenecks. So if a whole trace took 5 seconds and every span took 3 milliseconds except one that took 4 minutes and a few hundred 4 seconds and a few hundred milliseconds, then perhaps this is where you should be paying your attention. So really, really powerful. You can also decorate spans with custom values. We strongly recommend this, and we'll get into a little bit of that later. So what have we talked about? We've talked about the essence of observability. We've talked about how it differs from monitoring in that you can interrogate, cut, and slice your data. What we haven't talked about is why observability has become so important in 2022 and how going forward it's only getting more important. So a while ago, this was basically our architecture. Some of us will remember, fewer and fewer remember what it was like working on these sort of big, chunky, monolithic applications. The challenge was less about monitoring these things, and it was more to do with keeping the code clean, keeping everything modular, good, tight abstractions within the modules of the application, that kind of thing. That was where all the focus was. Monitoring it was actually relatively straightforward, right? Like, so you had a big monolithic application, you only had one set of CPU metrics to care about because it was all running on one server or perhaps a couple of servers. You had some memory, some network, and that kind of thing. But you didn't have this massive span of different things, and you certainly didn't have lots of different components communicating over the network to serve one request. If the request made it to the application, you could be relatively confident that it would make its way through. And it was usually networking failures happened outside. Now you can have sort of networking failures happening within, and we'll show that in a second. And also your database. Your database was just one big thing, one massive schema, and everyone just made tables. I'm sure a few people are having sort of flashbacks right now of what it was like to work on some of these schemas. It's tricky stuff. So while working on them was complicated and scaling them was difficult, monitoring them and observing them wasn't as hard. You could argue that you didn't have as fine grain monitoring, and that's true. But ultimately, the observability wasn't a big conversation. And then we did this, which was all fun. We started to make microservices. Some of us, and by the way, many people will be like, oh, no architecture looks like this. Lots of architectures look like this. So the idea is that we moved to microservices. Not many of us knew what microservices were when we moved. And so we made a series of applications that some fit the definition of microservices. Some were just Frankenstein's monster. And so our architecture suddenly became very, very complicated very, very quickly. However, our observability tooling was not there to meet that challenge. And that created a real problem for us, was how do we monitor all of this? How do we track all of this? And what we found was actually it became a lot more complicated because now, for example, my fancy microservices application, that could fail and it could have a knock-on effect on child applications that were dependent on it. Super complicated, actually, because now rather than just seeing a memory spike in your one server or your collection of 3 servers, now you have an ephemeral number of servers that are regularly appearing and regularly disappearing. You have containers, one of which might fail, the whole VM might survive. You have networking challenges where a container has an IP address and it needs to be able to talk out through the VMs, Ethernet, and then through to another virtual machine, perhaps in a different VPC. The whole landscape became much more complex. And so this is why observability has become such an important conversation over the past few years. It's because this challenge presented itself and we have fought very, very hard to keep up and meet that challenge. But that challenge has caused some really interesting and quite sort of profound side effects that have meant that lots of people have lots of data. They don't know what to do with it. And it's very, very tricky to understand what the next steps look like. So this is where we'll move into the practical portion of the talk. So we've just to recap, we've covered the difference in observability and monitoring. We've covered why observability has become so important and the base data that typically underpins a really powerful observability strategy and how you can make the most out of that. So now we're going to talk about the 3 different data types and some of the things you can do to make your observability journey easier. So there's some general best practices. There are two things that, we have over 2,000 customers, and one of the things that gives us the benefit of is we can see all the different behaviors and the different things that people are doing in the company to try and understand. And we also have some of the best observability engineers in the world. So we have the benefit of their insights as well. And so the first thing is just lots of observability solutions out there will say, here's our proprietary solution. You can instrument your code using our proprietary solution. You can collect your logs using our proprietary solution. You can capture traces using our proprietary solution, and so on. That might be okay for you, and I'm not saying this is always bad. Just be wary of it, because as you'll see later, one of the big challenges is not actually technical. It's commercial. It's how to keep up with the cost of this thing. And costs can spiral with observability, and being able to move quickly between providers is a really, really key capability for companies. And so one of the things that we strongly recommend at CoreLogics is that you think open source. So even if you're using a SaaS company like CoreLogics, try and use purely open source solutions that are config driven. So you have some config that says, hey, forward my logs to CoreLogics, but you're not worrying too much about the polluting your code with specific proprietary code. This is just something that we've seen. It's very painful for companies when they're trying to get out of it. So definitely go down the open source route for your integrations. At CoreLogics as well, by the way, we also support things like managed instances of Kafka, managed instances of Grafana, sorry. And that just means that for you can use as much open source tooling as you like, and then turn the dial up and down depending on how proprietary and how interesting you want the features to become. So we're big fans of this open source approach, open source first approach. Trying to do what we do best and give you the tools that you need to do what you do best. The second thing is upfront, just have a think about how much data you're going to be dealing with. Everybody always underestimates. Everyone always underestimates this. And the reason why is because they look at their applications and they say, well, my application is generating, I don't know, 1 gigabyte of logs a day. Cool, we can manage that, And then suddenly somebody switches something to debug or trace, and that 1 gigabyte goes to 10 gigabytes, and the solution isn't built to handle that. And moreover, they haven't got the cost optimizations in place, so that if they do have a subscription-based service, they might find that their costs suddenly and sharply spike. So just something to really consider up front is, where are we going with this? How much observability data do we think we're going to generate? These are two really important questions. It's how do we avoid the proprietary lock-in, and how do we make sure that we are planning ahead for our data growth, our volume growth? And because at CoreLogics, we see it all the time, the data explosion is real, and data is growing faster than revenue. Small companies are finding that they have voluminous amounts of data, huge amounts of data that they weren't expecting to have. And they need solutions that can partner with them to make sure that they can grow and scale with the challenge. So for logging, there's a bunch of different things that I'm not going to read all of them out. I'm just going to read out some of the key ones that I think are really, really important. So there's a few key things. One is decorate your logs with useful metadata. Really, really essential, okay? If you just use the raw logs that your system is generating, that's not going to be the most helpful thing in the world for you, because you're not going to have anything from a business perspective to correlate. So adding useful metadata, the name of the application, the function that it serves. So for example, if you have a series of microservices and all of them are involved in payment, make sure all of your logs are decorated with the field that says that they are related to payment. So then you can Google for your payment logs across multiple different services, okay? So definitely consider that. Log in a machine readable format like JSON. I've put this in italics because it's still surprising how many people don't do this. Definitely log in JSON. It requires no additional processing. It doesn't slow your application down at all. The logs are still very readable. In fact, sometimes more readable than whatever format is generated by Log4j or whatever, SLF4j. So definitely log in JSON. It's really easy to do, and it means that your data can be really easily indexed by Elasticsearch or CoreLogics or whatever else. And the third point that I just want to call out is hot, warm, and cold storage. So what people tend to do is for example, if they spin up their own Elk stack to handle their logs, they'll just push their logs into Elasticsearch, hold them for 2 weeks, and then get rid of them. they might realize that they have to hold the logs for some time, and so they'll say, okay, we'll compress them in, I don't know, S3. And but if we ever want to access those logs again, it's very difficult because we have to re-index them and pull them apart and that kind of thing. If you're going to go down a SaaS route, then look for a provider that gives you hot, warm, and cold storage out of the box. For CoreLogix, we call this frequent search, which are logs that you are regularly looking for. Monitoring, which are logs that are driving many of your different metrics, your alerts, and that kind of thing. And finally, compliance. These are logs that you hold onto specifically because you may need them, and you need to hold onto them for a matter of years. We offer infinite scaling with compliance, and the way we solve that problem is with remote query. We'll talk a little bit about that later. But this is a real tricky engineering challenge. Setting up hot, warm, and cold storage and maintaining an Elasticsearch cluster that can handle that kind of sophistication. It takes work, it takes expertise, and that all translates into cost. My personal one that I always tell people to do is to use MDC. So this is a Java example. I'm doing a bit of a throwback to when I used to be a Java engineer. I'm enjoying it. It's MDC is a way of decorating your logs with specific keyword fields. So you'll see in the example here that I've declared two variables, app name and system name. And then whenever I want to log them out, I have to specify app name and system name, and then I have to pass them in. But crucially, I want all of the logs in the other methods to log out app name and system name as well. And so I have to pass app name and system name down into those functions as well. This creates really messy code because those functions don't really care about app name and system name. They only want to just log them out. And yet their method signature is now polluted with app name and system name. This is a really simple example, but you could see how when you're logging lots of metadata, which is a great thing to do, your code can become really messy. So with MDC, what you do is you say, okay, I have app name and system name. I'm going to put that in my MDC context. And what will happen then is every log that is generated from that point onwards will be decorated with those values. Okay. So MDC, mapped diagnostic context, will make sure that you don't have to constantly pass these values around. Super powerful, and it means that you are really, really well set up to scale your logs as much as you want, add as much metadata as you like without polluting method signatures. So it's just something that we've seen over the years that's really, really powerful and helpful. If you don't program in Java, that's fine. If you just Google for your relevant language, Node, Python, whatever, and then MDC, something's going to come up. It's very, very common now. So this is definitely something that I would strongly recommend to practice in your logs generation. For metrics, again, I won't read everything out here, but there's two things I'd like to call out. The first one is create granular metrics because you can always aggregate them later. So what people tend to do is they think, well, I'll save money. And the way I'll save money is I will aggregate my metrics at source and I will generate an average that I can then plot over time. The problem with this is you can't reverse an average. It's a one-way operation. It's not bijective, which means that if you ever want to look at the raw data, it's gone. Metrics are very, very cost efficient to store and query. So you don't have to worry too much about super granular data. We recommend that you focus on the granularity of your data because the more granular, more precise your metrics are, the more you can do with them. You can always average them later using, for example, with Prometheus, you could write a PromQL query, super easy, super fast. The second thing I would like to call out is annotating your metrics. This is the last line on the slide there. Annotating your metrics is a very, very powerful practice, and it helps you to capture points in time. In fact, I would stretch this, annotate everything. So what does annotation look like? This is the CoreLogix UI. This is our Explore dashboard. But you can see an example here, custom tag v522. So this is a version change that occurred in the logs. And you can see here that we've tagged a point. So on the, on the 4th of November. What this means is that if anything changed after that point, we can immediately see it. And so this is something that we do, is we allow you to tag when things have happened in your system. We do at CoreLogix, we allow you to just tag this and we'll correlate your logs, messages, and traces against this tag as well as your security data as well. In this example here, you can just see how powerful that is. Because if suddenly those lines started to go sharply up or sharply down, there's no debate about the cause and effect. It's like V522 went live, and then suddenly things started to change. There's no searching Jenkins to find out build times. Strongly recommend that you focus on this capability. It's really important. Finally, traces. There's a few key points here. One, traces are very data intensive. So to begin with, look at the really important sort of flows through your system and make sure they are instrumented. When I say instrumented, what I mean is that all of the applications within that critical path through your system are generating spans and traces. Really important that you do that. And that leads me on to the second point. Identify the points of ingress and egress in your system. So it's no good beginning a trace halfway through your system because the bottleneck may be before. So look at the points of ingress and egress and trace between them. Okay, even if you're just focusing on one or two critical paths through your microservices architecture, focus on the full system. And finally, try to instrument everything. So don't just settle for sort of half instrumented here and a bit there and a bit there. If you can get everything generating spans and traces, you have the best possible chance of making the most from your data. There's nothing worse than having traces where half of the story is missing because you never trust the data that you've got in front of you. You always think, well, okay, but maybe there's something else going on before that I don't know. So especially if you're just starting out, try to instrument everything. And finally, be careful with vendor-specific solutions. Trace implementation, with the exception of eBPF, is very invasive in your code. It's really in the middle of your code base. So vendor-specific solutions, just be wary because again, you're polluting your code base. You're making it very difficult to move away from those vendor and proprietary solutions. So at CoreLogics, we're big fans of the OpenTelemetry project. We fully integrate for logs, metrics, and traces with OpenTelemetry. OpenTelemetry means that you can capture your logs, metrics, and traces without putting any proprietary code in your system, and everything, for example, related to CoreLogics is just in a config file outside. You change the config file, and your system knows no different. It just stops forwarding the data to CoreLogics. We strongly advise this position, not just as a company that integrates with OpenTelemetry, but as a collection of engineers. We believe this is the best way forward to allow customers to shop around and move between the different solutions. So those are just a bunch of practical tips that you can use with your data. Now we're going to lean into the big challenges you're going to face, and I'll go through this quite quickly. Big question everybody has when they're doing the observability thing is build versus buy. So everybody always underestimates how difficult it is to maintain an Elk stack. Okay, it's tricky. Things break, things run out of memory, nodes fail, you get split brain issues, and so on. So even a basic one with a couple of nodes can be tricky. So just really consider, is it worth the engineering time? Engineers are few and far between these days. So try to make sure that you're spending your time on the Elasticsearch cluster if you really need it. Otherwise, buy a SaaS solution. It's faster. In the long run, it'll be cheaper, especially if you go with a provider that understands the sort of importance of cost management. Yes, we've talked about scaling already. If you scale it up, it becomes more tricky. And just really think about whether you need to spend engineering time or not. That's my big sort of salient piece of advice there with build versus buy. People get wrapped up in the features and things. Features are important, but it's really all about, is it worth shifting the focus of your engineers? And finally, the data explosion. So I've ran Prometheuses across many different applications. I've almost memorized the command. I didn't mean to. It just happened so many times that I've had to increase the memory of it, okay, of my Prometheus instances. And the reason why is because more and more data is being generated. If I add a new library, it generates a ton more metrics. Like I said before, all it takes is one person to set the wrong flag, and you're suddenly generating a huge amount of data. That could destroy your Elk stack. It could spike your bills, all sorts of things. So make sure that you're thinking about how your data is going to exponentially increase, because it will. Almost every company faces this at some point. It's the reason why when people receive their observability build, they tend to cringe a little bit. So at CoreLogics, how do we beat the data explosion? The way we do that is we do a few things. So one of the things that we do that's completely unique is that we analyze in stream. So when you send your data to us, we don't store it and index it right away like many of the other providers. What we do is we take it, we trigger alerts, monitoring, metrics, everything gets triggered up front and first. And then you can set some rules using our what's called a total cost of ownership optimizer. And what we say is, if it's just compliance, we'll just send it to an S3 bucket sitting in your account. You don't pay. All you do is pay for the S3 bucket storage and the initial upfront index, and that's it. For monitoring, we will transform that data so that we can store it into metrics format. We can trigger alerts. We can update our machine learning models to track changes. And we can also push that to S3 for you if you like. And finally, frequent search is, as you can imagine, it goes into an Elasticsearch cluster. It all gets completely indexed, and it also gets pushed into S3 as well. So what you've got there is a way of saying, I'm interested in these logs only for compliance. I want to query them at some point. And what we do is we offer the archive query solution. So your archive, you don't even have to re-index your data to query your data. If it's stored in S3 and CoreLogic's put it there, then we can actually go in and query your S3 bucket and say, hey, here's, and we can pull back a week's worth of data or 3 days worth of data, soon to be a week, which will allow you to really clearly and easily visualize your data and give you access to your archive. And what many customers find is that they can put fewer and fewer pieces of data in frequent search, and they can push them straight into S3. And that massively drives down costs. We're talking about something like an 85% cost saving in the difference between frequent search costs and compliance costs. Customers typically see between 50 and 70% cost savings using this technique. And all you have to do is just set up some basic rules based on your assessment of the use case for that data, and we'll handle the rest. So thank you very much for listening. This has been what we call Observability Masterclass. So just to recap, from the top, we've talked about observability versus monitoring. We've talked about the techniques that you can apply to really bleed the most out of your data, including keeping your code as clean and tidy as possible, so that you can not just scale your observability data, not just scale your insights, but also scale your code base, instrument your code base in a responsible way that means that you're not going to run into problems later on. So thank you very much for listening. I've been Chris Cooney from CoreLogic's.
Thank you, Chris. That was a really insightful session, and I think it was really a masterclass in observability. And I was facing a similar issue in my workplace as well, and so this is really helping. It has really helped me too. So
Great.
Thanks for letting us know what kind of work is being done in CoreLogic's. Thanks a lot.
you.
Thanks a lot, Chris. I can also relate to that. Coming from a banking background, I can understand like how difficult it is to trace. So everyone jumps onto microservices architecture, but it comes with its own problems, and that too especially is a traceability. So I can relate to that. We have our transactions coming from mobile interface, going to the API gateway, then traveling back to the mesh of microservices, and finally getting punched into a mainframe system, which is a big trouble for us to cross check. So we did a hackathon in our own organization to look for the solutions, but yeah, I like this is a very mature solution, and the way you guys are dealing it seems awesome. Great. Thanks for sharing the nice things.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, so all are ready for the quiz. We have the QR code on the screen, so everyone can start scanning. We'll also share the link. So here's the link. Yeah, so here's the link for the quiz. This is a part of the tournament. Okay, this is part of the tournament quizzes. So I'll just kind of go on about what is going to be the giveaway as well for this. Okay, so for the tournament, we have total of 5 winners, out of which top 5 will receive a cash prize of 2,000 with the WizLab subscription, and the next 5 will get t-shirts with free WizLab subscription as well for standard plans. So be quick.
Tajinder, do you want to share your screen?
Yep, I'm just sharing my screen. Just
Yeah, sorry, I think I got that wrong. Apologies. For this tournament, we'll have top 20 winners, out of which first 5 will receive Amazon vouchers worth rupees 2,000. Next 10 would receive a free subscription to WizLab standard plans, and the last 5 would receive T-shirts. So be quick, scan, and try to get into the session.
So we'll wait for a couple of more minutes before we
Sure.
actually start this quiz.
Yes.
I can see that we have around 260 plus participants already, which is a great sign.
Everyone, please register in advance. Be quick, enter the quiz room so that you are able to play as soon as Tajinder shoots out the first question.
Yeah.
The link is is also showing up in the video, and also it's part of the comments.
Comment section. Yeah.
So be quick. Yeah. So handing it over to you, Tajinder.
Thanks, Neetu. Should we start? What you people say?
Sure.
Yep. Okay. So here we go. So the first question. Please note this is a small quiz of 4 questions each. So please be on top of the choices. So what has microservices done to the observability challenge? Is it made it much easier? It hasn't had any impact. Observability is impossible. Abandon hope. It has made it more complex, but also much more precise. Nice choices, though. Yeah. So the time's up. What should be the right answer? So the right answer is it has made it more complex, but also much more precise. Right. So 28% of the participants answered it correctly, and 50% answered it. It made it much easier. Okay, so the leaderboards, as you can see, is Shailaja on top, Krishna Kishore on second position, Vimana Babu on third position. Moving on to the next question. What are the 3 pillars of observability? Is it logs, metrics, and traces? Logs, and more logs? Metrics, database, and the cloud? Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana. So again, very good choices. Last 5 seconds. And the time is up. Okay, so the answer is logs, metrics, and traces. 76% of people answered this question correctly. So they were paying attention to this session there. That's a good sign. So the leaderboards, as it stands, is Krishna on top, Sagnik Adhikare on second position, Vemana Babu on third position. So we are through with the halfway. Next question. What are the 3 common storage levels in Elasticsearch? Is it high, medium, low, top, middle, bottom, hot, warm, cold, above, middle, below? Again, I can see people answering it in very quickly. They must have really paid attention to Chris' session then. It's a really good sign. Last 5 seconds. And time's up. So the correct answer is hot, warm, and cold. Interestingly, 44% of people answered it correctly. So there doesn't seem to be any change in the leaderboard. Krishna Kishore being on top, Sagnik Adhikare on third position, Vemana Babu on Sagnik Adhikare on second position, and Vemana Babu on third position. So this is the last question. This can still change the overall look of the leaderboard. So please do answer. what is the most common format for modern application logs? Is it JSON, free text without a format, YAML, or binary code? Oh, people have answered it really quickly. And we see a change in the leaderboard for this quiz. Last 5 seconds. And the time's up. So the correct answer is JSON. And 58% of participants answered it correctly. So we are at end of this quiz, and the leaderboard is as follows: Krishna Kishore on top, Sagnik Adhikare on second position, and Shraddha Bagh on third position. Again, congratulations to the winners, and thank you for participating in this amazing quiz. Back to you, Neetu and Rajat.
Thank you, Tajinder. Thanks a lot. And before we move on to the next session, a quick reminder to everyone, don't forget to log on to your social media, like, tweet, repost, share about our event today and about the participation, about the sessions. Click your photos at the photo booth and do post about that as well, because there are some amazing prizes waiting for you. We'll select 10 winners, out of which top 5 will receive a cash prize of 2000 along with a WizLab subscription, and next 5 will receive t-shirts along with the free WizLab subscription standard plan. So let's move on to the next session, and I hand it over to Rajat for taking us
Sure.
through it. Thank you.
Thanks, Nitu. Thanks, Tajinder, for running the quiz. So let's talk about the next session. So it's for the ETL data pipeline in AWS. So ETL is an abbreviation for extract, transform, and load. Is an emerging topic among all IT industries. Industries often look for some easy solution and open source tools and technologies to do ETL on their valuable data without spending much effort on their things. So let's hear it from our experts on how easy it is to create ETL data pipeline in AWS using Python code. Let me introduce Suman Debanath. He is a principal advocate at AWS. Suman was also very active in AWS community and helped many community developers to grow their knowledge on AWS platform. He is very inspiring and big motivation for all of us. Along with him, we also have Noritaka Sekiyama. He is working as principal big data architect in AWS Glue and has remarkable contributions on his name. So without further ado, let's hear from the speakers itself.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this session on building an ETL data pipeline in Python on AWS. My name is Suman Devnath. I'm a developer advocate focusing around data engineering, and I'm super excited to share a few of the insights around data engineering and building a data pipeline on AWS. We have tons of demo lined up today. And I hope that you are having a good time at the community day since morning. And I wish and I hope that in next 40 to 50 minutes, you will learn something new around the data engineering space. So what we are going to do today is, we are going to touch base on few of the services, deep dive into few of the tools that we have around few of those services, which are more developer focused. And then towards the end, I will show you how you can build an ETL pipeline. So in the first part of this session, Nori, my co-speaker, will talk about AWS Glue and data lake architecture and a few of the tools that you as a developer can leverage while working around data engineering problems. So without any further ado, let me hand it over to my colleague Nori, and I'll see you after some time in the demo section.
Hi, I am Nori, Principal Big Data Architect on the AWS Glue team. I am responsible for building software artifacts that help customers build data lakes on AWS Cloud. Recently, I have published a book about AWS Glue. For this AWS Community Day India event, We will be giving away a few copies of this ebook to 3 of the lucky winners. If you are interested, tweet about your learnings from this session, share your experience, and tag me in the tweet. We will reach out to 3 of you and give away the free copy of the ebook after today's event. In the past several years, we observed that many customers want more value from their data. However, there are challenges on that. First, the data volume they are managing are growing exponentially from terabytes to petabytes, and in some cases, even exabytes of data. In addition, they are working with increasingly diverse data sources like logs, real-time streams from IoT devices, voice recording from their call centers, or videos from a social media site. Finally, we are seeing that the data is being used not just by more people in the organization, but also by applications to automatically take actions when the conditions change. For example, an application may automatically order new supplies when inventory in a store drops below a certain threshold. To overcome these challenges, we have an offering. It's AWS Glue. AWS Glue is a serverless data integration service on AWS. It is powered by Apache Spark, which is open source distributed data processing framework. It gives you scalable data integration engine, unified data governance, ability to connect to various data sources, and so on. With AWS Glue, you can easily integrate your data across multiple data stores, transform and enrich your data, and make it queryable for different analytics and machine learning applications. I guess many of you are familiar with coding. Some may prefer visual user interface rather than coding. In the area of data engineering, it is very common to have people with different skill sets. AWS Glue offers a variety of interfaces for every skill set, a visual drag and drop interface for no-code users, a built-in notebook interface for interactive job authoring, and finally, Job API interface for developers who want to submit their own Python and Scala script. Regardless of the interface used to author your job, you can get the benefit of massively scalable Glue engine. Today, we focus on Python, so I will explain these 2 highlighted options for authoring job integration. For data scientists, it is common to use Jupyter Notebook to make trials and errors on your data and develop and test your code. Built-in Notebook is designed for exploring data quickly and developing Apache Spark jobs interactively. It allows you work with AWS Glue faster by giving the feedback immediately and letting you test your code. Built-in Notebook has a capability to automatically convert notebook code into job, so it is very easy to schedule and orchestrate your job. It is ideal for developers who know Apache Spark and Python and Scala and need to develop complex proprietary ETL logic. If you are a coder, you can use any of your preferred coding environment, including IDE, such as IntelliJ or Visual Studio Code or whatever. If you prefer quick experience on the web browser, we have a script editor in the AWS Glue console. It allows you to make changes in your code and run the code immediately. When you write your code for group platform, there are multiple options. You can run pure Spark code, you can run standard SQL, you can also run group-specific code mainly for ETL workload. As I mentioned, you can also add a job code on the group console on the web browser, or you can use any of your local environment. In this demo, I will demonstrate how to develop and test AWS Glue scripts locally using a Docker container including AWS Glue ETL library. I am using Visual Studio Code on my MacBook. I already installed Docker on Mac. When I run a Docker container including Glue ETL library, the container is visible as a dev container in Visual Studio Code interface. Let me start my demo. When I click the container, then the script on my MacBook is being loaded. In this script, I am using some Glue-specific method included in Glue ETL library. So it's not pure Spark code. For example, this one. Glue context create dynamic frame from options is one of the common Glue-specific method. When I run the script, you will see the standard output in the terminal. As you can see, that it is running fine with Glue ETL library. If you copy and paste entire code from local environment to Glue Studio console, it also works because it uses the same ETL library. What you need is just to set an IAM role that runs that job. That's it. So it will give you the consistent experience between local environment and Glue job platform. To orchestrate your ETL data pipeline, there are multiple options on AWS. Amazon managed workflow for Apache Airflow, which is called MWAA, AWS Step Functions, and AWS Glue Workflow. The first one is MWAA. If you have existing Airflow asset, it will be straightforward for you to use MWAA with importing the existing asset because MWAA is compatible with open source Airflow. The second one is step functions. If you need various services like AWS Lambda, ECS, and so on for your ETL data pipeline, then step functions will be the right service for you. The third one is Glue Workflow. If your data pipeline consists of Glue, Job, and crawlers, then Glue Workflow will be the best fit for you. You can choose any of them based on your requirement. Glue Workflow allows you to define dependencies and conditions in this simple web UI. Glue Workflow is optimized for Glue job and crawlers, so you can expect minimal latency to trigger jobs after other jobs. Since it is Glue native capability, there are no additional charges on AWS Glue Workflow usage. We will show Glue Workflow in the later demo as well. Glue jobs, workflows, and other AWS resources can be defined by code using AWS CDK. AWS CDK supports various programming languages including Python. If you are a software developer, it will be straightforward to use CDK to define and provision your resources for ETL data pipeline. Since CDK is natively integrated with AWS CloudFormation, the CloudFormation console shows CDK resources by keeping the nested structures of resource definition. Now, you have Glue jobs, Glue workflow for orchestration, and CDK for resource provisioning. Next demo will showcase how you can build CI/CD pipeline for your entire ETL data pipeline using AWS Glue. Here's an example of CI/CD for a data processing pipeline built on top of AWS Code Commit, Code Build, Code Pipeline, and AWS CDK. When you commit and push your code, CDK code for your data pipeline into the code commit repository, then code build will automatically perform unit tests. Then CDK stack is deployed to dev environment first. Once you verify the right behavior in the dev environment, then you can continue to deploy the CDK stack to prod environment. Code pipeline. Once you push your code changes to code commit, then this code pipeline is being triggered. Let me start the demo. When code commit or receive your code changes, then code build is triggered to run unit tests using PyTest. There are a few other stages in this pipeline, and the final stage will be used to provision the resources using CDK. This build phase is mainly designed for doing the unit test. After some time, once PyTest completed, then next step is being triggered. Next step is update pipeline. There are a few other assets in this pipeline. Once everything completed, then the resources including glue job, workflow, and others are successfully provisioned using AWS CDK. You can see details in CloudFormation console or here. You can see the last update is November 7th. And the changes are happening on the same day to make the changes in the CDK stack. That's how AWS native CI/CD works with ETL data pipeline built on top of AWS Glue. I hope it helps you understand how you can use AWS Glue and how the Python experience with Glue look like. So far, we had 2 demos. Detailed instructions are available on AWS Big Data blog post. You can check out any of them and try in your account.
Thank you so much, Nori, for an exhaustive introduction around Glue and how you can leverage Docker in your environment for local development, and also how you can make use of CI/CD for ETL data pipeline with AWS Glue. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take a few of those learnings, and we are going to build an ETL pipeline using Python. So we will take some sample data set, and this data set is coming from Kaggle, and the data set that we have picked up is a YouTube data set, and our objective would be to pick the trending videos, videos which got the maximum number of likes or dislikes, whatever, and we will try to analyze the data. And we can do a lot of analysis, but this is the data set that we have. And if you look carefully, and we are going to deep dive into that as we go along, but if you look carefully, we have 2 types of files in the data set. One is in the form of JSON, as you can see here, and the other one is in the form of CSV. So the JSON is basically the data which contains the category or the catalog. So things like a video can be of different category, right? It should come under different category, like let's say sports, or maybe a movie, and so on and so forth. So if you see here, we have this US category ID.json file, and it contains something like ID, which is 24, and it contains a title as entertainment. And in the CSV, we don't have that title. In the CSV file, we will just have the ID. So for a better analysis, we need to make a joint query between these 2 data sets, right? So one is in the form of JSON and another one is in the form of CSV. So that's not something that we can do right away. And here we are talking about a large data set where you have hundreds of GBs or TBs of data. So how we can process these two different types of data set and make an analytical system at the end of the day. So let's start with, so we will look into both different types of data set that we have. But first, let me just walk you through the architecture, how we are going to build this. So this is the first type of data, which is a JSON data. And one thing that we need to do is, in the first place, is we need to save this data set, right? So we are going to save this data set on Amazon S3, and then we need to process this data because this data is in the form of JSON, right? So we may like to for any big data problem or any data engineering problem, we tend to convert that data into the most efficient and cost optimized format, right? So that means that we need to do some processing of the data. So we are going to do that using a Lambda function. So what we will do is we will upload the file to let's say S3, and that will trigger a Lambda function. And that Lambda function will do that processing, and it will convert that data into a standard structured data structure, basically in the form of rows and columns, so that we can later on query that data. So how this Lambda function is going to do, that is something that we are going to see in the demo. But architecturally, we are going to use a service called AWS SDK for Pandas, which was previously known as Data Wrangler. And why we are going to use Data Wrangler, I'll talk about that when we head towards the demo. But what this will do is it will convert that JSON file, and it will also convert that file into a much efficient format, which is Parquet, which is a columnar data format, and that will help you to efficiently query your data. So it will not only convert that data into Parquet, but it will also save that data to S3, and at the same time it will create a catalog in AWS Glue. So AWS Glue, as Nori mentioned earlier in the day, that it can be used for data cataloging as well, not only for ETL jobs, but to query that data which is now stored on S3, we need to know the schema of the data. So that schema is saved, would be saved in Glue. So this part is fine. So what we intended to do was to take this JSON file and convert it into a CSV. So we are good here. Now let's talk about the other data that we had, right? So which is a CSV file. So what we are going to do is we are going to convert the CSV file into Parquet format. So first thing first. So first we are going to save this file on S3, and then we are going to run an AWS Glue ETL job, and we will show how we can do that, and then that will actually save that new formatted data in Parquet on S3. So at this point, we have both the data, the JSON data as well as the CSV data. Both of the data are saved on S3, right? So let me just use my pen. So if you see, both the data is now saved on S3. So both are in the Parquet format, and now we can efficiently query that data using Athena, right? So that is what we are going to do next. So at the end, what we will use is Amazon QuickSight to build a dashboard, and this is the place where we will be seeing in a nice formatted UI where you can see charts and take some business decisions based on the data that you see there. So with that, let's head over to our demo and see it all in action. But before we do that, this is a GitHub repo which you may like to refer after this session, and play around, and feel free to share your experience. And I'll be very much happy to take feedbacks, and we can make this demo even better. So let me go to my AWS console. So I've already logged into my AWS console, and I'm going to use an Cloud9 instance, which I've already instantiated. And the first thing that we need to do is we need to upload our data set, right? So if you remember, let's go back to the architecture. So we have to handle two data sets. One is in the JSON format, and another one is the CSV. So the JSON contains the category details, and the CSV contains the actual data, right? So different videos and all of that. So let's start with this ID, JSON file where we have all the IDs. So for that, let me open up my Cloud9 instance, and let's see how our data looks like. So this is the data set that we have called a YouTube new. This is the folder, if you can see on the left hand side, and it contains two different types of file. One is all the JSON files, which contains the category ID, and if you see here the file, this is one of the files. If I just double click on the first one, which is for California, you see that this data contains the ID and the category, which is in the form of title, right? So like this is film and animation. Similarly, this is auto and vehicle, which has an ID of 2. So this is the file which we need to convert into a more structured format. Now it is into a semi-structured format, right? So let's do that. So for this, first, what we need to do is we need to upload this data on S3. So let's go to S3. So let me just go to S3. I think I have already opened that window. Okay, yeah. So this is the S3 bucket that we have, and inside that we have a folder called dataset, and inside that we have a subfolder called raw statistic reference data. And inside this, I have all this JSON. So to query the data, we need to know the structure or schema of the data, right? And how we can do that? We can use Glue for this. So let's open Glue, and we can come to crawler, and we can create one crawler, right? So if you see here, I have many different crawlers, and let me just delete this crawler. This is not that needed. So I already have created one crawler, but I'll quickly show you how you can create one crawler. So let's say you give some name, let's say CW123, and next you can add the data source. So this is the location of where your data is. So let's select our bucket inside and the subfolder. So this is the exact directory where we have our data, and then we can add this S3 data source. We can click next, and then we need to give some IAM role, because Glue is going to read the data from S3 on your behalf. So I've already created one, and all these details are mentioned in the GitHub repo. You may like to create one when you go over this in your account. Then click next, and then we need to either create the default database, or you can create one database, right? So I already have created one database called DB YouTube Raw. If you don't have any database, you can create one, because at the end of the day, Glue crawler is going to scan through your data on your S3 bucket, and it will try to figure out the schema, and it will create one table for that. And that table will be saved in some database, right? So we need to have one database, and this is what that database is all about. Right? So let's click next, and then we can just click on create crawler. So once the crawler gets created, we need to run that, right? So once we run that, it will start crawling through the data. So I have already, created this crawler, and I have already, executed this crawler. And after that, if you see this, it has detected one table, right? So the name of the table is raw statistics reference data. So if we now go to table and search for that, you will see the table here, right? And in the format is it says that it's JSON. Right? So now we can query this data using Athena. So either you can go to Athena by from here by searching the Athena service, or you can simply click on the table data and click on proceed, and it will open up in a new window. So now when you run some query like select star from the database and the table name, you get an error, right? So the error that you get is something around the JSON format, right? So that means the Athena is not able to read that data. And the reason for that is, if you click on this forum, because this is something that I also faced, while, working on this demo. So it seems like this error is because of this SERDE or something which is known as serializer and deserializer, which is a way in which Athena actually interact with the data in different formats. And in our case, we are using the data in JSON format. And if you go through our documentation, it says that the JSON data should be represented in separate lines and not pretty printed. Okay, and so what do we mean by pretty printing? So if you take an example of your JSON data, the data is fine as long as it is in this format, like every item is in separate lines. But if it is pretty printed, it is not fine. That means Athena won't be able to, read this kind of data, right? Where you have braces and brackets, in separate lines. And if you look into our data, it is exactly like that, right? It's in the pretty printed format. So now what we have to do is we need to convert our data into, so that it can read read this data properly, right? So either we can use some script to change the format of this data, or we can use the AWS SDK for pandas, right? And that's what we discussed in the architecture. And if you remember, if I just go back to the architecture, the AWS for Panda, what it can do is it can not only create the new file and save it in S3 in a nice structured format, but it can also create that schema and save it in Glue, which we have done manually, right? We created a crawler and all of that. So both of these tasks can be done by the SDK for Pandas. And the way that we want to do this now is using a Lambda function, where the Lambda function will be triggered the moment any JSON file is uploaded, and it will automatically convert that data into a structured format in Parquet, and it will also write the schema in Glue. So let's go to our Lambda function. So we have one Lambda function. So if you see here, we have this Lambda function, and let me open this function in our Cloud9 instance so that you can view that in a better way. Okay, so first thing first, we are going to use AWS Data Wrangler, and that's what we have imported. So SDK for Pandas was previously known as AWS Data Wrangler, and that's why we see that package name. And there are a couple of things that we need to share to that Lambda function. One is, what should be the new location of our S3 bucket? That means after the processing the data, where it should write that clean data. So this is the environmental variable where we are, saving this bucket name. And then the next thing is we need to mention which Glue table and what is the Glue database that it should use, the data wrangler should use to update for updating the schema, right? So let's go over the Lambda function. It's pretty straightforward. First is we are reading this file from the JSON. We are reading this JSON file from the S3 bucket, and then we are kind of normalizing the data, and we are just reading the items hash. So this is the line where it converts that data, it processes the data, and converts that not from that pretty print format to a regular format, right? And another thing that we are doing is we are just saving or rather loading only the items hash. So if you see our raw file, if you see this whole JSON file, it contains 3 key: kind, etag, and items. And these 2 lines are not that important for us, right? So we are not going to do any querying for this. But all that that matters to us is this item hash, because inside these items we have different categories. So this is category of film and animation. Then again, this is a category for auto and vehicle. Similarly, the other one is for music, right? So this is kind of an optimization that we are doing, that we are just taking the items. And at the end, what we are doing is we are saving this data on S3. So WR is the data wrangler. If you remember, we imported this in the first line. And we are saving it on S3 in a Parquet format, which is a columnar structured data structure, a file format, which is more efficient for any big data processing. And we are providing all the information, like what data to write and where to write. So that means which S3 bucket location it need to write the process data, and also in which glue table and database it need to update the schema, right? So this is the advantage of using data wrangler, which helps to process the data as well as saving the schema in glue. All right, so we have already deployed this Lambda function. Let me go back here. We have already processed this Lambda function, and the trigger is the S3 bucket. So now what we can do is, let's go to our S3 bucket. And we want to trigger that, trigger this Lambda function, right? So let me go to that bucket. Inside dataset, raw statistic, and let's delete all this file. Okay, so now that I have deleted all the files, I can go back to my console and I can copy all this file onto S3 bucket. So I have already copied the AWS command. So there are smarter way to copy this, but I'm just copying all the file to the S3 bucket, right? So let me copy this. All right, so that should actually trigger the Lambda function. So now if we just go to the same folder, we can see the new data. Okay, so now we can go to Athena and query the data, but this time my data is not under YouTube raw, but it should be under YouTube cleansed, and this should be the database. And now if I run the query, I should be able to see the data, right? So if you see this, this is ID 10, which is a music category, ID 1, film and animation, and all of that. So now we are in a state where our data, which was in JSON format, is nicely saved into this Parquet format on S3. So next thing that we need to do is we need to convert this CSV file also to Parquet, and then we can do some analysis using Athena and QuickSight. So let me go back to my console. So I'm back to my AWS console, and first we need to make sure that that CSV files are already there in my S3 bucket. So if we come to the S3 bucket inside this dataset folder, we already looked into this folder where we had all this JSON data. And if you see here, we have another folder called raw statistic. And inside that, we have all those CSV files in different folders. Now, one thing I've already done beforehand, and that is, I have already created a crawler and executed that crawler to get the schema of the CSV file. So if we come to the glue tables, this is the table which it has automatically discovered using glue crawler, which is in the CSV format. And if you see this, the location is exactly that, right, under data set raw statistic. Now, to query that, we need to again open Athena, and we can do so by clicking on table view table data. And now we are able to query that data which is stored in CSV. But one thing that we want to do is we don't want to query this data which is saved in CSV, because it is not a very good practice to query the data which is in CSV format. So let's convert this file into a Parquet format. Right? So for that, we are going to use a new service called Glue Studio, which you can use to create your some ETL pipeline, and you can submit your jobs. So for that, you have to come to jobs, and then you can create one job. So I already have created, but let me just quickly show you how you can create jobs using Glue Studio without writing any code, and code will automatically get generated. So first thing first, so this is a visual editor. You can give some name. So let's say my ETL job 1, and then you can select the S3 bucket. So for us, since we already have crawled through this data, we can give the database. So our database is YouTube raw, and we can select the data table inside that database, which is raw statistic. And then if you want to make any other changes, we can make those changes in the node property or data source property. But once this is done, we can come to the apply mapping box, and this is the place where you can change the data type of different fields, right? If you want to make some change, like let's say the category ID is long, you can convert it into maybe a big int, right? So you can make all those changes here itself if you would like to. And after that, let's see what else we can change here. Yeah, nothing else. And then we can come down to the destination bucket. So this is the bucket where the new data will be saved, right? And we want this data to be in Parquet format. So you can click on Parquet here. You also want to change the data compression type to Snappy, which is more efficient, and it can save a lot of space in your storage, which is S3 in this case. And then you can browse through the destination, the location where you want your new data to be saved, right? So let's give some random bucket name, just because I'm not going to create this job, but because I have already created. But once this is done, if you come to script, you will see the script already populated, and this is basically a PySpark job, because Glue is going to create a Spark environment for you on which this code will get executed. And if you see, it has automatically created this mapping function, which we added through that UI, and it also created this variable called S3 bucket node 3, which basically writes that data frame into S3, right? So all of this you can do quite efficiently without writing any code. And then you can just save this code or save this job rather, and then click on run. So I'm not going to do that because I already have created this job, right? So if I click on this and come to run, you can see that it has been executed successfully, right? So now that this job is successfully executed, in fact, you can execute it now as well by clicking on run. So let me just do it. And as you can see, this is the present run, which is in the running stage, and there are previous runs which got already executed, right? So now if you go to Athena, and if we use this table called YouTube cleansed, and if we run this, we should be able to get this data, right? So now at this point, if we go back to our architecture, we will see that we have already processed this CSV file into Parquet format on S3 and this JSON file as well in a Parquet format on S3. So at this point, both these data are in structured format in Parquet, in a Parquet format, which is quite structured. And now what we can use is we can use Athena to query and run some maybe some join queries, right? So where we will take the IDs from here, right? And we will match that ID in this JSON file, right? And then try to see which category has got the maximum number of likes or dislikes, on YouTube. So let me go back to my console. Okay, so now we are back to our console. The first thing first. So let me first, just for the sake of completeness, let's run the some query with on the cleansed statistic reference data, which was actually the JSON dataset which we had, right? So it's all working fine, where we have the category ID and the category title. So this was the first JSON file, right? So let's see the CSV file which we have just now processed, right? So this is cleansed raw statistic. So if you run this, I have to select this and then click on run. So if you run this, this is also giving us the all the information about different videos, but here we just have the category ID, right? We don't know what this 22 category ID belongs to, right? And that's why we need to run a joint query. So let's execute a joint query. I'll just copy it from my clipboard and paste it here. So if you see, we are doing a joint query in a join between two tables, right? This is the first table and this is the second table. And we are saying, run the join query when this category ID is equal to ID, right? So this is the field in two different tables. One is the category ID, another is ID, right? It's the same data but different field name. So, or rather different column name. So now if I just execute this, you will see that we get not only the category ID but also the category name, right? So everything is nicely formatted and all of that. So here we can do a lot of other things, right? So we can filter the data, we can run some group by query and all of that. But there is a lot of manual effort. So what we really want to do is we want to have the dashboard out of this data, right? So every time you have to create a dashboard, you need to execute this command and then get this data for your dashboarding, right? So there's just one such command, but for your business it might be different. So at the end, what we want to do is we want to save this, data into a materialized view, right? So basically, so that we don't have to run this query, manually. And for that, we can again use Glue Studio. And I've created this, so I will not walk you through how to create a job, because by now you should know this, because we have just discussed how you can create, a job. But I've already created this job called my ETL job materialized. And if I click on this, you will see in this case, the mapping function is a little bit different, right? And we have two S3 buckets. One is the raw statistic, another one is the raw reference data, right? So because what we are essentially want to do is we want to run a join query, right? So in the previous case, when we created a ETL job to convert the CSV data into Parquet. We did not do any join query. In fact, we did not even have the second table or second data on S3 bucket, right? So here we are using two S3 buckets, or rather we are using the same bucket, but two different types of data, and we want to do an inner join, and we can mention the inner join should be on which which field. So this is exactly emulating the SQL query which we have just executed manually, and then we are saving that file into, or rather the materialized view into this S3 bucket called reporting. This is the subfolder inside our same bucket, and this is the new database where the catalog of this data would be saved, right? Which is DB YouTube Analytics. Okay, so again, if we run this, we should be able to have the materialized view of this inner join, right? So I've already executed this, although it is running because I just clicked on run, but I've already executed this beforehand. So now if you go to Athena, you don't have to run all this ugly looking join query. Let me delete all of this, and what we can do is we can go to analytics, and we can see that there is one table called YouTube stat category, and if we just run this, you will get the same data, but this time I'm just selecting running a query like select star from the table name. That's all. Okay, so now that we have our cleansed data, so this is the final data which we are going to use for dashboarding. So I have already created one QuickSight dashboard, and if you're new to QuickSight, you can use QuickSight for dashboarding, creating dashboards, do some analytics, and share it with your leadership team for better understanding of your data. So I've already created one data set called YouTube stat category. But if you would like to create a new dataset, you can click on new dataset and click on Athena, because that is going to be the source of our data. And you can give some name, let's say dataset 1, and click on create data source. Once you do that, it will automatically populate all the database that you have. So we are going to select the YouTube Analytics DB, and inside that there is a table called YouTube stat category, and this is exactly the same table which we have used in the just a while back, right? So which contains that materialized view of the two tables. So once you select that, just click on select, and then you should be able to visualize that data. So now it's the fun part, right? So now you have the data and you have the dashboard, and all you have to do is create different dashboards. So let's try to see the number of likes and number of dislikes with respect to different categories, right? So let's say this one. So if you can see here, it clearly shows that which category of YouTube videos got the maximum number of likes, and which category got how much dislikes, and so on. So you can make sense of your business. This is just a toy example, but I just want to give you a notion of what are the possibilities that you can do when you have cleaned your data using your ETL data pipeline, and use QuickSight for dashboarding using that data to get some insights for your business. Okay, so that's about it. That's all that we wanted to show you today. Thank you so much for your time once again, and I would strongly recommend you to go through this GitHub repo and play around and read about this and see how these tools can help you to solve your data engineering problem. Thank you so much for your time and joining this session. I really appreciate your time and commitment to attend this whole day AWS Community Day event. Feel free to send a note about your learning, and also as Nori mentioned, we are going to give away 3 free ebooks. So feel free to reach out to him as well as to me in case you have any queries. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of the day and enjoy the community day.
Thanks a lot, Suman, for the wonderful session, and especially Noitaka for sharing your experiences as well. I really enjoyed the session, and I think after this session, it looks very easy to play around with the AWS ETL services, and I'm definitely going to try something on my own as well now. So let's move to the next session. So, Neetu, over to you.
Thank you, Rajat. And that was a really insightful session from Suman and Noritaka. Thank you. Now let's moving on to the next session. So in the times that we live in, it is quite important to keep upskilling ourselves in the ever-growing technological landscape. It is even more relevant to do so in public. Being active in social media, learning in public, mentoring and sharing knowledge online are necessary traits for a software professional. But all this can seem very overwhelming to manage with your professional commitments. The next session tries to give a solution to this problem. Our next speaker, Sandeep Das, will explain how he built a social media presence over 60,000 on LinkedIn and 20,000 on YouTube by making AWS-related content without impacting his normal work timing. I would like to introduce Sandeep Das. He works as a senior cloud solutions architect and DevOps engineer for Gryphon, Online Safety Inc., and a few other companies. He's focused on developing cutting-edge solutions using AWS. He creates, deploys, and manages containerized solutions on a daily basis using popular AWS containerization solutions, ECS, EKS, and Fargate. He is always in keep on learning mode, enjoys sharing knowledge with others, and currently holds 4 AWS certifications. Sandeep finds blogging a great way to share knowledge. He writes articles on LinkedIn about AWS, Docker, Kubernetes, programming, and more. He also creates video tutorials on his YouTube channel. So without much ado, let me welcome onto the virtual stage Sandeep Das.
Thank you, Neetu. Thank you for the awesome introduction, by the way. Now, let me start in this the presentation I have made. Just a moment. Okay. Okay, so you guys already know about the topic. It's about how to have solid social media presence and with AWS community without impacting your normal work. We'll be going through a very detailed discussion. How can you do it? And of course, I'm open to all the questions and everything. Okay. So, okay, so first, who am I? I think Neetu already introduced such a great way. I don't have to repeat, but just as a repeat of myself again, that I'm a senior cloud and DevOps engineer working on multiple tech companies throughout many years now, and I really enjoy doing blog writing on AWS and other cloud-related contents, and do make video tutorials. And of course, you guys already know I'm AWS container hero as well. Okay, so now understand first that why should you consider building a say this social presence or your own branding, right? That kind of thing. First, it will help you getting help from other people. So there's very simple psychology here. If you help many people as much as possible, when you need any help, they will come back to you and help you any ways possible. So help others to get help. That's as simple as it sounds. And of course, while doing social media, I mean, if you want to build a very strong social media presence and you via content, via speech, other ways, it will definitely help you improve your brand. So you will come out, I mean, suppose you're posting something, you're doing something, you will have your own brand, will reflect what you do, and it will improve as long as you go, you'll keep improving. Okay. And of course, the juicy part here, getting domestic and international opportunities. So if you build solid social media presence, if you help as many people as possible, slowly you will see you start getting opportunities, of course, on domestic level as well as international level. So for me, for example, I'm a freelancer and I get, all over the projects I'm doing, all as a freelancer, and all coming as a reference of people who saw my videos or saw my content, feel interested toward my profile and come to me, Sandeep, can you work for us? We saw your work, we saw your article, we saw your video tutorial, and they come back to me. Then we have a smart interview and I get a very good high paying job. So it really helps you get domestic as well as international opportunities. And of course, get recognized by your peer by your work and creativity. Now, like there are many programs available in AWS Community, AWS Hero, there is AWS the Community Builder, there is AWS Ambassador programs, a lot of programs. So if you do help your community as any ways as possible, write content, make videos, or like host different sessions, you will see you will get recognized by your peers, and eventually you will get awarded different titles, which will definitely help you in your profession as well as social means. So there are a lot of benefits. Okay, now yes, I will come to like how can you do it and without impacting your work. But let's first understand how you can build your solid social media presence. So you have to understand that first, and then I will tell you how can you do that without impacting your work. Okay. So first, share it. Now, I know many people actually reach out to me and say, "Sir, I want to post it. I want to write a very good article. I have written the article, or even I made a video tutorial, but I do hesitate to post it. I fear what others might say. I fear maybe people will start bullying me, and there are a lot of other concerns." I just simply will say, if you learn something new, or if you're already a seasoned pro, do start writing articles, do start making video, do share it any social media any ways possible. Don't fear about your pronunciation, don't fear about grammar, don't fear about anything. Just keep on, like go and post it. Okay, whatever comes then later on, treat that as your feedback. So it could be constructive feedback, it could be negative feedback, whatever is the feedback, just take it and try to improve yourself, and then again keep doing it. That's how people see that okay, you are very conscious on that. Okay, and you will see that slowly you're improving your writing skills, your video making skills. Because as I remember that the first video I made was so bad quality. I think 480 p video I made, and people still like it. Even it was bad video quality, bad voice quality, people still like it, and they encourage me. That's one of the beauty of this social media. And if you start putting your real efforts, people will start appreciating it, and you'll see more enthusiastic towards making more content. Okay, so you have to start somewhere. The moment you start somewhere, you'll see the magic happening, right? And yes, if you are want to improve the grammar and all, there are a lot of tools available like Grammarly, other spell checker tools are available, so you can go ahead and use those kind of things. And yeah, if you want to post your content, there is many platform. Maybe I'm repeating, people already know that, but I'll still just remind you. LinkedIn article, there is a LinkedIn post section as well as LinkedIn article section. You can do it. There is LinkedIn live also if you want to do live session. Similar way, Twitter have your normal short posts where you can post article links or your videos, live videos. Twitter now support live video. Similarly, in YouTube, you can go ahead and create a channel and upload a video there. And of course, there is, if you reach some threshold, you will have community tab. There you can start posting content. Similar way, there is Medium and Dev2, another awesome platform where you go ahead and use like write as much as you want, as descriptive you can be, and just share it on other social media, and see people slowly starting to come to that particular content and giving their feedback, liking it, sharing with other people. That's how you build your solid presence over the tech field. In like any social media you have in your it, share it. Okay, now of course you're making content, you're doing as much as you can, but in a simple way, like in normal life also, like whatever you do, you have to do it consistently. If you're learning something, do it consistently, otherwise you'll forget. If you're working on something, you have to work consistently to complete it. Like similar way, if you want to build solid social media presence, you do have to do it very consistently. Suppose you're writing article on weekends, it's fine. Do write article on weekend, share, publish it or share it with other people, And then again, if you are not getting any time in between due to your work, your responsibilities, whatever could be the reason, simply again next week at this weekend, same time, like the time that you originally publish or you used to publish, same time, do publish it in that particular time, and you will see people will find you very serious, very consistent, very trustworthy, and they will start following you. They will start like, what will happen if you do it very constantly over many months, people will treat you as a you can say a very authentic creator who shares the contents very regularly. Even the weekend basis, if you're doing on monthly, it's fine, do it on monthly basis. And of course, if it's possible, daily basis, do it daily basis, because that will have the most impact. Okay. And eventually you'll see that people started waiting for your content. Like that happened with me also. Like suppose I do write contents, I do make videos, and suddenly for a week or say for 2 to 3 days I stop writing or stop doing things. People come to me and say, Sandeep, like where are you, when you're writing content? And it make me so happy to see that the people are missing my contents, and it inspires me also to do more, content creation, to do more, make more videos. You will find the same thing if you do it consistently. People will start to expect you the same time you post. Okay. Okay, and the next one is the quality over quantity. Now, why quality matters, I will come to that, and why quantity doesn't matter, I will come to that as well. So to build social media presence, posting too much any content, be it AWS or any other cloud, I mean, in general, I'm saying any content, if you post like too frequently and that doesn't have any quality, just some bad content someone doing, people will start treating that person as a spammer, not a creator anymore. Okay, so what you should be doing, even if it's like I'm saying that if it's possible to post daily, but it's fine if you are, or maybe weekly, if it takes a few months, it's fine. But if you made a very good quality content that takes some time, which is okay, you can pause for a few days, weeks, made a very quality content that you think might be helpful for many other people. Because if people find it useful, then only they will start following your content, then they will start valuing your content. If it's not, then they will not. So that you understand, it's a quality over quantity. If you do that, you will see your social media presence, your overall follower or content quality also improving, because you're maintaining the quality, right? So that's one thing. And so that's what I'm saying, that if anyone think that too many content article and doing a lot of posting, it might help you getting more followers, that might be not right. You have to do right quality content over time to get to build a solid social media presence with authentic audiences. Okay. Now, this is, I think, one of the most important point. Be original. You will see there are a lot of people who are not writing content originally. They're just posting here and there, like doing we can say impersonating other people, doing their content, like posting their content their own. And what will happen, AWS community specifically, like the viewers, the subscribers, the followers are very hardcore techie. If you are doing any copy from any other places without giving any due credit, they will snap it in a very quick way, and they will ask you questions like, hey, this is not real content, you just copy from other people. And that is where you will start losing your trust. So I'm saying, be original with your content. Of course, if sometime you need to refer from any documentation, it's fine, but don't go word to word and copy other people content. That will be so bad. That's what I'm saying, that if if you're writing content, if you're creating any content or videos, whatever it is, any kind of content, and if specifically AWS community, they're all very high, very good level techies with many years experience, of course, and maybe freshers, but still they have a lot of good knowledge. They're certified people, most of them. So if you're making any content, if you're posting any content, do make sure that you have original content. If you keep posting original content, you will see that eventually you have very solid social media presence. There are a lot of followers. People even like they will start suggesting you, sir, it is very good quality content, you need to add this or that, you need to improve that. We will get a very good feedback. Other people start like start telling you are copying some other people content. Why I should follow you? I would just follow the person you copied. That's more authentic, right? So be original. You'll see the magic happens. And yes, this is another very important topic itself. Like, honest claim that my AWS journey, or my you can say the social presence journey itself, also started from one AWS group joining. So what happening was, I'm just learning AWS, and that time I was like nobody knows me. Uh, I simply want to learn more about AWS. I want to get help implementing something in my company. So I decided to join AWS Community Kolkata group to join the session. Okay, and that is where my life changed forever. Like, I met so many people, like Chirag, like sort of and a lot of people. Okay, there are a lot of people. I'm just taking few names, but those people helped me understand a lot of things about AWS, how to get certified, how to learn new services and everything, which inspired me also to contribute more to us, like learn more AWS content and share it later on. That's how my own social media journey started, and it made me, of course, curious, confident, and even fellow members who are there encourage me also. Sandeep, writing content, you have good experience about a lot of things. Why not you start writing content? So that's the thing. If you are thinking about building social media presence, specifically AWS community, I will do definitely suggest to join your local AWS groups, and of course contribute as much as possible. You will see that you will be becoming a known face, a popular face eventually, because you are contributing consistently quality content, and consistently, right? So there you will see massive jump in your social media presence, and of course it will help you in your branding as well. So again, I will just repeat myself and say, join the local AWS communities, contribute, like do whole session there. If you're a learner, go learn there. If you already have very good knowledge, then do go to local communities, local AWS community groups, and do whole session there. You will see your life changing for good. Okay. So okay, so this is another very important topic also, that you have to respect your community members, or your whoever your followers are, whoever giving you feedbacks. So respect fellow AWS community member, no matter if they are just getting started, or they maybe they're seasoned professionals, or maybe their question is very simple, or their question is tough. Okay, no question is small or no question is big. You have to answer whenever it comes, because if you if you treat your viewers, your audiences in a good way, you will see they will be the biggest promoter over time. Okay, and what you have to do, just listen to them, listen to their problems. Of course it's not possible, like if you have a massive following, eventually you will see not possible to cover everything, but still do try to give follow up with the questions and answer as much as possible. And of course there will be bullies, there will be negative parts. You should simply avoid them, because creators have a very thick skin. They should not be reactive to all negative things, all the bullies. So you have to, because the moment you start doing writing something bad over social media, you're talking about social media, where it's a platform that is open to all, right? And if you suddenly say something bad, of course there will be people who are ready to highlight that bad part and post it other places. And then what will happen? You will start losing your social media presence. You will start losing your whatever you have. You have a goodwill, you have a value, and if you start losing that over time, what will happen? People will stop following you. They will say you are not a good person to follow. Like, they're not making an example. So it's better that just simply ignore those kind of things, all the negative. Of course there will be constructive negative feedback. We call it not negative, we call it constructive feedbacks. Could be something wrong we're doing, and if you see this kind of constructive feedbacks, do close to that, like be close to that person even better than your normal follower, because that person's feedback might improve yourself a lot more. I do that often. Like, suppose someone giving me very constructive feedback, I do invite the people, I do try to meet the people, and what will happen again eventually, that person will become one of your biggest promoter. That happened a lot of time with me. Okay. Okay,
Sandeep,
so
last 2
yeah,
minutes.
yeah, yes. Okay. Now, yes, now that we are, like what you will, like how you will have it like, without impacting your normal work. Like find your creative time. Is it after work? Is it before like in the morning time or in the night time? You have to find your ideal time. That it should not be your during your work, or it should not precise your work time. Just do it after working time. That I do. I do most of the time in the evening, or I do in the morning time, so that you can follow the same priority. If you have high priority work, do focus on the high priority work. Then after the work is over, then if you have any free time, do focus on that time. um, Always remember that whatever your deliveries are, you should do deliver that fast and properly in your work, then do focus on other social activities. Third point, take rest as and when you need it, because it's very important. If you're too tired after work, or you're too tired um, to like before, like any part you're too tired, just take a pause. If it's for some days, it's fine. Take pause. Just after taking your rest, you do start your social media activity. That's fine. Nobody expects you to like be too tired and do your social media promoting or your content writing, right? So take rest. Yes, the fourth and final point is that be loud to your employer. You should let your employer know that you have a social media presence, or maybe you're trying to build a social media presence, and after work, maybe you're going to do video sessions, or you're writing content sharing with people. And do make sure that if company have any policy that prevents you, or maybe they need permission, do get the permission from the company that you're going to write social media articles, you're going to make videos. They get the permission a certificate first before posting your content. So do communicate with your employer, so that there will be no misunderstanding about your social media presence. Okay, so yeah, that's it. That's how you can build your solid social media presence without impacting your work.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Sandeep.
Thank
That
you.
was such a great session. And I myself face a lot of these problems that you spoke about, like balancing like professional work and social media presence. But this session was really helpful. So thank you for letting us know all your learnings. And yeah, thank you for the insightful session. So let's hear
Thanks a lot,
about
Sandeep.
our yeah okay. So let's hear about our sponsors, Coralogics, what they are building. So let's play the video.
Of the many challenges facing businesses today, translating ever-growing data volumes into useful information and meaningful insights tops the list. For years, companies had a choice. Either spend huge sums to index their data and suffer poor performance and low scalability, or limit data coverage to improve costs and performance and risk losing critical visibility in the process. Today, with data quickly outpacing revenue growth, leaders need a better alternative. It's why businesses of every shape and size partner with Coralogics, the next generation full-stack observability platform that provides infinite insights for logs, metrics, tracing, and security data when and where you need them. Data. Our next-level customer success group, made up of world-class SRE and DevOps talent, serves as an extension of your team, ready to respond in under a minute, 24/7 to keep your systems and business on track. Coralogic's platform is there as a partner to unlock more value and endless possibilities from your ever-growing data.
Okay, so with that, let's move to our next session for the day. So let me ask a question to everyone in the participants and audience. Have you ever felt demotivated? Have you ever experienced having lost alone in your own world and not getting how to come out of this situation? Have you ever felt that you have everything that one can have, but still you feel worry about the future and how you would like to shape up your life? I'm sure every one of us has experienced these questions one in their lifetime. Maybe during the school time when we had the board exams, or maybe deciding the career when we are doing our engineering or we need to go to doctorate. So these questions do comes, these situations do come, sirs. And with just one small motivation, one small direction, or one small idea, it changes everything. So let us hear it from Sandeep Kanabar about his own story, how despite many limitations, he motivated himself and fought for himself. And today he is a successful professional, which everyone wants to be. And now he is also on a mission to inspire many more lives. So over to you, Sandeep, to hear his own story.
Thank you for the nice introduction. So I'll begin with, are you really the same person you say you are? Or is someone impersonating you over the phone? The soft-spoken HR from Norton asked me. I closed my eyes and reflected. When I was 6 years old, I got affected with severe fever that impacted my brain nerves. Overnight, I got very high power in the eyes, and I slowly and gradually began to lose my ability to hear. The hearing loss was so slow and so gradual that no doctor could detect it. It was only when I was about 15 years old and in class 10 that the doctor successfully diagnosed it, and he told me three things. One, you have an incurable hearing loss. Two, you are doing lip reading. And three, if you want, you can wear hearing aids, but you will have to continue to lip read for the rest of your life. So lip reading is the art of following what others speak by reading the lip movement. Like whatever you speak, I rely entirely on lip reading to follow what you are speaking. So because of high power in eyes, and also because I was kind of good in studies, but I was like the naughtiest boy in my class. And so the teacher used to force me to sit on the first bench. And I had probably the unfortunate thing to sit next to a girl for my entire school life. Because they thought that was the only way to control my naughtiness. And so because I was sitting on the first bench, I began to lip read on my own without even being aware that I'm lip reading. And so the doctor told me that be thankful that you have learned this art of lip reading without having to go through months and years of therapy. So you can be grateful and you have to continue to live the life. My mom, I think she was devastated, thinking how I'll build my career, my job, my life, marriage, everything. But for me, at the time, at the age of 15, I wasn't much bothered. I used to follow Vivekanand, and I used to read about muscles of iron and nerves of steel. And so I just sat down and thought to myself, like, okay, what next can I do? This hearing aids are going to stay with me, so what can I do? And then I decided that I maybe enroll for private tuition so that it is easy for me to liberate my teacher. And so the next day I went to school with like 2 hearing aids that were dangling from my pockets. And the entire school, including the principal, stopped to look at me, probably to see because none of them had seen hearing aids. So it was like difficult at the start, but actually my grades began to get better. From being the top 3, I consistently became the topper. And I scored nearly a centum in physics and chemistry in my class 12 board exams. I got probably like the first rank in school and the second rank in the entire town. And then I applied for engineering and I got selected in engineering on merit without using any disability concession or anything. So college is when everyone's life opens up. You get wings to fly in college. And I was hoping that I'd get the bestest wings to fly. Unfortunately, college for me was something where I lost myself, where I probably lost the zeal to live. So like when the class of close to 90 students, there were 13 girls and some 67 boys. So the 13 girls sat in the front row, the second row was blank, and the third row in which the boys sat. I was sitting in the center of the third row, and I would try to lip read the professors, but it was very hard for me to see the lips. So there was differential equations, there was engineering mathematics, there was so much being taught there, and none of that really made sense. Because when I was in school, I used to lip read and listen and remember, and I couldn't follow anything, I couldn't remember, and going through the fact books didn't make any sense. So my grades began to drop. And I told my mom I just want to quit engineering. But she was like, she used to tell me that life is like a test match. And in a test match to survive, you have to play a lot of dodgeball. So she was just persist. And then I got an F in one of the semesters. And I was just devastated. I told myself, maybe one more semester and I'll quit life, I'll quit engineering, I'll quit this madness, I'll quit being labeled as a deaf person and everything, and just maybe that will free me from everything. And I sat there holding my result, crying in the college, when the college topper girl came to me, and she had a note, and the note said, sit next to me and copy my notes. So she was the one who used to sit in the center of the front row and she used to write notes rigorously. And I used to watch her thinking if only I could get her notes. But I never had the courage because with the F, I lost all my confidence. I lost even like the ability to even stand up and talk to someone. I was like a bundle of nerves, maybe depressed, and always like maybe a self-loathing person. So once it came, it was like a humor and stuff. Now the next day, and that's when I realized that I have to sit in the middle of 13 guys, and it was scary. So the next day, I went to college, and I reached early, and I sat in the middle of the first row, and then I switched off my hearing aid. Because when I switched off my hearing aid, it's very silent, and it's very silent and beautiful world. So one by one, everyone came. The girls who came were so surprised to see me. Some smiled, some were staring at me. And then this girl, the topper girl, she was sitting next to me. She smiled. The class became full. The professors came, and everyone laughed. Everyone laughed for a good 2 minutes. Probably not at me, but at the situation that there was a boy sitting in the middle of 13 girls. Those 2 minutes of laughter that I enjoyed helped me to convert my F grade to an A grade from within the engineering to getting distinction in the semester. And I'm immensely thankful for my friend that if she weren't around, I'm not sure how I would have cleared my engineering. So with a renewed confidence, so slowly picking myself up, slowly gaining back my confidence, I attended campus interviews. I cleared the technical round, but I was eliminated in all the HR rounds. Now they asked me one question which I never had an answer to. Like, how will you talk with clients on the phone? We have clients in USA and Europe. How would you talk on the phone with them? And so the very next day after finishing my engineering, I came back to my hometown, Somnath, and then I started teaching physics to class 11 students. So I love physics. I had nearly a centum, and my mom helped me to get some A students. So I started with 8 students of class 11, teaching them physics, and 1 year later, I had about 83 students. I love teaching and I love my job, and it was so fulfilling. But deep within, I yearned for a corporate career. The very same friend who helped me in college, she asked me to go to China. She said there is a company in China by the name of LaserSoft, and she hires people with disabilities. So why don't you just try your luck there? And so I packed my bag from the temple town of Somnath near the Arabian Sea all the way to the city of Chennai, located at the Bay of Bengal. Chennai is a beautiful city with warm people and an even warmer climate. It has 2 seasons, it's hot and very hot. So the CEO of LaserSoft, he took my interview in what turned out to be the shortest interview of my life. He said, "You've come all the way from there. I'm very happy to hire you." And then put me under one of the best managers. And then I began learning programming, learning VB, learning VC, Oracle, SQL, Java, C#. For 3 years, I coded like it was the end of the world. And after 3 years, I was ready to go to a customer place. I was still a bundle of nerves, like how I would communicate with customers. In LaserSoft, I never had to handle any phone call. And so I went first time to the customer place. This customer was a grand old man, having a Santa Claus like Vyaire. And I couldn't see the lips. I was searching to read the lips, but it's not visible. And so whatever he spoke, I couldn't follow. And I called my manager, saying, what kind of a person you've sent here? He can't listen and he can't follow anything I'm speaking. How are you going to deliver the project? And my manager said, just give him 2 to 3 days to get yours. I was too disappointed, and a part of me was too embarrassed, and I just wanted to come back home. And so my manager, he pinged me in Google Chat. He told me just one thing. Do you want to stay or you want to come back? I just said one word. I stay. I said, good job. 1 week later, got very familiar with the client. He became a good friend. 1 month later, completely delivered the project before time. And all of us were leaving, and the client asked me to stay back for an extra meal. And he apologized for his initial behavior, and he said he'd be happy to offer me a job in his firm. I said, sorry, I'm devoted to leisure. And so the next 2 years were all about going to customer places. I used to write like a banking software, like ATM transactions, balance inquiry, cash withdrawal, mini statements, to store all of the transactions, and it was a lot of learning for the next year. Like that, 6 years passed in Leisure, and one by one, all my friends were leaving. So my best friend and my roommate, who was also leaving. And so I just wanted to see if I could survive in the world outside Leisure. Outside the help of my CEO, without my manager, will I be able to survive? And so I made my CV. I put in Naukri.com. I would get calls, and then whenever I would get a call, I would run to my friend, and he would handle the call on my behalf. And he would say that Sandeep is a person with hearing impairment, illiterate. And all that I say, the CV is impressive, the profile is impressive, we'll get back to you. We are all equal opportunity employers. And no one ever got mad. And like that, his notice period was ending, and I was desperate. So what went ahead is, in my Naukri profile, I put his mobile number, and he pretended to be me. He kept a small sheet of paper in his wallet, which listed all my skills. And the next time he got a call, he would pretend that I'm Sandeep talking. He wouldn't say he's my friend, and he would take out the sheet and read. So like that, interviews began to get serious, and one call came from the northern SR, and they asked for a telephonic round. And my friend said, no, sir, I want a face-to-face. And so like that, I went to the northern, back then it was known as Symantec. I went to the Symantec office, and the HR would call my friend, and my friend would text me, like, go to the 4th floor, go to the 5th floor for the interview. I had like 4 rounds of interview, and I told the technical panel that I'm deaf, I'm afraid, and maybe please don't tell the HR, because then he might just eliminate me. So that it was very good in the technical round, asking a lot of questions. After 4 grueling rounds and 4 hours, I was tired and sipping a coffee when the HR began calling my friend. My friend had to leave for an impromptu meeting and couldn't pick up the phone call. I was sitting in the cafeteria when HR came and said, I've been calling you since the last 15 minutes and you're sitting here. Before I could say something, my friend came back and called us and said, sorry sir, I got stomach upset, I was in the loo. Please tell me where I need to go now. That's I was like, is it Sandeep on the phone? He said, yes, there's Sandeep on the phone. That's I said, Sandeep is sitting in front of me. And then he told me, are you the same person you say you are, or is someone impersonating you on the phone? And then I said, sir, I'm the one who is doing all the interviews. I'm Sandeep. The one on the phone is my friend who is merely facilitating handling phone calls for me. We are not technically cheated. He just pretended to be me so that he could handle phone calls. That's it. That's how I was amused. And he said, you are one hell of an awesome friend. And I said, yes, I'm infinitely thankful for having such a friend. I had 4 more rounds, and 1 month later, I got an offer to join Norton. And since then, it had been like 10 years, 10 plus years in Norton for me. So when I joined, my manager exempted me from joining the call, and I had to rely on my teammates to give me updates. I had a brilliant but pretty lazy friend who, for a 1-hour meeting, will give me a summary of just 5 words. But somehow, with the help of friends, I survived. I began writing emails to the HR, to the CEO, about getting captions for the meeting, about making sure all the WebEx meetings, the all hand meetings, just to have captions. It took me a long time to get replies, but slowly I began to work on creating an inclusive process. And now everything is captioned. Even before COVID came, from about 2017, all the videos and everything began to get captioned. I then worked to form an employee resource group for people with disabilities. We went to job fairs exclusively for people with disabilities and began to hire them. And I began to write blogs sharing my story about how we can get more people on the board. And one of the things I always regretted about was never getting an access to inclusive education. When I was failing in college and I went to my principal, he told me it's your problem, I can't help you. The tuitions are banned in college, so it's your problem to figure out. And so I became a volunteer with Observability Foundation in Chennai. And in a time with Satyabama University, every year 50 students, 50 get a scholarship, an entirely free and paid scholarship for access to undergraduate and postgraduate courses. It's entirely covered and education is inclusive and accessible. So it's something that I'm enjoying to give back to the community. And then I began speaking on Elasticsearch meetup. And from Elasticsearch, I came to open source and began speaking there. And that time I was in Pune and I joined the Pune AWS user group. And then I spoke at the Pune AWS community there 2.5 years back in February 2020. And that was 15 minutes for one of the best of my life. I was a bundle of nerves on the stage. And when I looked on the stage, I saw a lot of smiling eyes. And in an instant, all my fear was gone. The welcome, the empathy, and the inclusion that I got from the AWS community has been mind-boggling, and I have no words but just gratitude for them. Someone did ask me that you don't you ever feel like complaining to God that you have to struggle so much that every single conversation you have to liberate and you can't follow? And then I wonder, yes, I want to complain to God that out of millions of people in India, I get a chance to speak at AWS community there. So I want to complain to God that how fortunate I am rather than cribbing about something. So this is and so the story of my life. Life will always have its ups and downs. But what has helped me navigate the turbulent waters is not worrying about the future because there's nothing you can do about the future. And never have any regrets. Life is too beautiful, too wonderful to have regret. So focus on the present moment, given the circumstances, given the present situation, how can you know your best? That's it. And that's how life is what you make it. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to share my story.
Thanks a lot, Sandeep. I must say it was an amazing story. I really enjoyed a lot. So it was like a kind of a roller coaster ride, which started with the sad moments, then it has a thrilling moments, and then a fun element. And I must say you were very lucky to sit inside in center of the 15 girls during your study time. So it was very amazing to hear that. And I think the most important thing is the lesson that we need to learn from it, like. We should never get demotivated and we need to figure out the way to come out of the difficult situations in our life. Then always there's the winning side on the other area. So it's really amazed to hear you, and thank you so much for joining us for ACD 2022 and sharing your life experiences.
Sandeep, kudos to your positive outlook. I mean, it was really inspiring, and I think we all are lucky to have you to hear you speak at this ACD 2022. Okay. So I think we can hand over to Vivek now for the hackathon announcement, hackathon winners announcement.
Yeah, hi everyone. So, hope you're having a great time at AWS Community Day, and it was so inspiring to hear from Sandeep. So, I'm still in goosebumps.
hearing about his life story and everything. And even Pune had the opportunity to host him live, so I'm very grateful for them as well. So, and we are very lucky to have him virtually today to help to explain and about his life story. So thanks, Sandeep. And now we are coming to one of the interesting part, which we get most of the queries in the chat. So before that, let me introduce myself. So I am Vivek. I'm working as Vice President of Products at Nextem, and I am AWS Machine Learning Hero, one of the youngest in the world. And also I run AWS User Group Madurai. So if you have been constantly seeing AWS UG Madurai in the chat, it was me who was behind it. So I'm here to announce one of the most awaited part of the AWS Community Day itself. So the contest winners. So coming up first, so we have the referral contest over here. So the referral contest works in a few ways. So where we actually value the ones who share the knowledge about it. So as you might even heard it from the Sandeep's session, that the knowledge is about what you share with others. So letting others know that this session is happening or this event is happening is one of the greatest contribution that you can make to the community. So really we wanted to value those persons who make the most out of it. And that's where we wanted to give prizes to the winners who had made more referrals using their connections. So this leaderboard is based on the number of valid registrations that come from your referral link. So when you register for the event, you get a unique referral link that you can pass it down to your connections, your community members, and so and so. And based on how many people register from your referral link, your count will be added on. So with this, we would love to announce the winner of the referral contest. The winner of the referral contest is Abhinav Kandra. So it has an amazing 2,607 referrals, which is like huge outstanding number. And we are very much proud to and happy to have Abhinav Kandra doing his contribution in this referral contest. So as part of the winner, he will be receiving a cash prize of 8,000 rupees. So moving to the next numbers, any case, what would be the next referral number would be? All right, keep it in the chat. And the runner-up goes to Piyush Sharma with 960 referrals. That's still an amazing number, nearly close to 1,000. And very well, congrats to Piyush Sharma for his contribution. So he'll be receiving around the cash prize of 4,000 rupees. And we'll be now going to the second runner-up. And that will be Tej Pratap Singh with 707 referrals. That was a good number. So he has given nearly 707 referrals to his connections. And he'll be receiving a cash prize of rupees 2,000. And moving on, we also congratulate the next 7 members of the leaderboard, starting from 4th to 10th place, and each will be receiving a cash prize of rupees 1,000. So the 4th place goes to Dhruv Chausaria with 599 referrals. So it has been a tough call. So as you can see the numbers, it's very close. And the 5th place goes to Kishan Prasad with 223 referrals. And we have Deepak Mundra with 219, just 4 below Kishan. And we have Pat Kyle with 218, just as 1 referral below Deepra. And we have Sanika Mithin Patnem, she with 217 referrals, and still just one number below that. And we have Nurain Raza with 186 referrals. And the 10th place goes to Shubham Surana with 86 referrals. So congratulations to the top 10 winners. So we will be reaching out to you personally regarding the referral contest swags and so on. So thank you for amazing contributions by letting others know about this event taking place over here. So now let's come to the next interesting part of the AWS Community Day, which is the Awesomify Hackathon. So how many of you live over here has participated in this hackathon? Do let us know. So, and I would like to take a minute to show why we really wanted to host this hackathon in first place. So, and there have been a lot of questions in the comment section asking how I can contribute to an AWS community, or how can I be part of an AWS user group, or how can I be a volunteer or an organizer or so and so. I think this will answer your questions as well. So when it comes to AWS user group, we are 25 user groups spanning across different states in India. And who we are? So we are comprises of user group leaders, AWS community builders, AWS heroes, and we take up the roles of community organizers, volunteers, members, and it is open to all AWS enthusiasts. And how we do it? So we do a lot of activities in AWS User Group India. So we do it either in person. As you can see, there are a lot of AWS community days happening in person. There are a few hybrids events happening as well. And as today, which is our AWS Community Day virtual edition, which is taking place online. And how do we and what all we do in AWS User Group India? So we do meetups, we do community days, we do boot camps, we help you with your certifications, we engage in social medias, we do podcasts, we do tech talks, we host conferences, we also host quizzes, like which you have been actively participating from the day, and people used to contribute that to blogs, tutorials, and workshops. So what it all comes down to this. So what is the necessity of the connection that whatever I explained so far has with Observability Hackathon? So it boils down to this one. So running a developer community, managing a huge number of community enthusiasts and helping them with their specific and personalized needs is very challenging. So even now there are a lot of people who have been working behind the screens to put up this amazing event and to bring out those amazing speakers like Sandeep on screen. So this running a developer community is very challenging. And then that's why we wanted the community to, we invited the community to enhance experience that we have within the developer communities. For example, there are a lot of activities which will be happening right now, right? So how can you improve that in the community experience? So we wanted solutions or some innovative ideas that you can bring to the table that will improve our AWS community on behalf. So that's where we launched our first ever AWS Awesomify Hackathon, the first ever developer community focused hackathon. We are very proud to launch it because there have been no hackathons so far which has been focused towards developer communities in particular. And I'm very proud to even show the numbers. So we launched it on October 17th as part of this AWS Community Day. And the submission phase started in October 9 and it went till November 2. So any guesses how many participants would have been there in this part of hackathon in a very short while? Do drop it in the chat if you know the numbers. And we had an amazing 386 participants who have been very active and looking forward to contribute something that can help your community. And that way we receive around 39 submissions from various teams around it. So we as judges, we had a tough time to decide how to proceed with the winners or what were the best initiative solutions that were brought to the table. Most of them were very innovative, but let's see how the winners go. So now, I don't want to delay anymore. I think we have spoken a lot. We know why we have this Awesomify Hackathon hosted in first place. Now I guess I will go on to announce the winners. So the second place goes to AWS User Group Telegram bot solution, which was created by Sankara Sabhabati Ramalingam. Congratulations to you for an amazing Telegram bot that you have created. So he has won a cash prize of 10,000 rupees and a WizLabs premium subscription. So to know about what he has built is, he has built a Telegram bot that informs AWS User Group members and community to get all the event updates, resources and everything in one single Telegram bot. So most of us are in Telegram. So this is the very quickest way to know what's happening in and around the community. So he has built using our AWS services, which was amazing. So I hope we will be bringing out this live very soon. And the runner-up goes to Meetups Now Easier by the team of 3 people who are from college, who was Purvik Jain, Muthulakshmi Pon and Tarun. It was an amazing idea. Congratulations to the winners. And they have actually taken the core problem of a solution or the core problem of what a community face, and they have solved the solution around it. So they'll be winning a cash prize of rupees 15,000 and a WizLabs premium subscription. And what does a Meetups Now Easier solution do? So they have built a one-stop solution where you can do all your social media engagements and event announcements in one place. So we as organizers have a very, very tough time to create an event and post it in social media, announce it in social media. We do keep doing that in reminders. We exist in a lot of social medias like Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Slack, Discord, Telegram. So how to make it easy for organizers? So that's where this solution has pitched in, where you can just manage all your social medias in one stable solution, and you can just click it and that will do all your announcements for you. Amazing solution by the team of Purvik, Muthulakshmi and Tarun. Now it's the time for us to announce the winner of Awesomify Hackathon, and who will be winning a cash prize of rupees 25,000 and a WizLabs premium subscription. Any idea who's going to be? All right, it's time to move in, and the winner of Awesomify Hackathon is the solution DevCom by Arvind Vadamalai Muthum. So congratulations Arvind for your amazing solution that you have contributed to Awesomify Hackathon, and he'll be winning a cash prize of rupees 25,000 and a WizLabs premium subscription. For others who wanted to know what the DevCom does is, DevCom is a common platform for all the developers and communities to engage and interact with each other. So you can interact and know about other communities which are existing. You can save and share the resources that you want to, and it simplifies your entire call for speaker processes and review process and so on. So he has built in a one-stop solution that brings in all other platforms into one single place. So congratulations Arvind for your amazing contribution, and I think do join us for this. This was a pilot edition of this Awesomify Hackathon. So we received an amazing and a lot of solutions. We love to hear a lot of contributions that is coming for. Do not wait for the next edition of Hackathon. If you have something and if you do need help or mentorship, please do join in your nearest user group, and we will help you out to build an amazing solution for it. And keep an eye for the next hackathon, which might take place around the same time, and do join us for the edition. So all right, so now I'll be announcing the social media contest winners as well. So the social media contest has been going on the entire day, where you spread the word of what's happening in today's event, which is about like you can share your photo booth sessions, or share the inciting talk that you have found in a particular session, or just share about this, inviting others to join as well. So part of this social media contest, we have winners over here. So we have the first and the second winner goes to Ramakrishnan KM and Seth Seth Anshit, who has won a free t-shirt and a free subscription to WizLab standard plans. So they have been selected on the based on the highest number of tweets about hashtag ACD 2022. And the next top 3 goes to, and at the rate A0699 6969 and at the rate SJ3RGR8 and Shashmit, a lot of numbers around it. So congratulations to the winners. We will reach out to you over Twitter personally, and please do keep a check on your DMs for that. And congratulations for it. They'll be winning a cash prize of rupees 2,000 and a WizLab subscription. And the social media based on the highest number of likes and retweets about the posts about hashtag ACD 2022 goes to the top 2, who is Scarlett B1388 and again Ramakrishna came for his amazing social media presence. So they'll be winning a cash prize of rupees 2,000 and a WizLab subscription. And the first, second and third runner up goes to Yogita, Daniel Terence and Yash Prajapati for their amazing presence in social media based on the number of likes and retweets about hashtag ACD 2022. So congratulations for your to all the winners for the referral contest, Awesomify Hackathon and social media hackathon. And I hope you're having a great day, and we would like to see as well. So I'd like to hand over the session back to the moderators.
Thank you, Vivek. And that was, I think, I would like to congratulate all the winners of the hackathon, of the social media contest. Thank you for making the event such a success. Now, moving on to the next session. So here we'll have Deepali Kulshrestha, AWS Community Hero, while she has a fireside chat with Ridhima Kapoor, Developer Marketing Manager at AWS. They would be where Ridhima would be talking about cloud careers and upskilling, ranging on a different topics from her role building developer communities for a decade, her learning during this journey, and advice to folks looking to move to cloud, etc. So let's have the session.
Hi everyone. Today I'm privileged to have a chat with Ridhima Kapoor. She leads developer marketing for AWS India and South Asia and responsible for nurturing the developer community and driving awareness for AWS services. Prior to AWS, she worked at Google, where she managed developer communities for Google Play, Google Chrome, and Android. She has been working in the tech industry since over a decade now and is a big advocate for inclusion and diversity and believes in equal opportunities for women. So it's truly a privilege, Ridhima, to hear from you. So, Ridhima, please tell me, what has your career journey been like? What lessons have you learned during this journey?
Thank you for that great introduction, Dipali. Really glad to be part of this session. So, as you mentioned, I've been into tech marketing for about a decade now. And over these 10 years, I have worked with all sizes of companies, ranging from very small startups that you might have never heard about to mid-sized brands like Gameloft, which was a French gaming company, my personal favorite, and to big brands like Amazon and Google. And prior to joining developer marketing at AWS, I was doing the same developer marketing role at Google, where I was taking care of developer communities for Google Play, Android, and Google Chrome. So, developer marketing in itself is a very niche role under marketing, and you'll actually find them in very certain companies or brands. And I particularly like this role a lot because you get to interact with some really passionate and tech savvy and smart people just like you, and you get to learn a lot from them. So this is a great opportunity to be in. And coming back to your question regarding uh, what are the top things that I've learned during my journey, right? So there's been a lot of things that I learned, but two things that have always been with me from starting off my career till now are two things. One, always learn and be curious. Learn and grab as much as you can. The world is innovating at a really fast pace, and the only way to keep up with that is to constantly upskill yourself. And second, most important, is believe in yourself. you know uh, do not self your self short. A lot of time what happens is we really let go of opportunities saying that I don't match the job profile, I don't think I have in it to do that, and we just lose out on a lot of opportunities because of that. So I just say, believe in yourself, have that self confidence, and you will be really surprised how many opportunities that comes to you once you start believing in yourself.
Great, Ridhima. It's so great to hear from you. Your passion is truly coming when you're speaking about this developer marketing role. And thanks for the insightful tips. And I can definitely relate with them because I always has those hesitations in mind whenever I look at some like job postings and want to apply for those roles. I always think, no, I'm lacking this skill. So I think I should be better with that in future. Okay, so Ridhima, please also tell us about the programs that AWS offers that every student or someone who is just starting their cloud journey should consider when they are preparing for these jobs to bridge their skill gaps.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question and very relevant one when we are talking about upskilling, right? And in fact, there are a lot of different teams at AWS that are working for programs for everyone who, wants to upskill themselves or start their careers in cloud. And in fact, all these resources are absolutely free of cost. So I'll give you some examples of it. So one, we have AWS Skill Builder, where you can access self-paced digital training programs to start on cloud, again free of cost. We also have AWS Cloud Quest, which is very interesting, which is in fact a role playing game that you can help to build practical AWS cloud skills. This is absolutely fun to learn and learn more deeply about cloud. Then we have AWS Restart, which is another program. It's a full time classroom based skills development and training program that prepares individuals for careers in cloud. And in fact, for all these things, right, I also want to mention that it is not particularly that you have to be from IT to get into cloud. These courses train you in a way that even if you don't belong from an IT career or IT background, you can still upskill yourselves and learn and move to cloud. So these are that beginner level courses that we have if you just want to start your journey on that. In fact,
Wow.
you should also check various training and certification programs that are available with AWS. So, starting from foundational level of AWS Cloud Practitioner to say your developer associate programs and certifications, which can actually help give you an edge in the market that okay, you are AWS certified, so you can go ahead and grab a lot more opportunities.
Wow, Ridhima, thanks for sharing these insights. Looks like there is a huge pool of like very relevant resources. So I request everyone, if you are looking to start your journey, please check these resources and you should definitely get benefited. So Ridhima, like since you are so close with so many user groups and communities, so please tell us how these communities helps in upskilling and what are the some tips you want to share with the beginners?
Yeah, so I'll come to your first question first, right? How communities are basically helping in upskilling. So that's a very, very relevant question. A lot of people don't know about AWS user groups. So user groups are basically peer-to-peer communities where, volunteers come together frequently to share ideas, best practices, or maybe just plain for networking purposes also. And these communities actually help their peers in upskilling themselves or just mentoring and telling them how they can level up in their careers. In fact, I would also want to share that the Depali here herself has a course on LinkedIn where she talks about DevOps. So she herself is giving training in her, office about AWS trainings. So these community members are volunteers who love to share knowledge with each other. In fact, if you have any expertise in one domain and if you want to share those knowledge with other people, please reach out to these user group leaders and tell them that you are interested to share knowledge with other people in the community, and they'll be more than happy to have you as a speaker. So having that community peer-to-peer learning is very, very important. In fact, another example I want to give is Reskill, which is a very good platform. So Reskill is a platform made by the developer community for the developer community, where they share free resources for people to come learn, in fact network with the community, and they can also win rewards. And this is all gamified. The whole platform is very gamified, so you learn by watching a video, then answer some questions, and once you pass through it, you earn points which you can redeem for rewards. So that is so interesting, right? So uh, whenever you want to start your journey, I think user groups and AWS community is should be your starting point, and they can help you reach out to your reach the level that you desire in your career journeys. And I think sky is the limit when you learn and go through all these community. And then
Yeah.
Dipali, just coming on to your next question in terms of, the tips that you want to share with students who are just starting their career. I think my favorite one is, focus on building skills rather than, chasing any big brand or high salary package. Because I believe that once you have the right skills and are confident in what you bring to the table, trust me, big brands and money will come to you. So just focus on building the right skill set. I hope this was helpful.
Definitely, and Ridhima, I truly echo with that. So I personally started my journey with the like AWS user group Delhi, and I have learned a lot with my user group, with fellow user groups across India and abroad. So it's like such a good platform, mutual learning platform where I got so many learnings and I also got various opportunities to share my learnings. So yes, I can see, I can witness that transformation which has happened in me in last few years. So very well
Yeah,
said, Ridhima.
and a lot of user group leaders, just like Dipali, come to me and share that. I often ask them, what motivate you to share these learnings with the larger community? And often they tell me that, when we are preparing to present a session, we also get to learn so many new things and we are putting in effort. So that just helps us to upskill even better, right? So this is a mutual learning and there is no end to learn new things. I learn so many new things from this community every day, this goes way beyond just learning about AWS services. It is all about various aspects of your career, be it public speaking, be it how to prepare a presentation, or be it community building. So many things you get to learn by being just part of one community.
Definitely. So true. Thank you so much, Ridhima, for your time and sharing such insightful things, insightful resources, and these great tips. I think these will be very beneficial for the community as well as the new starters. So I think definitely I would like to say it loud one more time that, guys, if you want to start your journey on cloud or on AWS, please do join the AWS user groups near you. And we are there to help you. Reach out to us if you're looking for any support.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so thank you to Ridhima and Dipali for such a great session and for such a great chat on how we can upskill ourselves in cloud. And we got a lot of questions on the YouTube channel as well as to where to start, how to join a user group, and I think all of those questions are answered through this session. Now, before we go on to the closing note, let's kind of declare what everyone is waiting for, and that is the quiz winners. So let me present my screen. Okay. So for the morning, that's before, let me go to the main quizzes first. So for the 9:30 a.m. quiz, that's the morning quiz, we have three winners. We'll be choosing three winners. So here, the first position is Sanjeev Kumar. With 164.152 seconds of time, he answered all the questions, the 10 questions. He answered them right in least time. So he is at the first position, and he'll get a prize of rupees 2,000. Then next, the second position is Bemana Balu Pesala, and he has taken a bit more time, so 181.431 seconds for all the correct answers. So he gets rupees 1,500. And at the third position is Nitish S. Kumar. He has got one question wrong, but he has answered everything in 110 seconds. So that way he gets rupees 1,000 for his, and these are the winners, these three are the winners of this morning quiz. Then let's go to the afternoon quiz, that's the 2 p.m. quiz. So in that as well, Sanjeev Kumar has topped it with 9 questions right in 179.541 seconds. Then Kuna Rajesh has also got 9 questions right in 248.61 seconds. And the third, that's the second runner-up, is Kavishri Kondalori with 254.463 seconds. So all of them got 9 questions right. So congratulations to winners of the main quizzes. Now let's move on to the tournament. And here we'll have top 20 winners. So let's see who's the top 20. So that's Aishwarya Sood with 356.936 seconds, 29 correct answers. Okay, Ashish Kumar with 472.06 seconds in second place with 29 correct answers. Krishna Kumar, Magendran, Anjana Gopalan, Sagnik Adhikari, Akshay Vishwanathan, Kunal Garg, Kunal Rajesh, at the 9th position, Neha Kodhavade at 10th, Joggiri Goswami at 11th, Darshit Suratwala at 12th, Utkarsh Tiwari at 13, Manya at 14, 15th position goes to Anshit Sheth, Tushar Sublek at 16, Nitishas Kumar at 17, Aditya Avati at 18, Ramakrishna KM at 19, and Rucha Andhale at 20. So with this, we have come to the end of all the quizzes as well. So for this quiz, as a tournament, the first 5 winners will get Amazon vouchers worth rupees 2,000. Next 10 would get a free subscription to BizLab standard plans, and the last 5 will get t-shirts. So we will get back to you with like delivering the prizes to you. With that, I think our work, that is mine and Rajat's work, is done here. So we had an amazing time hosting the sessions, listening to all the speakers, chatting with all the folks on YouTube. So thank you to all our participants, winners, and any words from you, Rajat?
Yeah, I'll say the same thing, Neetu. It was nice hosting with you. There are lots of learning for me as well personally from the session, and
Right.
really enjoyed so many talks, so many sessions, and so many events. Again, many congratulations to all the winners for social media event, for hackathon, and for the quizzes. And thank you so much, Neetu, for being such a good co-host.
Same here. It was my pleasure to have you as my co-host. Now handing it over to Srushit and Dipali for the closing note.
Phew, that was one awesome day of learning. We are overwhelmed with all the love in the comment section and on social media. You have all been an amazing and engaging audience. We hope that you learned a lot of new things and take back abundance of knowledge. We wanted to have ACT 2022 to be more than just tech sessions, and we hope the leadership and motivational talks have inspired and transformed you. We surely know that from the comment section, and we certainly hope to see you in all our future events. We are close to the end of the first day of our event, but we are not done yet. We are going to be back tomorrow for our hands on workshops. We have 3 of them: serverless, AI/ML, and data and analytics engineering. Please do register yourself if not already done. The links have already been pasted in the chat section.
Great. And we are also grateful for all the support from AWS team, especially Ridhima Kapoor and Rohini Gaonkar. You truly inspire and motivate all of us to give back to the AWS community. We would like to thank you all, our speakers, for sharing their knowledge with the community, our sponsor, Coralogics, and our partner communities. And last but not the least, our passionate volunteers. Thank you so much. And here is a small tribute to all of them.